Age of Elves start with 10,000 Master Balls. Chapter 51-100. Chapter 51. The Frozen Wind. The battle maid smiled bitterly and bowed to Jin Yu. Congratulations, sir, you won this game. As a reward, this thing is for you. The battle maid lady handed Jin Wu a pink gem. Superpower gem, Jin Wu exclaimed in surprise. Superpower gem S. A magical gem that the elves carry and absorb the energy in the gem, which can increase the energy of the superpower attribute once. Close black lens bracket. This thing Xiao Yu has heard about. The attribute energy in this gemstone is a great supplement to the elves. Long-term use, it is very helpful to improve the elves' attribute energy. In addition to the S-grade attribute gems, there are M-grade, L-grade, and even the legendary XL-grade attribute gemstones. I heard that the largest XL-grade gemstone has the effect of permanently increasing the energy of the elf attribute. But unfortunately, gems of any size can only be absorbed once. After absorbing them, they will turn into ashes. I heard that powerful elf families use these gems to decorate furniture as a symbol of family strength. Sir, you know a lot. This is the reward for your victory in the battle. In this secret garden, there are other battle maids. If you are not in a hurry, you can fight with them in turn. The reward you get after winning is quite good. Rich Tilda, the maid winked and said playfully. Oh, a friendly reminder, although I don't know why, sir, the master let you in here. But according to the rules in the secret garden, if you fail the battle with the battle maid, you will be forcibly sent back to the master's office. Yo. Jin Yu nodded. According to his guess, he estimated that he also had to abide by this rule. As long as he was forcibly sent back, the task of subduing Xiaofudan would be considered a failure. But why can't it be so fragrant? I originally thought that these battle maids were mines, but I didn't expect that they were actually gift-giving boys. Tilda. 6 battle maids on this mini-map of the secret garden. According to Jin Yu's route forward, including the battle maid just now, 5 battle maids can fight them directly without taking a detour. With the route planned, Jin Wu moved on. On the way, he robbed the nest of a mook bird, and found a silver leaf, and 2 feathers, from it. Open black lens bracket silver leaf. Magical sterling silver leaves. Trees that grow this kind of leaves have not yet been found. Close black lens bracket. It doesn't seem to be of much use, but if you sell it to the elf center or a dedicated collector, you can make a fortune. Physical feather. A magical feather that can permanently slightly increase the stamina of an elf. Used on feathered elves, the best effect. Instant feather. A magical feather that can permanently slightly increase the speed of an elf. Used on feathered elves, the best effect. As for a 15th level mook bird and 2 10th level mook children, it was left to Lalula's, Jenny Turtle, and DC to deal with. Defeat the 15th level mook bird. The Jenny Turtle gets 590 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the 10th level mooker. The Jenny Turtle gets 120 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Jenny Turtle has been upgraded to level 13. Close black lens bracket. Defeat the 10th level mooker. Lalula's, and DC equally share the experience value of 60. Close black lens bracket. The first time DC fought, Jin Yu let it assist Lalu Lassie next to him. After all, DC only mastered the attack skill of Ghost attribute, and couldn't deal damage to Mukae with normal plus flying attribute. After this little episode, Jin Wu met the second battle maid. She looks equally beautiful, and she dresses a bit more openly than the first maid, and you can vaguely see some white and beautiful benefits. Hey Tilda, guess Tilda, I will be your opponent from now on. Tilda, please don't pity others. Tilda. Go on, mouth dumb flower. Tilda. Jin Wu. Open black lens bracket mouth flower. Qualification. Green. Level 20. Attributes. Grass, poison. Features. Chlorophyll. In fine weather, speed will increase. Body shape. 1.0 meters, 6.4 kilograms. The evolution of the trumpet bud, the flower with a dumb mouth, looks like a pitcher plant without a lid. It is not recommended to use it to experiment with bold ideas, because its mouth can spit out a strong, dissolving solution. Go on, Philomelas. Philo tilde. Philomelodes comes on the scene. The opposite side was stunned for a moment, and seemed to be confused by the pheromones on the pheromone, but because she was a girl, she quickly recovered. Guessed, your elf is really rare tilde however, single light is rare, not necessarily you can win the battle tilde. The voice just fell. Pheromero swished, and a silver whirlwind swayed from the transparent wings like long hair behind him. The stunned flower touches it, and loses the ability to fight instantly. For the elves with the grass attribute, the worm plus the fighting pheromite is not an exaggeration to be called the natural enemy. Defeat the 20-level dumb flower. Pheromero gets 1070 experience points. Close black lens bracket. For Philomelody, this experience is simply not enough to fill the gap between the teeth. If it weren't for the command of the great master, Philomelody would definitely disdain to shoot tilde. Quote. The scene was quiet for a while. Philomero turned around arrogantly and gracefully and looked at Jinyu. Her attitude changed 180 degrees in an instant, and her eyes were suddenly filled with adoration and fascination for Jinyu tilde. Ya tilde people's mouth is dumb tilde, and the battle maid can only babble. Then, very aggrieved, he handed Jinyu the trophy. The prize in this maid's hand was a skill book. This is the second time Jinyu saw the existence of the skill book from the door. The first time was the tie the straw knot obtained from Grass Crown. And this one is called Frozen Wind. The ice attribute skill, blowing the icy cold air to the opponent, will reduce the opponent's speed. It is a middle-level ice attribute skill book. Jinyu is quite satisfied that this skill book can be used by Jenny Turtle to learn, but he is worried that Jenny Turtle lacks the means of attack. Continue to move forward. On the way, the Jenny Turtle is directly summoned. The Jenny Turtle held the frozen wind and tried to spit out a small sip of water vapor from time to time. From the initial clear water, it gradually turned into a cold wind, and then it was slightly mixed with boulders, which means that the frozen wind is the initial stage. The experience was successful. At the end of the study, the frozen wind skill book became useless blank paper. Except for the very few esoteric skill books in the world, most skill books can only be learned once. Chapter 52, Power Candy. Next, Jinwu challenged 3 battle maids in a row. Respectively used. Open black lens bracket natural bird. Level 21. Open black lens bracket Mario. Level 22. Open black lens bracket Marthana. Level 25. The closer to the destination, the higher the level of this battle maid, like a trial specifically for Jinwu. So, does that old man know where Xiao Fudan is? Jinwu shook his head and didn't think about it too much. Maybe it was just a pastime for the rich. In all 3 battles, Jinwu let Philomelia appear. Under the crushing level of strength, Pherometis ended the battle in a flash every time. Defeat the 21st level natural bird. Pheromeria gets 1590 experience points. Close black lens bracket. Defeat level 22 Marilu. Pheromero gets 2200 experience points. Close black lens bracket. ... After the 3 battles, the experience value of Philomelas still hasn't risen much. However, in terms of props, there is still a lot of harvest. Irritable mint. A kind of magical mint leaf. After being used by elves, it will increase the speed attribute, but the defense attribute will be difficult to improve in the future. The target is cat elves. The effect is doubled. Xiao Yu played with the green mint leaves in his hand. Logically speaking, Zeraora would like this thing, but due to the negative effect, Xiao Yu did not give it to Zeraora for the time being. Power Candy. A candy full of energy that can increase the physical attack power of elves. Close black lens bracket. This thing is a good tonic whether it is for Zeraora or Pheromeria. It is a natural treasure similar to magic candy, which is usually difficult to obtain. L-size candies and XL-size candies with better effects. The highest grade 40 candy, the value is the same as the magic candy, it is very rare, and 1 can make the elves in the same star invincible. 1 to 10 is 1 star, 11 to 20 is 2 stars. In the spirit of not using people without suspicion and not using people who are suspicious, although Philomero is a strange beast, since joining Jin Yu's team, he has been following the rules, and these few battles are all due to Philomero's contribution, so, Jin Yu gave this power candy directly to Philomero. Philomero was overjoyed when she got this candy from Jinwoo. The Great Master actually gave him a reward. Even if the reward is small, Philomero will be grateful to Dade, let alone this power candy. Before the Philomero eats it, he can feel the surface content of enormous energy. In the extremely resource-poor space, this is an item that does not exist at all. Don't hesitate, just eat it. Seeing Philomelus stunned in place, Xiaoyu chuckled lightly. Philomero softly called out sweetly, confirming her eyes, that she is the person she will follow for the rest of her life. After eating the power candy, there was obviously red light surging around the Philomero, and Jinyu was always paying attention to the state of the Philomeu. The attack power has obviously increased, but the experience and the like have not changed at all. Jinyu made a bold assumption. If he consumes a lot of such items that increase basic attributes, will it affect his qualifications? Ordinary attribute candy is naturally impossible. Researchers have long known that, like attribute potion, this attribute candy has an upper limit, but what about XL candy above that? The conclusion is uncertain, at least currently. Jin Yu's strength cannot be confirmed, and the country of China, and even most of the trainers in the world, do not have the capital to prove it. Money is one aspect, and the most important thing is the place of production. For L rank and above attribute candies, only high-level secret realms are produced. At present, only 5-star and above trainers dare to explore this type of secret realm, and 5-star trainers only dare to be outside the high-level secret realm. Exploration, the only ones who can really get props in the advanced secret realm are the existences above the Heavenly King level. Jin Yu can only temporarily put this doubt aside. The item obtained after winning the battle with the third battle maid is a silver banana fruit. This itself is a very rare tree fruit item. Compared with the ordinary banana fruit, this silver banana fruit is equivalent to giving the elves a layer of debuff in advance. As long as the other elves are not too disgusted with you, it is not impossible to concede the ball directly. Sir, with this fruit, if you capture the elves, you will get twice the result with half the effort. After you complete the task of the master, there will be better rewards waiting for you there. This battle maid was really designed by the old man all the way. Xiaoyu smiled lightly, but now, no matter what the other party's goal is, he has reached the last step and has no reason to give up. In front of this place is a garden-like place, with beautiful flowers, a large number of hunting papilio, Bada butterfly and other insect-type Pokemon wandering around here. Ordinary people come here, it is estimated that they have to avoid them as carefully as possible. Although butterfly elves are famous for their elegance and tranquility, if they are frightened, they will subconsciously sprinkle a lot of phosphorus powder. Most of this phosphorus powder is paralysis powder, sleep powder, etc. It's fine in normal times. If you've been hit now and there's no antidote around, you'll have to lie here for a long time. It is estimated that this is the final game set by the old man. Jinyu smiled and shook his head, estimating the number and level of butterfly elves in the vicinity. Most of them are about 10 or 20 levels, but there are quite a few, and there are at least 100 on the map, so. Philomero, come out, clean up in one go, and collect all the experience points here. Chapter 53, Loyalty to my lord. This kind of experience is a good thing, and Philomero will naturally not object to it. After following Xiaoyu, Philomero clearly felt that the invisible barrier that bound him had disappeared. Don't look at the appearance of Philomelas being arrogant and despising the opponent every time it comes out, but in fact, after each battle, it can clearly feel that its strength is gradually improving, although it is only a very weak improvement, but this kind of feeling, still intoxicated by Philomero. You must know that, in addition to the kind of elves who are born and blessed, most elves will be stagnant due to various problems in addition to the qualification barrier. For example, the cause of the injury, dietary problems, or mood. Before following Jin Yu, Philomero also had the same trouble of stagnant strength. She was because of her state of mind. The ultimate space was extremely desolate. Most of the super alien beasts will have this kind of mood, but pheromorads are especially strong. But since following Jin Yu, this kind of problem has been solved naturally. Even if he didn't get anything beautiful, Philomelo's mood is still incomparable every day, and it naturally attributed these reasons to Jin Woo tilde. Beautiful thing, she's been looking for. Butterfly dance, add special attack, accelerate, and then, a large-scale, silver whirlwind. Crash. A large number of petals danced around the pherombus. In the end, it turned into a silver light blade and fell on the heads of the stunned butterflies. Under the increased attack power, these butterflies were powerless to resist, and they all lost their ability to fight. They rolled their eyes and collapsed in the garden. Experience increases. Although there are only a few thousand experience points each, but there are a lot of them. Finally, the pleasant upgrade sound sounded. Pherometis has been upgraded to level 50. Close black lens bracket. At the elf level, every 5th level is a small pit, and every 10th level is a big pit. Even the orange qualified pheromorads will also have a card level situation. However, after only following Jin Yu for less than 2 weeks, the imprisonment that had troubled him for a long time disappeared naturally. In the garden where the petals are fluttering, the noble as a queen Philomelis respectfully knelt down on one knee to Jin Woo, offering him the most sincere loyalty in his life. The move by Philometis just now made most of the elves in the garden incapable of fighting, and the coordinates stopped moving. Jin Yu didn't have much effort, and easily found Xiao Fuden, who was also incompetent. Throwing the luxury ball that was prepared for a long time. Clang tilde. Easy to conquer successfully. Afterwards, he returned to the old man's office safely, and put the luxurious ball that had captured Xiao Fuden in front of the old man. Jin Yu smiled and said, "Fortunately, I didn't lose my life." The whole process only took more than 3 hours. This kind of efficiency really made the old man stunned. The other party seemed to have already known where Xiao Fuden would be. The old man originally arranged for battle maids to be in the secret garden. In the beginning, the maids of these secret gardens were the old man who provided Jin Yu with the position of the little blessing eggs. The closer to the destination, the higher the level of the spirit of the battle maid. However, the old man had seen the big world, and soon recovered his calm, smiled and said, "It's really a hero coming out of a boy. Little friend Xiao Yu, let's see, I don't have any restrictions on this final reward. Whatever you want, you can report it directly. No matter what, as long as it is within my ability, I can fulfill it for you tilde." When the old man said this, he felt like the dragon in the 7 Dragon Balls, with an unfathomable look. Wu narrowed his eyes and repeated the question, "Any request will do." Old man nodded. "Yes, no matter what you want tilde, even if you want to take my place and get all my wealth, Xiao Yu tilde." Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. All those present who heard this were dumbfounded. The teapot in the maid's hand overflowed without knowing it. The dentures in the housekeeper's mouth also fell off because the mouth was too open. All kinds of silent surprises in front of him all show the extraordinary heritage of the old man, and Jin Yu has a hunch that if he really speaks, the old man will definitely keep his promise and put it into action. As a reward, this is enough. After a short silence, Jin Yu moved, and he took an vacant, luxury ball from the old man's table. Then he turned around and left, waving his hand dashingly with his back to the old man. Old man was stunned for a while, and couldn't help but shouted at Jin Yu, "Wait, you don't want to know, how much is my property? Are you not afraid that you missed a great opportunity to get ahead?" The old man's words made Jin Yu pause, but soon, Jin Yu continued to walk away. Making things out of nothing, that's a dream. Getting something for nothing, that's poverty. Now I'm in the most glorious moment of my life. Why should I replace the boring record that others have reached the end? When the words fell, Jinyu had also walked out of the castle gate. His back is bohemian, and his future is bright. The old man shook his head with a wry smile. Feelings, he is a big business empire, but people still look down on him. Cut, Grandpa, I'll tell you, this guy is very stinky, and he has a glorious moment in his life. He only knows how to be handsome. As Jinyu left, a pink-carved jade-carved person walked out from the next door, dressed in a dress. Girl. This girl, Xiao Yu knows, is Duan Ganyushuan. Let Duan Ganyushuan be replaced by the existence of grandfather, who is this old man, and his identity will naturally be revealed. The richest man in China today, Duan Qinlongyan. Seeing the girl coming, Duan Qinlongyan smiled dotingly. This little friend is really an interesting person. In fact, why did he say something wrong? My achievements have reached the limit. It is difficult to be in 100 feet. Going a step further. And what I said just now is not untrue. If he wants my property, I will give him all of it. Chapter 54. The Astonishment of Duan Qinlongyan. Perhaps Duan Ganyushuan never worried about the economy since he was born, so now even his grandfather said he would give all his property to others, but he did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he said seriously, Grandpa, your company can't be run by ordinary people. Hey, just treat it as a dowry for my precious granddaughter. Grandpa has tested it. This young man will definitely have a bright future. It's just a matter of time. Duan Ganyushuan has no concept of economics, but he is particularly sensitive to Xiao Yu. Hearing her grandfather say this, he immediately jumped up and said shyly, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. I don't see that kid. Up. The veteran Duan Ganlongyan smiled and didn't answer. He knew of Xiao Yu's existence, or it was because Duan Ganyushuan had been nagging him in his ear for the past 2 days. Of the young people that his granddaughter usually comes into contact with, who is not the heir to the wealthy and powerful family? But Duan Ganlongyan had never heard Duan Ganyushuan talk about these people in front of him. And Xiao Yu, an ordinary person from a mediocre family, heard frequently from Duan Ganyushuan's mouth in the past 2 days that Duan Ganlongyan's ears were about to break out. No, he found an opportunity to get in touch with this young man. The result is naturally beyond Duan Qinlongyan's expectations. Originally, in his understanding, this young man named Xiao Yu is quite accomplished in elf fighting, but in the contact, he found that the level of the other party's knowledge is more than what he knew. The big names in academia didn't give in too much. Although the other parties showed signs of hiding in the conversation, most of the conclusions were made by Xiao Yu's guidance, and Duan Qinlongyan came to it himself. Duan Qinlongyan, who can live as an adult, how can he not see it? The conversation was very pleasant, and Duan Qinlongyan gave Xiao Yu a second round of testing, and deliberately took him to a luxurious office courtyard. The other party did not deliberately hide his surprise, but exclaimed frankly, praised frankly, and then, as calmly as before, chatted with Duan Qinlongyan. Duan Qinlongyan's eyesight can easily determine whether he deliberately pretended or not. In the second round of tests, Xiao Yu's performance was still impeccable. After that, I searched for the elf, and arranged for the maid to deliberately charm. Jinyu's movements and demeanor were still not disguised in the slightest, and there was embarrassment and a wry smile. And the only thing Duan Ganlongyan can't see through is the strength of Jinyu. As the richest man, Duan Qinlongyan has always believed that his granddaughter, Duan Ganyushuan's strength is definitely a top-notch existence among the younger generation of Central Continent country, but what about Xiao Yu? It is meaningless whether it is stronger or not, but it is a matter of several levels of strength. For some reason, Duan Qinlongyan felt the same aura of his youngest son on the other side. A person with knowledge is not scary, a person with strength, although scary, can outsmart. And someone like Jinyu, who has both intelligence and strength, and who is so young, is absolutely terrifying. Perhaps, at present, the only person who can compare with this young man in Central Continent is the champion, right? Duan Qinlongyan shook his head with a smile. No wonder the other party didn't care about his wealth. With such abilities, why should he rush for temporary wealth? Grandpa, Grandpa. The voice of his granddaughter awakened him from his contemplation. What are you thinking about? Hee, when people are old, they like to be in a daze. Oh, by the way, Xiao Fudan you liked last time, Xiao Yu caught it for you. Duan Ganyushuan was in a complicated mood and took the luxury ball from Duan Ganlongyan. Grandpa tilde who asked you to entrust him tilde I didn't say it, I want to conquer it myself tilde. Haha, isn't Grandpa also in the mentality of trying it out? How can you know that this young man Jinyu really conquered Xiao Fudan from being surrounded by so many butterfly fairies tilde? Ah. Jinyu touched his nose. At this moment he was a little regretful. Just now, did he ask for too little? Hey tilde as a human being, you shouldn't be handsome, and at worst, you should have a secret technique, or a special feed formula, or something. The old man looks quite rich. I believe that even if he doesn't have it, he should be able to buy a set with money, right? In the past few days, I have almost visited Xincheng High School, so Jinyu was about to leave. During this period, he had thought about challenging Xincheng Gym, but he didn't really want to fight with Feromero and Zeraora. Both are too special and too showy. If they won the gym competition, it is estimated that they will soon be approached and questioned by interested people. Jinyu doesn't want to attract attention for the time being, so he plans to train Lalu around him first. Drawing them, waiting for them to grow up, thinking about the gym. So now, he decided to go to the next city, Mirage. I heard that there are many surfing trainers in that place, and there are many trainers who have obtained the skill book in the unique secret realm of that sea city, surfing. With this skill, the elves can easily deal with turbulent water currents, and at the same time, the durability and load-bearing performance will be greatly improved. The most important thing is that Jinyu heard that from ancient times to the present, there have been many shipwrecks around the sea market, including some merchant ships that transported a lot of jewelry, and he is a man with searchability tilde if he is lucky enough to get it. I'm a little excited just thinking about it tilde. At the same time, the sea market also has very famous historical buildings. The largest dock building in Zhongzhou is open to the outside world. Also, I heard that there will be a market and temple fair in the near future. There will be many people selling things they don't need. Stuff, among them, there is no shortage of some trainers. It's a great place to pick up leaks. To sum up, he decided to set off for the sea market immediately. If you want to go to the sea market, you naturally have to take a boat, and Jinyu still has about 300,000 spare money on him. For a few thousand yuan, you can easily buy a ticket for a luxury passenger ship. At least that's what Jinwu originally thought. Chapter 55. New Destination, Mirage. But after arriving at the dock, Jinyu realized that he was still too naive. I'm sorry, this guest, the ticket to the sea market was sold out 2 days ago. Jinwu. What's the situation? The staff bowed apologetically to Jinyu. That's right, because the recent sea market fair is just around the corner, and many trainers are coming here because of their fame. During this time, the sea market tickets are always very nervous. I can't do anything, I can only blame myself for being slow, Xiao Yu thought to himself, why don't I spend a lot of money this time and rent a flying pet to go directly? Although the travel expenses may be tens of thousands, but with Xiao Yu's current savings, it is barely still enough. I'm very sorry, guest, the flying pet has been rented out a day ago. Well, money has become the most worthless thing in love these days. In order to join in the fun, the 8 immortals cross the sea. Jinyu came to the beach near the sea and looked at the blue sea. The Jenny turtle is still too young to do the job of carrying people for a long time. The long-winged gulls flying freely, at this moment he really wanted to incarnate into them. Come on, it's a lottery draw. The grand prize is a sea market ticket tilde the number of places is limited. First come first served. The captain is experienced, and we are guaranteed to send you to your destination within 1 day. The people who shouted and sold were a man and a woman who looked very young working men, wearing Hawaiian t-shirts and carrying a lottery paper basket around their necks. Quote. Suspicious feeling lingered, and the other party seemed to have only appeared shortly after Jin Yu came here. That is, this is marketing specifically for him. Jin Yu deliberately probed, and pretended not to be interested and stayed away from them. Sure enough, the next moment, they came directly in front of Jin Yu, and one of the female salesmen went up to Jin Yu and said, "Guests over there, we are holding a lottery here. Why don't you come and have a look? Is it? The grand prize is a C-market ticket. Apart from the grand prize, our second and third prize gifts are very good. Logically speaking, it is naturally best not to approach this kind of thing, but Jin Yu wanted to know who was behind the plan, so he took a one from it. Spreading it out at will, the two salesmen pretended to come over to look at it, and the next moment, it was a tinkling to celebrate for Xiao Yu. Congratulations to this guest, you won the first prize. Our company will send you to and from the sea for free. Come, guests, please come with us to our company's dock. The two said, leading the way in front of them. As expected, when Jin Yu was carrying them on his back, he quietly spread out the other two paper signs from his palm, which he just took casually, with the words, "First prize," written on them. Please, be a little more professional if you want to cheat. I don't know who hired a bunch of idiots. Jin Yu silently complained in the back. The destination is a thatched bamboo raft stall that resembles a beach stand. Originally, this kind of stall sold at most things like soda, coconut milk, etc. At most, it was for the purpose of renting 2 swimsuits, but now, next to this stall, there was a very luxurious passenger ship. How to describe this feeling? Well, it's like you are shopping, you fancy a cheese bread, and then you buy it home and take it apart. It turns out to be a super luxurious birthday cake. This Nima, the degree of violation is breaking the table. The person who planned this must have a hole in his head. Yo, you're the lucky one, right? Hurry up and get on the ship. This captain will make you feel like the wind. There was a sweet coquettish voice on the deck of the passenger ship. When Xiao Yu looked up, the corners of his brows twitched. It turns out that you are the one who has lost his mind. Ching Ketching. At this time, Ching Ketching was wearing a close-fitting women's captain's suit, with a fluttering skirt and a slender figure, black stockings wrapped around her slender and even legs, and a pair of high heels on her feet, which was very tempting. Of course, if you can remove the remnant black sunglasses and masks on your face, the charming level will keep up with a higher level. Shouldn't she think that with a mask and sunglasses, others won't recognize him? Cough. Guest, although this captain knows that he is charming, it is time to set off, otherwise I will miss the schedule. Seeing that Xiao Yu kept staring at him, for fear of revealing something, Ching Ketching pretended to be relaxed and casual. Just kidding. Ching Ketching, what are you doing? Xiao Yu sighed. Guest, I don't know what you're talking about. I guess you're mistaken. I'm the captain of this ship, not Ching Ketching. You can call me Elizabeth. Quote. Please, choose an auspicious name if you want to talk nonsense. In history, are you not afraid of the sinking of the ship? However, after knowing that the messenger behind the scenes was Ching Ketching, Xiao Yu was relieved and said to the girl lightly, I owe you a debt, thank you. After he finished speaking, he didn't make things difficult, and walked directly to the passenger ship. Hearing Xiao Yu thank him, Ching Ketching felt a little sweet in his heart. But next, Ching Ketching seems to be planning to carry out cosplay to the end, even though Jin Yu has seen her forgetting to wear a mask several times on the boat. The girl still disagrees, thinking that she is well hidden. Jin Yu took this opportunity to see the confused and cute side of the girl. Of course, the most terrible thing is that Ching Ketching abides by his own character. She thought that as the captain, she had to drive the passenger ship herself, and every time she drove the ship upside down, she was frightened by the surrounding mediocrity. Fortunately, there was no such thing on the sea. What road? There was no accident. In the end, Someone still invited Jinyu to come over and ask him to accompany Qing Keqing to chat, and then the girl was invited out of the wheelhouse. Almost tomorrow morning, we will be able to arrive at our destination. Guests can rest assured, Tilda, Qing Keqing assured, patting her chest. Isn't that right? The premise is that you don't go into the cabin to make trouble. The two were chatting one after another, when suddenly, the ship roared and there was a violent shock. Chapter 56, Shipwrecked. What happened? Immediately after the ship shook, a maid came to report to Jinwoo and the others. Miss back. Ah, no, back to the captain. The bottom of the boat seems to have touched an unknown reef, and now the staff has gone to check the problem. The maid was in a hurry and almost missed her mouth, but Qing Keqing kept going. Staring at her. You guys, really, I'm not in the captain's room for a while, so I made such a big mess for me. Yes. The maid didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the final analysis, what happened this time wasn't because of the master in front of her. Due to the random sailing of the boat, the route completely deviates from the original trajectory, and this is the unknown accident. Of course, these words can't be said to the master, and they can only bear the blame. Qing Keqing and Xiao Yu rushed to the bottom of the boat, just as a staff member climbed up from below. Seeing Xiao Yu and Duan Ganyushuan, he shook his head with a wry smile. Small cough. Captain, there is a big hole at the bottom of the cabin. If we continue to sail like this, the ship probably won't be able to reach its destination, and it will have to dock first. The shore will be suspended, and then we will go to sea to check. But in this vast sea, where is there any docking place? Qing Keqing's face became bitter. The sea area here has not been explored, and there is no detailed map at all. It is easier said than done to find a place to stay. About 300 miles to the east, there is a small island, which is the closest settlement to here. According to the speed of the ship, it will take more than 2 hours to arrive. This is almost the limit distance that the ship can withstand at present. If it exceeds it, it is very likely that the loophole cannot be filled. In the worst case, all the crew will be shipwrecked. Mr. Jinyu, are you sure? In the face of this kind of thing, the staff also had to be cautious. Jinyu nodded confidently. I'm a layman who sails a boat, and I don't know how to describe the latitude and longitude coordinates, but I can pinpoint the route of the voyage, please believe me. The system is not dry rice. The staff was still a little hesitant. After all, this was about the lives of all the staff. Just follow Mr. Xiao Yu's destination. I'm responsible for everything. At the same time, send a distress signal. At this time, Qing Keqing spoke up, and the girl really showed a bit of captaincy at the critical moment. Demeanor, orderly orders everyone's actions. Yes, these people are all loyal to the Qing family. Since their eldest lady has spoken, they will naturally have no objections. Seeing that everyone was busy at the moment, Xiao Yu glanced at Qing Keqing unexpectedly and said with a smile, I can't tell, Keqing, you are quite a leader. Mr. Xiao Yu has won the prize, it's just. After saying that, Qing Keqing shook his head vigorously and said, I'm not Miss Qing Keqing. Really? Jinyu didn't talk nonsense, turned around and prepared to assist the crew to guide the destination. Before leaving, he said casually, oh, by the way, Miss Captain, you forgot to bring your mask and sunglasses. Just now I thought it was dark at night and couldn't see clearly, so I took it off. Huh. Qing Keqing subconsciously touched her face. It was bright and clean. Suddenly, her face blushed. Yay, I was dismantled. Hate tilde. ... Under the guidance of Jinyu, after almost an hour, they saw the destination island. At this time, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jinwoo, thank you so much for helping us a lot. Jinwoo smiled and nodded. It should be. The small island in front of it looks a bit strange. It is crescent-shaped. The curved arc inside is a sandy beach, while the large curved arc on the other side is surrounded by mountains. If everyone wants to go ashore, they can only drive in. Inside the arc, everything is going according to plan. In the dark part of the ship, the corner of a maid's mouth rose slightly. After going ashore, the staff were still carrying out repair work. Although the bottom plate of the ship was damaged a bit, it was fortunate that it was discovered early, and now it has docked ashore in time. With the help of technology and elf skills, the repair is not too difficult. During the time of repair, the size. Captain, the maid said again. Ching-Ketching waved his hands indifferently with a dejected face. Don't cover it up, you guys are really bad at covering up. Lord Xiaoyu has already discovered it. That's right, Tilda, the maid smiled, thinking that we are each other. Then please, Miss and Mr. Jinyu, please enjoy the night on this lonely island as you like. Tilda, you can go ashore, but don't run too far, because this small island seems to be an uninhabited island. There are elves and dangers. Unknown, so, the maid was still chattering. Ching-Ketching has already taken Jinyu ashore. That's the maid who took care of me since I was a child. Like the housekeeper, she always likes to talk. Ching-Ketching showed a rare playful expression and stuck out her pink tongue at Xiaoyu. It can be seen that everyone loves you very much. These followers did not care so much about Ching-Ketching just because of their duties, but more like they came from the heart and regarded Ching-Ketching as a friend, or as a junior. This is the case, obviously, because Ching-Ketching is a lively and cheerful person and treats people equally. Without lingering on this topic, the two of them quickly turned their attention to the uninhabited island in front of them. I didn't pay much attention to it just now because of my nervousness, but now I realize that this small island as a whole feels like the moon, not only in shape, but also the moonlight shining in the night sky is extraordinarily bright. Jinyu subconsciously looked at the small map of the system, and suddenly found that this place seems to have a lot of. Chapter 57, Crescent Moon Island. Ding! Found Crescent Island, and the simulated map is drawn. On the map simulated in Jinwu's mind, the coordinates of a large piece of props suddenly appeared. Open black lens bracket moonstone close black lens bracket. A lot of open black lens bracket moonstones close black lens bracket. Go and take you to a nice place. Xiaoyu grabbed Ching-Ketching and Weed, and quickly ran to the depths of the island. Huh, Jinwu-sama. Ching-Ketching felt the boy's body temperature from the palm of his hand, and couldn't help blushing. Except for her father, the girl had never touched other boys when she grew up so big. Although Jinyu's action was very sudden, Ching-Ketching didn't feel disgusted at all. Subconsciously following in the footsteps of Jinyu, he ran towards the depths of Crescent Moon Island. It should be a very dangerous island, but with Jinyu leading the way in front of him, Ching-Ketching only felt a special sense of security. After a trot, Ching-Ketching began to gasp for breath. Lord Xiaoyu, where are we going? It's right in front. Jinyu looked back and smiled, cooperated with Ching-Ketching to slow down a little bit, and pushed aside the grass in front of him. The scene in front of him immediately made one's eyes bright. These are. Looking at the scene in front of her, Ching-Ketching's rosy mouth also opened slightly, and her jade hand was hidden. In front of him was a bright yellow light. The large piece of moonstone, under the illumination of the moonlight, shines brightly, rendering the ground as if it were the surface of the moon. Ching-Ketching felt that the scene in front of him was so dreamy and hazy. He only felt that he was flying to the moon, and the man who brought him to this fairyland was naturally the man in front of him. Lord Xiaoyu, this is? Ching-Ketching asked in a murmur with a glint of infatuation in her eyes. Well, to put it simply, it seems that this piece of land can easily absorb the essence of the moon. Under the illumination of the moon over the years, such a large piece of moonstone gradually formed. All evolution stones have their own qualities, and some evolution stones of excellent quality can even help elves directly upgrade their qualifications when they evolve. Of course, this is not what Ching-Ketching wants to hear. She wants to ask, why did the boy in front of her come to such a dreamy place? Doesn't he know that for girls, the atmosphere of the scene in front of them is more addicting than countless love words and gifts? The girl's family Weichen's mind exploded at this moment. If Xiaoyu was really doing something to her at this moment, Ching-Ketching would probably be willing to obey everything. But just at this beautiful time, an unpleasant voice sounded. I'm very sorry, Mr. Xiao Yu, for disturbing your rendezvous with the daughter of the Qing family, but I really can't think of a better chance to attack you than now, Tilda. A black phantom appeared in front of him. Even in this fluffy maid outfit, it still couldn't hide his enchanting figure. Well, to be honest, you should have shot directly without making a sound, but the result is the same. Jin Yu replied calmly. Clang. There was a crisp sound, and under the moonlight, a sun elf and Pharaohmero collided with each other. The moon elf made a move, steel tail, while Pharaohmetis used double kicks to fight against it. The two tails were on the legs, and for a while, neither of the two sides suppressed the other. Philomelis looked a little dignified. This is the first time it has seen an elves other than Zeraora who can compete with it in terms of strength since it came to another world. Open black lens bracket sun elf. Qualification. Purple level cap. Level 60. Level 53. Attribute. Super power. Features. Synchronization magic mirror, not affected by the opponent's changing moves, and bounces them back. Gender. Female. Body size. 0.9 meters, 26.5 kilograms. Allah, it's an accident. I didn't expect Mr. Xiao Yu to have such a sense of precaution when he was waiting for such a beautiful time. I'm really surprised, Tilda. The maid covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. Who are you? You are not our maid. Why are you here? At this time, Qing Keqing also realized that something was wrong, and even asked. The maid smiled slightly and didn't answer directly. About my identity, Miss Qing, you can ask Mr. Xiao Yu next to you. Maybe it's his current wife. Huh, Qing Keqing was really startled, and looked at Xiao Yu in surprise. Don't talk nonsense. You chose to take action here now. You should have done your homework, right? Xiao Wuyan. Xiao Yu slowly raised his head, looked at the woman, and said calmly. Giggle, thanks to Mr. Jin Wu, I didn't expect to remember the little girl's name Tilda. Whoa Tilda. After speaking, the lady maid gently pinched a corner of her cheek with her fingers, and then tore it off. The originally mediocre face fell off, and was replaced by an enchanting face that matched her beautiful figure. Originally, I just wanted to find an opportunity to solve Mr. Xiao Yu and you all directly on the sea when you were on the boat, but I didn't expect that at a critical time, Mr. Xiao Yu discovered this island Tilda, Xiao Wu said as she spoke. Yan slowly bent down her slender waist. Qianqiansu's hand slowly stroked the moonstones on the ground. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure mine of moonstones on this uninhabited island. Judging from the quality of the surface, it is estimated that there will be more here. The best moonstone will be born Tilda. The top quality moonstone is what Xiao Yu said before. It can help elves evolve and improve their aptitude by the way. Although people in the world don't know the attribute of aptitude, elves use evolution stones of different qualities and have different powers. Can still be clearly felt. Mr. Xiao Yu, you are really a lucky star. To be honest, I am really reluctant to kill you Tilda. When she said this, Xiao Wuyan's expression was very seductive, and she licked her red lips with the tip of her tongue. This tone didn't sound like she was speaking to someone she wanted to kill, but more like she was whispering to her lover. Chapter 58. A woman with a bad taste. But I think you're annoying, so I decided to stay here once and for all. Jin Yu said this with a blank expression, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. Hearing this, Xiao Wuyan was stunned for a while, and then she giggled again. Mr. Xiao Yu, it seems that you are also waiting for this opportunity to get rid of me, right? Who knows? Jin Wu shrugged. It is true that Xiao Wuyan guessed right. Xiao Yu discovered her whereabouts, but it was only after boarding the ship that he discovered Xiao Wuyan's existence. At that time, the passenger ship had already sailed to the middle of the sea. Yan wanted all the jade to be burnt, and directly sank the passenger ship, but he really had no absolute certainty to stop it. Fortunately, the island was discovered when he was killed, and Xiao Yu decided to do it. On the one hand, he really noticed where the moonstone was. On the other hand, he was far away from the bodyguards of the Qing family, and he also wanted to try to hang Xiao Wuyan out. Sometimes, I really doubt, Mr. Xiao Yu, are you really only 17 years old? Xiao Wuyan whispered. This kind of judgment and perception ability is really terrifying and difficult. Imagine what kind of existence you will become when you grow up in the future. So, Mr. Jin Wu, for the world to have one less terrifying monster, please leave here first. While speaking, Xiao Wuyan waved her palm, and the sun elf rushed out like a giant. Sacrifice and crash. As soon as it came up, it was a profound move with general attributes. Feromero did not underestimate the enemy, and was ready to attack with a bounce attack, first avoiding the opponent's attack, then flying down, and a flying kick burst. The combination of the power of the two moves is not inferior to sacrifice clash or even better. Sunny. The sun elf returned without success, and it was still covered in dust. It clearly felt that its level was stronger than the opponent's, but the basic combat power of the opposite elf was still not weaker than itself. This kind of equal battle is a little different from what Xiao Wuyan imagined, but the woman still did not show the slightest panic, but flushed and gasped morbidly, Mr. Xiao Yu, what are you still doing? How many secrets are there that I don't know? If I can, I really want to tear you apart layer by layer right now to see what's inside your body and mind. Jin Wu was silent. But it's a pity. I have a mission after all, so let's end this interesting tryst. While speaking, Xiao Wuyan took out something like a remote control from her bosom and pressed it lightly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise around. Listening, it should be the roar of the elves. Sassy sassy. Soon, the voices of these elves got closer and closer. In the end, a large group appeared in front of Jin Yu and others. The comers include King Nido, who is like a small dinosaur, Queen Nido, and Fat Ketting and Pixie, who are monster spirit Pokemon. These are all elves who evolved by relying on the moonstone. Some are attracted by the abundant moonlight here, such as Dark Crow, Moon Elf, Moonstone, Main Rock Werewolf, etc. Most of them are above the 30th level. The number is huge, and at this moment, these elves are surrounded by a strange black aura. Darkness. These are augmented dark elves. Come to think of it, before Xiao Wuyan came, he used black technology to hook the nearby elves and force them to blacken. Master Jin Wu, what's wrong with these elves? Qing Keqing snuggled up beside Xiao Yu, looking at so many elves around her, looking at them with a bad expression. She couldn't help but feel a little panic in her heart. What a nasty woman, Xiao Yu scolded Xiao Wuyan with a smacking tongue. Xiao Wuyan was not ashamed, but proud, and said to Xiao Yu, thank you for your praise. Mr. Xiao Yu's hatred is my supreme glory. That's it. Mr. Jin Wu, please take your time to enjoy the luxurious fairy feast I prepared for you. After speaking, Xiao Wuyan turned around and was about to leave. Before leaving, he did not forget to make an ambiguous joke. I'm looking forward to meeting Mr. Jin Wu again. Next time it's best just the two of us. Of course, the premise is that you can survive. Xiao Wuyan took off her maid outfit, wearing a black tights with a small rocket booster. Boom. The whole person rose to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Wuyan suddenly felt a flash in front of her eyes, as if some blue electric light was rushing towards her. The experience of countless dangerous missions made her sixth senses far surpass ordinary people. At the critical moment, she threw a black technology shield ball. Ba ba. Several spheres burst open in an instant, forming protective shields similar to guard. The electric light stabbed, and the protective shields of these spheres were pierced one by one, and it was only on the last one that they barely blocked the sudden attack. Boom boom boom. With the thrust of the explosion, Xiao Wuyan successfully lifted off. Although she was a little embarrassed, no one was injured. Not daring to stop at all, Xiao Wuyan immediately pushed the thrust to the maximum in the air and hurriedly fled. I was already very alert, but I didn't expect that in the end. I still underestimated him. The strength of the elf who just shot, at least has the strength of the king. It seems that the only way to subdue him is to organize those cadres. Hee hee, Tilda, it seems that in order to fulfill the promise to meet him next time, I have to exercise a little bit tilde. Xiao Wuyan's bright mouth raised lightly, and the blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. She didn't care, she just kept smiling morbidly on the sea in the dark night. ... Blah, blah. The ground flashed blue lightning arcs, and Zeraora smashed a large crater similar to a meteorite on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding elves had been cleared by Zeraora. They are not too small, but for Zeraora, who is already at level 60, he can only barely plug his teeth, and it cannot be used to upgrade. Jinyu looked at the night sky and couldn't help but click his tongue. He originally thought that Zeraora would sneak up on her, but he didn't expect this woman to have such a strong perception ability, so she let her run away. Chapter 59. The Quality of the Moonstone. Qing Keqing, who has been watching the battle, said that she and her friends were stunned. She really didn't expect that Jinyu's strength would be so strong, and he was no different than the invincible father in her mind. Are you okay? Xiao Yu turned around a little bit. What caught Qing Keqing's eyes was a handsome face with a slight smile. He had seen countless young heroes, but none of them could be like Xiao Yu. It made her feel so excited. Well, slowly lowered his head and nodded obediently. It's fine, just pick up some moonstones, and then we'll go back to the boat. If it's too late, it's estimated that your maids will be worried again. Using the search function, Jinwu can easily find the best quality moonstone. The surface layer was of the worst quality, and Jinyu asked Zeraora and Philomelis to help, and easily lifted a layer of land, revealing a large piece of shiny moonstone underneath. One of the most eye-catching is a moonstone that looks like the moon. The normal quality moonstone is as black and shiny as the night sky, but this moonstone is bright and clear. Moonstone Superior, a precious stone that can enable specific elves to evolve. 100% can increase the quality of elves by 1 level of quality during evolution, and there is a probability of 2 levels of quality in a row. Close black lens bracket. There is no fixed upper limit for the quality of this increase. That is to say, if there is an elf with a red qualification, it is very likely to change into a golden qualification, or even a colorful qualification. This effect is not a bunker. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his pocket. After that, Xiao Yu picked out a few top-grade moonstones. The effect was naturally not as bad as the top-grade moonstones, but for most people, it was still impossible to meet. Ask for something. Moonstone Top Grade is a precious stone that can enable specific elves to evolve. It has a chance to increase the quality of the elves by 1 rank during evolution, and has a high probability to increase the elves' attribute values. Close black lens bracket. Which attribute value is improved is random, and it may not change. Most of the rest are mid-grade and low-grade stones. The mid-grade moonstone has a chance to increase the attribute value, and the low-grade only has the effect of evolution. Xiao Yu has chosen the moonstone, but Qing Keqing is still hesitating. For the girl, these moonstones are not good or bad at all, just because the one looks good and the other is pleasing to the eye. But even so, Xiao Yu also found that Qing Keqing had found several high-grade moonstones and had to be convinced by this powerful RP. The two returned with a full load. Just as Xiao Yu thought, a boatload of people is going crazy looking for Qing Keqing. Seeing that the eldest lady came back safely at this moment, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they sailed safely. During this period, Xiao Yu used the system's search function to check the ship and found a large number of bombs left by Xiao Wuyan on the ship. Logically speaking, Xiao Wuyan has a lot of opportunities to detonate these bombs. But I don't know what the crazy woman was thinking, but she kept all these bombs and turned them into scrap metal. Shaking his head, Jinyu won't embarrass himself about things he can't figure out. He's not obsessive-compulsive. At most, next time he catches that woman, he will use special means to extort a confession. A little later than the schedule, it was noon when we arrived at the sea market. Mr. Jinwu, my father Sama temporarily arranged for me to go to the sea market dock to do some errands. When I'm done with things, I'm here to go to the market with Jinwu Sama, and then I'll contact Jinwoo-sama by phone. Abandoning these words, Ching Keching left with a bunch of entourage. Left alone, Jinwoo felt much more at ease. After a stretch, everything went according to plan. First of all, of course, I have to find the surfing cheats. Without further ado, Jinwoo set off in the direction of the secret realm unique to Heishi. Approaching the entrance to the secret realm, Jinwoo saw a lot of people floating in the sea fishing, and even hawkers shouting and selling fishing rods and bait. Out of curiosity, Jinwoo stepped forward and pulled a hawker to inquire. Guest, don't you know? There is a fishing conference here. The highest prize is a set of good fishing rods and fishing gear, as well as an entrance ticket to the unique secret realm of the sea market. Quote ? Xiao Yu wondered, are the tickets for this secret realm very expensive? Why are there so many people competing for the first place for one ticket? The hawker was very patient, and explained to Xiao Yu one by one on the way. The guests are probably from outside, and I don't know the market of this sea market. It is true that the tickets for the secret realm of the sea market are usually nothing unusual, as long as if you have money, you can buy whatever you want, but in the secret realm of the sea market during this period, there is a high probability that a surfing skill book will appear. Skill book. Guest, who wouldn't be tempted by this thing? Because of this, back then, the secret realm of the sea market was a bloody storm. Many ghosts, snakes, and black household trainers of unknown origin would think of entering this secret realm and fetching a skill book. The methods were vile, which not only affected the environment elves in the secret realm, but also harmed them. A large number of low-star trainers, in order to fundamentally prevent this kind of thing from happening, the official will restrict the sale of secret realm tickets at this time. Quote. That's why this scene where tickets are hard to find now happens. Jinwoo nodded. It turns out that there is such a doorway in this secret sea market. Guest, if you came earlier some time ago, there may be other ways to get tickets, but now, the way to get tickets is even rarer. As far as I know, this fishing conference is the only way. Hey, by the way, do you want to participate as a guest? Look, we've been chatting with you for a long time, and we are already familiar with each other. Why don't you buy a fishing rod from me? Hey, look at the good face of the guest, can I sell you one cheaper? Jinwoo, this peddler's tricks are so deep. Chapter 60, Fishing Conference. The hawker is really good at doing business, but hearing him say that, Jinwoo is indeed interested in this fishing event. In addition to the tickets, the winner can also have a set of good fishing gear. This is a good thing. Although Jinwoo has a search function, he can easily find the coordinates of all the elves in the water, but unless Jinwoo dives directly, even if he is directly above the water surface where the elves are, it is useless if they don't tell you. And this fishing gear is the best prop for trainers to attract water spirits. The higher the quality of open black lens bracket fishing tackle close black lens bracket, the higher the natural attractiveness. I heard that the legendary, super fishing rod and fishing tackle, even if you don't use the bait and throw it into the water, there will still be hundreds of water spirits vying to bite the bait. The fishing rods sold by the hawkers are naturally not treasured props, just ordinary fishing rods, but a little work has been done on the material. After all, elves are much stronger than ordinary fish, and fishing rods without special processing are almost break as soon as you pull. At the moment, Xiao Yu couldn't find any other fishing rods, so he bought one from a hawker for 6,000 yuan. The other party claimed that it was already a friendship price. As long as it is about elves, the river water is 3 more expensive. Point. This peddler is also reliable, and directly sent Jinwoo a large bag of bait. To put it bluntly, it is just some cheap water-type elves feed. It's not as high grade as Jinwoo's own feed. After that, it's time to sign up. The way to sign up for this fishing conference is very casual. You can sign up at any time of the day, as long as you hand in 5,000 yuan. Of course, a fool can tell the difference. It's natural to participate in a competition like this for a long time. The greater the probability of winning. The deadline is 6:10 in the evening. whoever can catch the heaviest elf within the specified sea area will be the winner. By the way, the Pokeball and other catching tools are self-provided throughout the competition, and black technology cannot be used to cheat. If found, the trainer will be permanently disqualified from the fishing competition. The punishment is very serious, so no one dares to knowingly commit the crime. Now that he has decided to participate in the competition, Jinyu is naturally rushing for the title of first place. As soon as I entered the fishing area, I felt a tense atmosphere coming. Because of the special nature of the fishing competition, there was no MC announcer. Although the black technology inspection and supervision are powerful, no one can check Jinyu's system. The search function was activated immediately, and the coordinates of the entire sea spirit appeared in Jinyu's mind at once. Not to mention, there are really a lot of elves in this sea area, and there are a wide variety of them. The large pincer crabs, ink seahorses, etc., which are commonly seen in the eastern part of central China, to the lobster soldiers, sharp-toothed fish, etc. It can be seen, and even the sea rabbits and small ball-flying fish that are unique to other continents can also be seen here. Sharpening the knife without accidentally chopping wood, Xiaoyu did not rush into action, but observed the types and weights of all the elves in the area. The heaviest elves in the sea are naturally the king whale king, which is not only huge and terrifying, but also weighs the least. There are also more than 300 kilograms, and the developed roaring whale king is even more than 10,000 tons. Of course, don't say there is no such elves here. Even if there are, no one has the arm strength to catch such a behemoth. Next, there are rogue overlords in the sea like the giant toothed shark, but there are no such elves here. It is estimated that the organizer is afraid of accidents and deliberately isolates such elves. Jinyu looked around, and in this place close to the center of the sea, he finally found a fat elf of his favorite weight. I decided to catch you. Because the goal is far away, Jinyu plans to rent a boat. As long as there are fishing facilities here, you can basically find it. When renting a boat, Jinyu did not skimp on money, because to fish in the sea, the foothold must be to be reliable. The whole rental fee is calculated on an hourly basis, 5,000 yuan per hour. Jinyu reluctantly paid the deposit. Damn it, the trainer's wallet is being calculated everywhere in this game. But thinking that the grand prize is the ticket and good fishing rod and fishing gear, these efforts are worth it. Turn on the propeller of the boat, and soon, you will arrive at the destination. Xiaoyu unexpectedly discovered that at this time, in the central area of this sea area, there was already a person fishing. It was a middle-aged uncle. Looking at his temples, he had faintly white hair. However, his face was thin and he still looked very young. When Jinyu came over, he didn't show any expression, and he was very calm and went fishing there. Jinwu also deliberately reduced the power of the propeller to prevent it from affecting the performance of this middle-aged man. Compared with Jinyu's flimsy fishing equipment, this middle-aged man's belongings are much more complete, and the fishing gear is very luxurious and exquisite, and it seems to reveal a bit of spirituality. This is a set of open black lens bracket good fishing rod and fishing tackle close black lens bracket. People who have this kind of props are either rich and bought directly, or they have won the championship in a fishing competition somewhere before and were rewarded. The goal of this kind of person to participate in the competition is very clear, that is, for the ticket to the secret realm of the sea market. In addition, the middle-aged man also knew how to enjoy life very well. There was a small table beside him, on which he visited a portable hot water tea set and a hardcover book, The Habits of Water Attribute Elves. Intentionally or not, he half opened his slightly squinted eyes and glanced at Jinyu who also came here. It does not seem that the other party came here to fish by accident. Haha, I didn't expect that a child of this age would have such a vision. The temperature of the running water, wind direction, and density of the sea water here are all good. If you think about it, there should be a lot of water-type spirits gathered below. However, at this time, the young man has not yet placed the bait. It seems that he is tinkering with something. Faintly, the middle-aged man also smelled a pungent bitter taste, frowned his nose, and couldn't help but ask curiously, young man, what kind of bait are you tossing? Chapter 61. Jin Woo's Honey Decoy. Oh, I think the bait from the peddler is too rough, so I want to improve it a little myself. With that, Jin Woo raised an unknown mosaic in his hand. The middle-aged man smelled the smell, and he couldn't help but twitched his brows again. What kind of feed is this? Young man, I don't think you are fishing, but you are poisoning. Mister, you can eat rice indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. I am a fodder made from tree fruit. Jin Woo clarified. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile, but he didn't mean to despise Jin Woo, but changed his tone and said, I said it just now, I have heard many strange bait recipes over the years. Sweet, fishy, stinky, sour, and even salty. But, I have never heard of a bitter taste. However, fishing means practicing a state of mind and calming down. It's a matter of whether you can catch fish or not. Young man, you choose this place to fish. If you want to come, you should have some discernment. Come, encounter as fate, since you dislike the bait bought by the hawker, I have some good bait here, and I can lend you some. Quote. Having said that, the middle-aged man generously divided his bait in two and handed it to Xiao Yu. This is also an interesting person. Although Xiao Yu thanked him, he did not accept it, and his tone was a little more respectful. Master, your attitude is really good, but just think I'm here to test, and feel the atmosphere by the way, if you are afraid that my bait will affect you, so I can stay away. Quote. Having said that, Jin Woo really slid the oar a little bit, staying a little further away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head, but stopped talking, and began to focus on the fishing rod in his hand. It was at this time that the middle-aged man's fishing rod seemed to be moving. With a raised eyebrow, the middle-aged man saw the opportunity, and after several pulls, there was a fish elf with a slender beak and a slender figure, which was lifted up by the middle-aged man. Is this a battering barracuda? Jin Woo's eyes flashed the data of this elf. Open black lens bracket bailout barracuda. Qualification. Green level cap, 40. Level, 26. Attribute, water. Features, swim freely in rainy days, speed up. Body size, 1.3 meters, 30.0 kilograms. This should be a barracuda that has just evolved from a barracuda. Both its length and weight are quite satisfactory, but it is so rare. At present, most of the origins of this kind of elves come from the Nanzhou region. The shark chin like a spear has steel hardness. When the tail fin is rotated, it is extremely fast. The most important thing is that the meat of this pike is very delicious. Oh, this is really a rare elf. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes also lit up. Then he threw the pokeball that had been prepared in his hand. Go, mosquito coil frog. As soon as the red light appeared, what appeared in front of him was an elf with a spherical physique and walking on 2 feet. The most distinctive feature of this elf was naturally a mosquito coil ring with black counterclockwise threads on its white belly. Open black lens bracket mosquito coil frog. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 41. Attribute, water. Features, water storage. There is a high probability that you will not be injured when attacked by water. Attribute moves, but will use water vapor to restore physical strength. Moisture. When an elves with this feature appear, they will be surrounded by moist air, causing explosions such as self-destruction. Such moves cannot be activated. The level of this middle-aged elf is much higher than Jin Woo imagined. 40 level, this is already the strength that many professional trainers or gym owners have. Xiao Yu squinted his eyes, thinking about it. The middle-aged man in front of him should be quite old. Mosquito coil frog, use serial slaps. The barracuda, and then slapped it wildly, and finally flew the mountain fan of the barracuda into the air. With the strength level of the mosquito-repellent incense frog, it does not require any effort to fight the barracuda, and it is easy to KO the opponent. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged man immediately threw the pokeball, hit the barracuda, and shook it twice in the air. The pokeball stopped moving, proving the success of the capture. The mosquito-repellent frog helped the owner to take the Pokeball back. The middle-aged man smiled and took out an instrument similar to a picture book, which was an inter-era technological product made by Sheng Xuange using a large amount of elf data. It can detect the level of the elf received, physical condition, and skills. Hey, it's a pity, the rare is the rare, but this is a wait-to-wait game, this kid is useless. The middle-aged man shook his head lightly and smiled, took back the fishing rod, re-rubbed the bait, and adjusted the fish. After the line, the fishing rod in his hand swung beautifully again, crossed a perfect parabola in the air, and fell into the water steadily. In contrast, Jin Yu's side is much more clumsy. Although his own special feed has been prepared, the kneading operation is really unprofessional. I casually squeezed the bait on the feed channel, and then just swiped it casually, falling into the water, splashing a bunch of water. Maybe because the buoy was not adjusted properly, the fishing line was still floating on the water, a crooked one. Young man, your buoy is too shallow, you can't stand it. The middle-aged man reminded again kindly. Jinwoo smiled and waved his hand, saying it was okay. The next step is to wait for a period of time. For fishermen, this kind of waiting is normal. Even if a fish does not come for a long time, it is normal. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's fishing rod shook, and another fish was hooked. At the same time, Jin Yu's fishing rod also moved. Come on. The two lifted the rod together. The old man caught a thorn shell. With a double shell, it is close to a gigantic physique of 1.6 meters. Oh, this is really a big prey. The middle-aged man saw that he had caught a thorn shell, and there was a hint of surprise in his dull eyes. Chapter 62. Catching the giant fin flying fish. Open black lens bracket stinging shellfish. Qualification. Green level cap, 40. Level, 27. Attributes. Water, ice. Features. Hard shell armor. The sturdy shell surrounds the center and makes it difficult for attacks to hit the key. Body size. 1.58 meters, 180.5 kilograms. When the thorn shell was still the big tongue shell, it was the prey of many elves, but after it evolved into the thorn shell, it turned over to be the master completely. Its huge and sturdy shell is comparable to that of a diamond, and it is its strongest shield. The edges and corners of its body and the spikes on its head are its strongest spear. Combining the two, the thorn shell is like an iron fortress, only it bullies other elves, but other elves can't do anything about it. The weight of the shell of the thorn shell will increase with time and the slap of the tide, and it will become stronger and heavier, and this fishing competition is the elf weight of the competition. Obviously, the shells around the shell of the thorn shell are also part of the calculation of the weight. Go, mosquito-repellent frog, give me this big guy. Drowning. The mosquito-repellent incense frog roared with high fighting spirit, and sprayed the stinging shell with foam light. The thorn shells disagreed, closing their double shells, defending against all attacks. But soon, the thorn shell found that the attack of the mosquito-repellent frog was not launched at himself, but at himself. Foam condenses under the stingray, preventing it from falling into the water. Taking this opportunity, the mosquito-repellent incense frog quickly approached the thorn shell, and then, a glove-like palm in his hand burst into a burst of light. Drowning. Million-ton punch. Close black lens bracket. It was absolutely impossible for the mosquito-repellent incense frog to comprehend the skills, and it is estimated that the middle-aged people directly use the skill book for it. Outstanding effect. Even though the stingray shell was defended by the thick carapace, the internal body still felt a dizzy feeling. Incapacitated on the spot. Go, Pokeball. The Pokeball rippled across the water and hit the thorn shell. Wow tilde wow tilde wow tilde. The standard is shaken 3 times, and the subjugation is successful. The middle-aged man opens the measuring instrument with joy. A full 180 pounds. Catching such heavyweight prey in such an area near the coast, the middle-aged man felt that he had already won the championship ticket this time. Satisfied, the middle-aged man even thinks that it doesn't matter if he doesn't participate in the next game. With this thorn shell, he will definitely look down on it all the way. The middle-aged man glanced in the direction of Jin Yu by the way. At this moment, Jin Yu was still fighting with the spirits in the water, constantly shaking the fishing rod from side to side, and skimming the fish, trying to use up some of the opponent's physical strength. Whoa, whoa. Looking at the momentum, it is quite strong, but the middle-aged man believes in his own judgment. Like the thorn shell that he just caught, it is definitely the kind with a larger physique in this sea area. At close range, there are very few there is an elves that can surpass his physique. Although he is a little embarrassed to the young man, the elves he caught this time are destined to be crushed by himself. Boom. The fishing rod in his hand was loosened, and Jin Yu knew that the guy below must have almost lost his strength. It's time to give it a shot, Philomelas, come and help. Philo tilde. Jin Yu threw the master ball at will, and Philomelas appeared beside Jin Yu. Reaching out her slender hands and holding on to the fishing rod with Jin Yu, Philomero immediately felt that her elf life had reached its peak. Philo tilde, Zhao Di murmured. Help, help, I really can't hold on to Philosophia. Xiao Yu's face turned red at this time. The guy below weighs at least 200 kilograms, and he is in the water. Jin Yu is not really a newcomer in Xinjiang. With his strength alone, it is really difficult to pull this guy out. Philo. Hearing Xiao Yu asking for help, Philomelas immediately recovered, his face straightened, he tugged on the rope, and immediately, hooray! A sound of breaking water. There was a huge wave under the water. Quote exclamation mark. Immediately, a huge flying fish figure emerged from the water, and the belly of the flying fish reflected the sunlight, shining with silver light, which suddenly attracted the attention of a large number of anglers around. I rub it. This is the giant wing flying fish. What kind of shit luck did this kid have? He even caught such an offshore giant. The middle-aged man closest to Jin Yu was also stunned at this time. After all, the other party was performing this series of operations under his own eyes. This incredible feeling was much deeper than others. Open black lens bracket giant winged flying fish. Qualification. Blue level cap, 50. Level 31. Attributes. Water, flying. Feature. Water curtain will keep the water flow on the surface of your skin, so that you will not be caught in a burning state. Body size. 2.4 meters, 240.0 kilograms. The shape of the giant finned flying fish is similar to the ray in real life. Even if the body is attached to the iron gunfish that covets the food residue, it will not care. Most of the characters are gentle. Sometimes they go offshore to enjoy the mild sun, and then they take off from the waves and glide above the sea. The physique and size of this kind of elves are definitely among the top elves in the offshore sea. I didn't expect that someone would fish this kind of elves in this competition. After a moment of astonishment, the middle-aged man also began to think about the actions Jin Yu had done so far. The most questionable among them was naturally the bitter fodder he had prepared. The problem is indeed here. Jin Yu is indeed a layman in the fishing industry, but he really knows a lot about elves. With the help of the system, he quickly found the fishing spot closest to the giant finned flying fish, and then he started to prepare feed bait. The best feed flavor to attract giant finned flying fish is berry, or leba fruit, such tree fruit. Labagwo, Xiao Yu didn't have it, but berry is still a relatively common tree fruit. Xiao Yu got a lot of this kind of tree fruit in the last insect singing forest, and he also left it on his body. Some, just in case. Chapter 63. Willing to take the bait. First order for the first change. Open black lens bracket berry. Eat the magical tree fruit that can relieve the burning state. Close black lens bracket. The taste is bitter. It is one of the best tree fruits to attract the docile and gentle elves of the giant winged flying fish. Jinwu used it as a feed to make it taste better and become a food that is very easy to attract giant finned flying fish. The giant finned flying fish that has never eaten berry in the water naturally has no way to resist the temptation. After smelling the smell, it naturally bites the hook without hesitation. This young man is so witty, he actually caught this giant flying fish with special feed, but after that, it's the key. The middle-aged touched his horns. The competitors around who all focused their sharp eyes on Xiao Yu at this time. Although this man caught such a behemoth, it did not mean that you must be able to subdue such elves. You must know that elves like giant finned flying fish are at least level 30 in strength. To subdue such elves, you must at least be a 3-star trainer. There is no such thing as a trainer star medal on this young man. This is most likely because the opponent's star rating is too low, and the young trainer who is a bit sour can't take it. Well, it's not a waste of time to subdue and have a fart. That's right, it's better to give up earlier. Let's make hands with this giant finned flying fish. Aged man heard the boos around him and felt a little disgusted to be in the company of these lemon spirits, so he sent a message to Jinyu. Young man, if the spirit level is not enough, I can lend you this mosquito coil frog first. Jinyu nodded in thanks to the middle-aged man, but did not accept the other's kindness. Since all the elves have been caught, how could he be unable to subdue the Philomaloid battle and directly take out a master ball from his arms? In the stunned eyes of everyone, they smashed the giant finned flying fish. Before the competitors around had time to sneer and ridicule, the next moment, their expressions instantly froze, and their eyeballs almost fell. The ball didn't even shake in midair, just clang. With a bang, the subduing was successful. The middle-aged man who was about to drink a sip of hot tea directly, poofed. A mouthful of water spurted out, stunned on the spot. What is the situation of Zhang Taigong fishing? If he is hooked, he has never heard of a level elves like giant finned flying fish that can be captured with a single shot. Xiao Yu calmly took back his master ball, and then slowly rowed the boat ashore in a daze. The next game does not need to be played at all. According to the systematic search, there will be no more in this area. An elf larger than a giant winged flying fish. Therefore, Jinyu simply believes that some of his colleagues are envious, some are disdain, and some are sour. Watch Jin Wu's actions throughout. The middle-aged man in his eyes can't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly at this moment, and he doesn't know where this young man came from, just like a strange soldier who came to fish for less than half an hour, and harvested such a big fish. Dude, and the way of subduing the elf is still so unique. The elf seems to be willing to let him subdue, and there is no sign of the Pokeball struggling at all. Finned flying fish. Is it useful to struggle? Judging from the experience of middle-aged people, the giant finned flying fish that the young man has just conquered is at least 200 kilograms, which is a bit heavier than his own thorn shell. Well, when I really want to miss this championship, it's almost dusk, and the fishing competition is coming to an end. After Xiao Yu caught the giant finned flying fish, everyone seemed to have been beaten by chicken blood and was stimulated, and they kept trying desperately. Catch a bigger and heavier water-type spirit, but is it useful to fish in a hurry? It should be caught, it will naturally come up, and it will not be caught, and it is useless to squeeze the eyes into the corns. Finally, it's time to measure the competition. As soon as the giant finned flying fish came out, who would compete with the first place firmly, and the second place was the middle-aged man that Jin Wu had met before. The middle-aged man later caught an extra-large octopus bucket, with a full weight of 200 kilograms, although he still lost to Jin Yu. Many people were also shocked. Jin Yu is also quite surprised. This middle-aged man not only has powerful props, but also has a good personal training. At the end of the game, Jin Yu won a set of good fishing rod and fishing tackle, and a ticket to the Mirage Secret Realm. Mirage was in a good mood, and was about to go to the Mirage Realm, but the middle-aged man appeared in front of Jin Yu again. Oh young man, it's great to see you here. Jin Yu had a good sense of this middle-aged man, and greeted him politely. Then the middle-aged man said a little embarrassedly, "It's like this, little brother Jinwu, I have an unkind request. I want to ask you to transfer the giant winged flying fish that you captured today to me. I am very fond of this elf." Interested, of course, I can't say that I want your elf for free. Said, the middle-aged man took out a few Pokeballs from his arms. Opening them all at once, immediately, a lot of water-type spirits appeared in front of Jinwu. sea hare, two-tailed weasel, thorn shell, giant pincer crab, and even a love fish. Of course, this love fish does not appear to produce heart scales. These are all seafood Pokemon I captured, and I am willing to exchange one or several of them with your giant finned flying fish, can you see? Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, and finally shook his head with a smile. Just when the middle-aged man regretted that Xiao Yu was unwilling to exchange, Xiao Yu said, "Don't be so troublesome, if Mr. Chenjiang likes it, I will send it to you directly." Chenjiang is the name of this middle-aged man. After the award, Jin Yu had a private conversation with him. Other party also has an identity, that is, the master of the gymnasium in this sea market. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 64. Discovering the Stone Diving Cave, 2nd. This is also the reason why the opponent can throw a level 41 elf at will. Is it really possible? Jin Yu nodded with a smile, and the two went to the spirit center together, using the spirit conversion device in the center to convert the spirit into Chenjiang's spirit ball, and the master ball became vacant again and could be used once again. After Chenjiang got the giant finned flying fish, he immediately showed a very happy expression. "Thank you so much, Xiao Yu little brother. By the way, after you got the secret realm ticket, do you want to go directly to the secret realm?" Jin Wu nodded yes. "Little brother Xiao Yu, it stands to reason that you have helped me so much, and I should accompany you into the secret realm of the sea market." Chenjiang, who is the master of the sea market gymnasium, also has the right to enter the secret realm of the sea market during this special period. However, I happen to have a lot of challengers making appointments tomorrow. I can't go there. Come to my house with me, and I will give you a set of good things. Xiao Yu was curious and followed Qianzhang to his house. As the master of the gymnasium, Chenjiang's home is naturally the gymnasium. This Mirage Gym is much grander than Jin Wu imagined. The entrance is similar to an aquarium, with a glass tunnel. There are many different types of water spirits on both sides of the tunnel. Stupid beasts, ducks, black seahorses, horns, goldfish. Oh, I didn't expect there are even strong crocodiles. Couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this elf with fangs, covered with blue armor and scales, and strong limbs. This elf is the final evolution of the little saw crocodile, one of the 3 species of the royal family. Are these elves all yours, Mr. Chenjiang? Chenjiang laughed and nodded. Yes, this powerful crocodile was my first Pokemon back then, and is now the strongest old buddy in my team. Jin Yu glanced at the level of this powerful crocodile, and it was a full 52. This strength is really awesome, and it can be called the facade of a hall. Passing through the glass tunnel, in front of you is a huge swimming pool with a wide range and a deep pool. The deepest part is about 3 meters. There are several floating water boards on the water surface. The foothold of the attribute Spirit Challenger. The venue of each gym is determined by the gym owner, and the challenger has no right to intervene. Usually, the gym owner will tailor the venue that is most suitable for his elves to fight. This Chenjiang Pavilion owner is obviously a Taoist Pavilion owner. I didn't stay in the ring for much longer. Qianzhang soon took Xiao Yu to the other courtyard where he lived. Come on, little brother Jin Wu, it's what I'm going to give you. In front of him is what looks like diving equipment. Jin Wu took a closer look. Dewan diving equipment set. A mask that is used to breathe oxygen when diving, a wetsuit that resists water pressure and moves freely. Close black lens bracket, this thing is my early. Got it in the Mirage Secret Realm in 2010, and now I rarely go diving in the Mirage Secret Realm, so, this set of things, just give it to you, little brother Xiao Yu, I believe you won't let it get dusty. Jin Yu thanked Qianzhang for this gift. Among the props, this item is a precious item that can be reused countless times. Chenjiang can give this item to him, which shows that he is really optimistic about Jin Yu. Chenjiang, Jin Yu plans to set off to the secret realm of the sea market overnight. Of the sea city is a land full of unknowns. Although nominally, it is an intermediate and high-level secret realm of the same level as the insect singing forest, but in fact, the unexplored places better than the insect-singing forest. Much more. The secret realm of the Sea City has been around for a long time. I once heard that after trainers came out of here, the main pet level rose straight to level 50 and became a 5-star 55 trainer. Of course, compared with successful people, those who have failed are more likely to fall. Surfing has only appeared in front of trainers in recent years. Before that, I heard that some people have encountered mini dragons, baby dragons, and the cubs of such quasi-god elves. However, although the rumors are popular, the trainers who actually succeeded in subduing these elves have never heard of them. This has attracted countless trainers. In the secret realm of the sea market, will there be some lucky people who will find some eye-catching opportunities? Over time, more trainers came to this place, risking their lives, hoping to become the next lucky one, but unfortunately, only a few succeeded, and most of them just buried their bones in this secret realm. Under the fertile soil. Ding! The scan is completed, the stone diving cave is discovered, and the simulated map drawing is completed. Jinyu is in a dark cave at the moment. This place, according to the introduction of Chenjiang Pavilion, it is best to carry lighting equipment, or a fire-type spirit with a flash skill. With the light, it can avoid a lot of fork in the road, but if it doesn't matter, walk through the road here, and then there will be light leaking in the cracks in the rock. Jinwu planned to come in late at night, so it was impossible to forget the lighting equipment. Come on, let me see, what's the closest baby from here? Jinyu looked at the small map for a while, and the corners of his mouth rose involuntarily. Tisk tisk tisk, this place is really rich. Not far from the tunnel intersection, Jinyu found a gopher hole, and in this gopher hole, there was a skill book named Flash. Climb up the tunnel rock wall, and in the cracks of the 3 holes, Jinwu also found a 1 magic candy. The hole-piercing rope, the stone of immutability, good medicine for wounds, this is the wishing star. Jinwu looked at the things on the minimap and smiled happily. Of other trainers on the map, his brows were slightly wrinkled. Since the props produced in this secret realm are too precious, the most vigilant here is not the elves. It should be a human trainer like Jinwu. Chapter 65, Hard Rock. No, what to say, what to come, Jinyu found that there was a human coordinate on the map at this moment, slowly approaching him. Xiaoyu squinted his eyes and tilted his head slightly, and found that in a cave tunnel not far away, a figure was walking around slowly. When this figure found Jinyu in front of him, he also paused, but after seeing Cheng Jinyu's immature appearance, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He walked slowly to Jinyu. This is a sloppy, scrawny guy with a pair of diving goggles, and there are faint traces of wetness on his body. Hey, I didn't expect this to be ready to leave the secret realm, and I also met a young trainer. Boy, do you need me to lead the way? If there is no familiar passerby in this secret realm, it will take a lot of crooked roads. Be careful, you may even lose your life here. No need. Wu's expression was indifferent, and he passed by this person. The man's expression turned pale immediately, and he did not know when a Pokeball appeared in his hand, and he was throwing a Pokemon to attack Xiaoyu, so that the little rookie trainer could learn to be a man, and by the way, he was looking for the next job. Just as he started, he heard Jinyu's voice faintly coming from the front. My belongings are not so easy to get, you are sure you can eat them? When Jinyu said this, there was an inexplicable feeling around him, a strange aura. That trainer seems to be on the edge of life and death. He has a certain ability to discern the aura of the strong, and his hands move. He clearly felt a nasty aura from Jinyu. If he continued to shoot, it is very likely that the person lying on the ground will be himself. The little brother is joking. I just asked casually, there is no other meaning. Since the little brother is a capable person, then I am here to congratulate you on making a fortune. The man said something angrily, and then left quickly. Xiaoyu took back the pokeball in his hand. If this person dared to do anything just now, he would release Zeraora without hesitation. Let alone killing or not, he would definitely loot the other party's money without hesitation. Go. Count him clever. Jinwoo took back the Zeraora Pokeball and released the Jenny Turtle instead. He sensed that there were several low-level gophers in front of him. Almost all of them were 15 or 16, which was just right for the leveling of the Jenny Turtle. The pure ground-type gopher is naturally not the opponent of the water-type Jenny. Open black lens bracket water gun close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bubble close black lens bracket. And by the way, practice the skills of open black lens bracket frozen wind close black lens bracket newly learned during this time. Defeat the 15th level gopher. The turtle gets 560 experience points. Defeat the 16 level gopher. The turtle gets 0 experience. The turtle upgrades to 14. Very good. According to the normal situation, the turtle is upgraded to level 16. It is possible to evolve into a Kamui turtle, and the strength will definitely rise to a higher level. Jinwoo set his eyes on the gopher hole in front of him, where there was a simple skill book covered with dust and dirt. Squatted down, reached out and groped into the cave, and took out the skill book. Very good, let's use this skill for Gisi. Ghosts can now use very few skills, except for the ghost of this attribute. Spiritual attribute skills, and skills of other attributes are hardly used in combat. Flash, although it also has no offensive effect, it can still play a big role as an evasion skill. At the same time, now I have learned this skill for the ghost, and I can also give it a little exercise. Since I captured this flashy ghost in the museum, this guy is going to be moldy in addition to eating and sleeping, and he has to take it out to dry. Gauss. After Gisi learned Flash, Ziyou's body immediately became like a light bulb. Very good, yes, this is also exercising your stamina and mental strength. Jinwoo cheered on Gisi, and occasionally threw it some elf food and energy cubes as a reward. Most of the ghosts are naughty and do not affect the development of ability attributes. They like to eat spicy food. Among the elves of Jinwoo, they are also relatively alone. From Sakura fruit is his favorite. Jinwoo is trying to make energy cubes recently, and most of the food that Guisi eats are red energy cubes that increase handsomeness. However, after eating so much, Jinwoo felt that Gisi had no effect except to gain weight. Next, Jinwoo obtained 2 hard stones surrounded by the small fist stones. Still use the Jenny to open the way. Most of them are ground or rock attribute elves. The Jenny is a water-type spirit that is easy to use. Hard stone, a stone that will never crack. Let the spirit of the rock attribute carry it on the body, and the power of the moves corresponding to the rock attribute is increased. That can enhance the power of skills are naturally very expensive in the market. Of course, the premise is that they are genuine. Because the appearance of hard stone and ordinary stone is so similar, some people often can't tell the difference between the real and the fake. Xiao Yu was able to find these 2 hard stones from these small fist stones. Most people would not believe it, because who would have thought that an elves of this level would carry items of this level just as Jinwoo went to the crack of the 3rd hole along the rock wall, looking for magic candy. Jinwoo met a group of treasure hunters, 2 men and 2 women. Oh, are you a solo trainer? You dare to enter the secret realm of the sea market alone at this time, or else, form a team with us. People in this group, a young man who seems to be the leader of the team stepped forward to talk to Jinwoo. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. it is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. Jinwoo glanced at them, passed by without saying a word. What, this guy has a really bad attitude. I guess he is a rookie who has never seen the world. Do you really think that with a little ability, you can run amok here alone? It's rare that the kind-hearted brother Hao-yu wants to take him with him. The girl named Jo Yanan next to the young captain who took the lead couldn't help but pouted. Looking at the Jenny turtle beside him, it seems that he is only a dozen or so. If you walk forward alone, you should encounter the Kokodora group, which will be dangerous. In their team, there was a pretty soft-looking woman. She raised her bright and clear eyes to look at the direction Jinyu was going, and couldn't help but remind her. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 66. The Uneasy Kokodora Group, 4th more. Hey, the person in front, do you hear? We are talking to you. Jo Yanan pointed in the direction of Xiaoyu and reminded aloud. Hey, Yanan, keep your voice down, it will attract other trainers or elves. Since people don't bother to team up with us, why bother to stick to his cold ass? Another man in their team smiled and said discouragement. Although the tone sounded very calm, as if stating the facts, it would inevitably give people an indescribable arrogance, as if eager to show that they were different. And now our team has no shortage of people in terms of combat power. Anything happens, I, Zhao Huacheng, can guarantee alone that I won't let you and Song Qing encounter any danger. When he said this, Zhao Huacheng looked at Zhou Yanan with deep meaning, as if to indicate something. But Zhou Yanan didn't pay any attention to the former, but looked at their team leader Yu Haoyu. Brother Haoyu, what do you think we should do? Zhao Huacheng's expression turned cold, but he didn't have any seizures, he just tilted his head slightly, pretending not to care. Yu Haoyu pondered for a while, sighed and said, to help others at a critical time is to help yourself. When you are out and about, you can take care of them. Let's go and stop him. Well, let's listen to Brother Haoyu. Zhou Yanan trusts Haoyu very much. The group immediately set off, chasing after Jinyu. Halfway through, Song Qing, who seemed to be the most calm and taciturn, opened his mouth and said, Oops, my dream demon told me that there was already a wave of battle ahead, and that person just now had probably already fought against the Kokodora group. That, people are stupid, who would provoke Kokodora in the cave? Zhou Yanan's beautiful face was full of puzzlement. Usually, in the secret realm of the central continent cave, the most not to be provoked are the gregarious elves like Kokodora, and the loud-voiced elves like the boom monster. Once the former is provoked, they will attack them in groups. Wherever they pass, there is often only a skeleton left. This kind of elf has very good teeth, not to mention animals and plants, even metals and minerals. Wrong. As for the sound-popping monster, although it is not like Kokodora, it is a gregarious elf, but its personality is very easy to rage. When angered, it will cause an earthquake with a loud roar. In such a cave, how terrifying an earthquake is, it shouldn't need much explanation. What do we do now? The two girls turned their attention to Yu Haoyu again. HMPH, just listen to me earlier, this guy dares to provoke the Kokodora group, isn't this lighting a lantern and going to the thatched hut, courting death? Zhao Huacheng said with a sneer. No matter what, we've come to this point, let's go and see, no matter how bad it is, we can take back this person's body. Yu Haoyu sighed. They decided to watch carefully and sneak carefully against the rock wall, the dream is ahead. The monster sensed the battle scene. Yu Haoyu was so nervous that he slowly stuck out his head, looked at the corner of the rock wall, and immediately his eyes popped out in fright. The horrific crime scene he imagined did not happen at all, and instead, Kokodora, who was incapacitated everywhere. What's going on? Before his mind could react, he was startled by a blue electric current attacking his face. Zeraora, keep your hands. At the critical moment, a voice stopped the offensive, the blue electric current slanted its direction, and slammed on the rock wall, exploding a big pit. It's you. Jinyu saw the group of people he had just seen. He wondered to himself that these people were following him. Give me an explanation, and based on the answer, decide whether we are the enemy or not. Jinyu's tone was flat and concise. No wonder he was cautious. In this secret realm with frequent accidents, people are often more dangerous than elves. And level of an elves can be checked with the system, but people's thoughts cannot be checked even with the system. Brother, please be merciful, don't get me wrong. Just at that moment, Yu Haoyu only felt that he was walking around the gate of hell. If it wasn't for the other party's mercy just now, he probably would have moved his head by now. Although I don't know what the opponent's strength is, he is definitely a ruthless person. Yu Haoyu has secretly set a label for Jinyu at this time. We just wanted to remind you, brother, that this is the group of Kokodora, but brother, you are walking in a hurry, and it seems that you didn't hear it, so we followed all the way. Song Qing and the others were in the back, unable to see the situation in front of them. Hearing Yu Haoyu trying to explain something, he couldn't help sticking his head out. When she saw Kokodora who was losing her fighting power all over the ground, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Did he beat all these Kokodora alone? The three of them couldn't help but raise this question at the same time. After Yu Haoyu explained it, Xiaoyu took back Zyra Aura. The other party didn't seem like a bad guy. So, you guys just simply want to team up with me? Jinwu asked in conclusion. Yes, but looking at your strength, brother, it seems that we don't need our help, so we will leave now. After speaking, Yu Haoyu was about to lead the crowd away. The young man opposite was too dangerous. Originally, Yu Haoyu thought that this young man should be like them, but he was a freshman and a trainer, but he didn't expect that this Nima is a monster. To be able to kill so much Kokodora by himself is not a monster. There is no sense of security with this kind of person. If one of the family is unhappy and wants to rob, the four of them will not be able to win if they are tied together. Just as he was about to leave, Jinyu unexpectedly replied, okay, let's form a team. Chapter 67, Holy Relic Rock God Pearl, 5th. Quote. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Hearing that Xiaoyu agreed to their request to form a team at this time, Yu Haoyu couldn't help feeling even more apprehensive. Brother, we are also newcomers who have just entered this secret realm. Trainers, if you have any other ideas, please find someone else. What Yu Haoyu meant by this was to tell Xiaoyu directly, we really have no money, please let Xiaoyu take back Zeraora, pretending to be defenseless and harmless to humans and animals, smiled and said. Brother, you misunderstood. In fact, I did not kill these Kokodora by strength. I have some protective treasures left to me by family elders, similar to sealing the elf skills. The things thrown out just now when necessary after the battle with Kokodora. All those precious treasures were used up, and I felt really uneasy in my heart to move forward alone, so I also asked brother you to let me join the team. Spoke, Jinyu pretended to have an expression of renunciation. Well, if brother you can let me join the team, I will share with you the location of a secret treasure item that my elders told me before. What do you think? Although Jinyu's explanation was eloquent and sincere, but Yu Haoyu still didn't quite believe it. He believed more in his own eyes. The aura he felt on the other side was definitely not fake, and there were still a lot of Kokodola on the ground, leaving traces of blue electric current, which were of the same origin as the electric cat attacked him just now. Was a beginner and weak as he said, but Yu Haoyu couldn't believe it, but a group of his companions showed the same expression on their faces. It's no wonder that the other party looks like he is about the same age, but he was able to survive the siege of so many Kokodora without being injured. But to them, that's the only way to make sense. If I said that earlier, wouldn't it be okay to live in peace? You don't have to be frightened by the previous kind of shock and waste this life-saving means. Zhou Yanan chuckled and said, don't worry, the few of us here are serious trainers and won't engage in those robbery activities. It is definitely your luck to meet us. Zhou Yanan's remarks did not sound like there was any scheming. Jinwu smiled and nodded. Haha, although we are all teammates from now on, there are some things that I have to mention. Zhao Huacheng glanced at Xiao Yu with a half smile but not a smile. You boys' means were used up when dealing with Coco Dora just now, which means that you are now relying on us to walk in this secret realm. Then, some things, you have to be a little bit more interesting. Hearing this, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, what about? Then Zhao Huacheng was about to attack you. How you so frightened? He quickly stepped forward to dissuade him and said, Huacheng, hurry up and shut up. That's right, be a good companion. Zhou Yanan was also on the sidelines. This girl just thought it was bad for Zhao Huacheng to run on people like this. Who has always been taciturn, murmured this time. I also think it's too much. After speaking on this side, Yu Haoyu immediately went to appease the other side. Brother Xiao, Huacheng's elf talent is good. His desert Naya is almost 30th level. In view of this, people will inevitably be a little arrogant. Don't be with you. If he has ordinary knowledge, just pretend he didn't hear it. Acquaintance's fate. Since Brother Xiao looks down on us, then I naturally won't turn away about this team formation. That's right. If there is anything you don't understand or have difficulties, you can come to me and Songqing. Zhou Yanan and Songqing also nodded in agreement. A group of people sang against him for a newcomer. Zhao Huacheng immediately became more and more uncomfortable with Xiao Yu's senses, but he did not attack on the spot. Regardless of for what purpose, the gazes of the other three were relatively sincere. Although Jin Yu was prepared to use his mind to cooperate with them, at this time, he also had a good impression of the three of them in his heart. Jin Wu, who has always liked to be alone, naturally has a purpose for why he teamed up with others this time. He also found a very interesting thing in the Kokodola cave just now. 7 orange balls. According to legend, there are 3 super ancient elves, which were sealed in the ruins. Only wake up when a world-class catastrophe strikes. In order to wake them up successfully, the 3 super ancient elves left their own sacred relics and special symbols. And what Jin Yu just obtained is one of these 3 super ancient elves, the Holy Relic and Rock God Pearl of Readaloud, known as the Rock God Pillar. When Jin Yu discovered this thing, it was also a surprise that the system search did not respond to these Holy Relic items. Only within a certain range of the approach road will it be displayed on the system map. Just now, Xiao Yu just picked up the magic candy. Not yet. When he had time to rejoice, suddenly a huge exclamation mark appeared on the map in his mind. He was startled. Then, the coordinates of the sacred relic of the Rock God Bead appeared. Regilock, known as one of the eternal Pokemon, is said to be in the legend. They are Regichkas imitating his own appearance, using elves made of rocks, icebergs and steel. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the clone of Regichkas. There are even more rumors. Only when these 3 elves gather together can the King of the Pillars, Regichkas, be awakened. The reason why Jin Yu wants to team up with these people, the most important reason for the team, is here. The ruins of Regilock seem to be here not far away. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 68. The Warriors Under the Curtain of the Dream Demon Battle, 6th update. However, in order to open the Regilock ruins, it is necessary to place the 7 Rock God orbs in different traps at the same time. 7 beads, and the grooves are not too close together. Jin Yu alone, even adding his current 5 spirits, can't make up the number. Why Jin Wu thought to cooperate with these people. Ahem, Xiao Yu, this city is boundless, even after hundreds of years. Not many people know what the hell is going on here. Your elf is this Jenny Turtle, isn't it? Elf, but there will also be some supersonic bats, ghost eyes and other elves here, so you have to follow us carefully. Don't be alone. Zhou Yanan looked like the deputy eldest sister at this time, and walked 2 steps without forgetting to turn back, a reminder to Jin Wu. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, and walked with them for a while, and also knew that Zhou Yanan was a straight-faced person, and he liked to show off his personality. When he said this, he didn't mean to be mean or sarcastic. After walking for a long time, the group found that there were a few small teams of porters and warriors in front of them. Transportation Craftsman Qualification. White upper limit of level. 30 level. 19 attribute. Fighting characteristics. If the perseverance becomes abnormal, the perseverance will be displayed and the attack power will be increased. Size. 0. Close black lens bracket. This elf is still a relatively rare elf in central China. It is a very easy to tame elf. After taming, humans often let it help in carrying projects. Often carries a long column-shaped wooden bar in his hand, and at the same time, there are many pink-blue veins protruding from the whole body. Under the curtain qualification. White level. Level 18 attributes. Fighting characteristics. Thick fat body type. 1. Close black lens bracket. Under the curtain is the degenerate form of the iron palms. It looks like a sumo wrestler with a scarf wrapped around its head. The whole body is basically yellow, only the fist and the scarf are black. Let me deal with these fighting type elves. The one who spoke was Song Qing, who had been taciturn. As she waved, a petite, looking dream demon with a dark green cloak rushed towards the group of fighting attribute elves. Dream demon qualification. Blue level upper limit. 50 level. Level 24 attribute. Ghost characteristics. Floating size. 0. Close black lens bracket. This dream demon's aptitude level is not bad. Song Qing doesn't seem to be very old, and he is almost the same as Xiao Yu. He is the youngest in this group. It should be the age when he has just met the elves. Level. The explanation is not small. Although the ghost attribute moves do not restrain the fighting attribute elves, the fighting attribute moves cannot attack the ghost attribute elves, so Mengyao is still invincible among a group of fighting attribute elves. Ground. At the same time, although the dream demon is a ghost attribute elf, it also has the skills of superpower attribute, and it sends a spirit wave to these fighting elves from time to time. Although these elves are very annoyed, they do not use it. Way. Overjoyed, Mengyao giggled in midair and kept laughing. However, this dream demon is still. He underestimated his opponent too much. After the two fighters lost their ability to fight, one of them launched a surprise attack, shoot down. Crack. Palm. The dream demon was knocked down from midair. The skill of evil attribute caused a lot of damage to the dream demon. Dream demon. Song Qing shouted nervously from the side. I'm here to help. Zhou Yanan throws the elf ball. Her elf is a proboscis leaf. However, before Long Nose Yi had time to step forward, he saw those fighters under the curtain who attacked Mengyao. They were already unable to move. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be controlled by some skill. Looking at Xiao Yu along the way, at this time there was a Lalu lassie beside him, who was holding out two small hands, using that psychic power skill to assist the dream demon. Thank you. Song Qing nodded to Xiao Yu lightly, expressing his gratitude. Should be. Jin Wu smiled back, not taking credit for himself. That's right, Jin Wu, you still have Lalu lassie. Zhou Yanan, who was planning to go up to help, said somewhat unexpectedly. Cut. Zhao Huacheng snorted disdainfully. He was just waiting for Song Qing to be unable to hold on, preparing to be a hero to save the beauty, but this Xiao Yu stole the limelight again. After returning to his senses, Mengyao was not in the show this time, and began to fight seriously. Soon, these few fighting spirits were swept away by it. Lalulas gained some experience points by helping the battle. Whole body flickered faintly, breaking through the first threshold of the elf, and successfully upgraded to level 10. Lalu lassie has been upgraded to level 1. Comprehend the new skill Magic Leaf. Xiao Yu looked happy, usually the big one of the 10th level and the first order. Many elves will take this opportunity to learn new skills. That Lalulas can directly comprehend the Magic Leaf on the way to upgrade. Magic Leaf. Throwing a large number of magical grass leaves condensed with thought power, the hit rate is extremely high. In terms of power, it is regarded as a medium-level grass attribute special attack skill. Yu Haoyu stepped forward, fumbled around with the wrestlers and porters, and found a few orange fruit and Wenyu fruit from them. The harvest is good, there are 5 fruits in total, just one for each of us. Open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket 2 pieces 2, Open black lens bracket orange fruit close black lens bracket 3 pieces. Generally speaking, the treatment effect of open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket is better than that of open black lens bracket orange fruit close black lens bracket. Therefore, Yu Haoyu distributed 2 when Yu fruit to Song Qing who shot, and Xiao Yu who helped. As for orange fruit, he left it to himself and the other 2. Originally this is a very reasonable distribution method, but some people always feel that they are at a disadvantage. Hey, Yu Haoyu, why would you let that newcomer share a good when Yu fruit just now, although he helped out, but in the situation just now, any one of us who stepped forward would have the same effect. Didn't he just rely on the speed of his shot to be a shot faster? Chapter 69. Cold and Warm Night, 7th more. Wacheng, whoever takes the shot will get the big share. This is the rule we agreed at the beginning. Yu Haoyu frowned and retorted. It's okay, it's the same with dividing me orange fruit. Jin Wu said. His current goal of collecting tree fruit is not limited to the original function of the tree fruit. He is now more focused on the taste of each tree fruit. Orange fruit, and pomelo fruit, are unique in making feed, an irreplaceable existence. There is no such thing as good or bad. However, this Zhao Wacheng's attitude seems to be doing things. It's okay, Brother Xiao, this is what we agreed at the beginning. It should be yours, it should be yours. As for Brother Zhao, I hope you can understand. Yu Haoyu, who has always been a good-natured man, was stubborn this time. Zhao Wacheng's face turned cold, but he still didn't have a seizure. Soon it was late at night, and even if Jin Wu was not tired, he had to take care of the other people. A group of people settled in a cave that seemed to be quite hidden. Yu Haoyu threw the elf ball and called out his elf. His elf is a little fire horse, a fire-type elf, which can keep warm in such a cold cave. At the same time, it can also replace fuel to heat food. Wow, Jin Wu, are you still a breeder? The elf feed you made is so delicious. Zhou Yanan looked at her long nose with an unprecedented appetite, and said unexpectedly. I am not a breeder, I just learned a little bit about how to make feed. Jin Wu said very modestly. It's already very powerful. My dream demon has always only eaten the food brought from my house before, and this is the first time that it has praised the food given by others. Song Qing also praised from the side. Hee, Brother Xiao is still versatile. Yu Haoyu took over the food Xiao Yu specially made for Xiao Huoma, and Xiao Huoma immediately ate it. The little fire horse spreads its body temperature and consumes a lot of physical strength. Let it eat more, it's not enough, there is more here. Hey, you made a copy for them all, why doesn't my desert Naia mean nothing to you kid? In the middle of Xiao Yu's words, he was interrupted by Zhao Wacheng's cold voice. I'm sorry, I don't have any materials here. I don't know much about the diet of desert Naia, so I don't dare to make it casually. Jin Wu replied in a flat tone. This Zhao Wacheng has been targeting him all the time. He is a fool and will not notice it. You kid is just shirk. HMPH, don't give it to desert Naia, you go grab it yourself. Zhao Wacheng snorted coldly and ordered desert Naia. The elf and the master have been together for a long time, and they will be stained with the master's temper to some extent. This desert Naya, like Zhao Wacheng, is also a master who can't see other people's goodness. Now that the master has given an order, he immediately waved his needle fist and grabbed the feed from the other elves' bowls. Hey, Zhao Wacheng, you. It's too much. Zhou Yanan was the first to hold back, jumping up and accusing. Zhao Wacheng disapproved, just wanted to say a few words, but found that after eating other elf food, his desert Naia's face became very wonderful, like poisoning, black and purple. Boy, what did you feed my desert Naia? Seeing this, Zhao Wacheng jumped up and pointed at Xiao Yu and shouted. You direct the elves to loot other people's feed, and understand that each kind of elves is different. The more exclusive level feed, the more unacceptable it is to other elves. If eating indiscriminately is serious, it is likely to cause food damage. Poisoning, you ask for more happiness. Jinyu said in a calm tone. You kid, remember me. Speaking, Zhao Huacheng took the desert Naia back to the Pokeball, and no longer stayed in this cave, and hurried out. This Zhao Huacheng is getting more and more excessive. Isn't it because of his higher elf level that he will only do some bullying things? Protested somewhat dissatisfiedly while comforting the proboscis leaves who had been robbed of food. After all, it's a team, you can endure it as long as you can. How you comforted him. This incident, the chatting mood of the few people was not high. They each took a corner, covered a booth or sleeping bag, and planned to rest. Jinyu looked at the sleeping bags and blankets of the other three people, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Lost. In fact, it's not that he didn't think of it, but he gave up the blanket for the convenience of movement. After all, in reality, it's not like a game animation. The backpack is small and stuffed with all kinds of pots and pans, tents, etc. Sleeping bags. In real life, often many trainers can only wrap their clothes tightly at night and hold on for the night. Jinyu was holding Lalu Lassie in his arms, snuggling with each other to keep warm. Other elves can't help in this regard. Zeraora is too arrogant, and the current on her body is too strong. The electromagnetic waves will be released unconsciously, and you can't touch it. Ghosts and Jenny turtles, one is a ghost, and the other is a water-type spirit. It's all freezing cold and can't get warm. In the end, although Philomelus can hold it to keep warm, Xiaoyu feels that if he sleeps with it, something big will definitely happen. Thinking about it, the only one who can sleep with him is Lalu Lassie. Fortunately, little Dolores was very willing to sleep with Xiaoyu, although when Xiaoyu first made this request, the little guy's expression seemed to be a little twisted. The next moment when his whole body felt cold in the middle of the night, Xiaoyu found that something was pressed on him, and it gradually warmed up. A few points. Opening his eyes, he happened to meet the owner of another pair of beautiful eyes. I just saw you shaking, so I thought of putting a blanket on you, don't get me wrong. Speaking, Songqing's face turned a little red and he got back into his sleeping bag. Xiaoyu smiled. The good people in the world still make up the majority. With the blanket, Dolores in his arms now feels a little bit more. The heat subsided, and slowly, it emerged from the collar of the clothes. The two cuddled together, and slept sweetly. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 70. Exclusive Candy, 8th More. One night, nothing happened, and the next day, because of the unhappiness last night, Zhao Huacheng frequently let Desert Naia play as if he wanted to vent. Grass-type elves, whose level is close to level 30, naturally have few opponents in this cave. HMPH, vulnerable. Zhao Huacheng snorted coldly. Amazing, Huacheng, your Desert Naia looks like it will soon be level 30. The status of a 3-star trainer is just around the corner. Haoyu said with a hearty smile, and while talking, he helped Zhao Huacheng to search for the items on the elves. Most of them were tree fruits, and occasionally he could harvest some recovery potions such as wound medicine. Hearing Haoyu's praise, Zhao Huacheng was even more proud. I said it long ago, but it's just a mob. As long as this uncle's Desert Naia takes action, everything will not be a problem, and there is no need for third-rate assistance from others. Said that, he glanced at Jinwu unintentionally or unintentionally. Haoyu shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't dare to talk to the crowd to continue his journey. The destination was the ruins that Xiaoyu mentioned yesterday. Due to the long journey, from time to time, some elves could be encountered along the way, but most of these elves did not exceed 20 level, most of which can be easily solved. Haha, our bag is getting heavier and heavier. There are almost 30 or 40 pieces of fruit, and the harvest is good. Moreover, we just harvested a candy of 1 arm strength. Haoyu was in charge of carrying the loot collected by everyone the whole time, and he couldn't help grinning when he felt the weight of the bag behind him increase. As for the arm strength candy he mentioned, it is an exclusive attribute candy, which can increase all abilities of a specific elves randomly. It is a relatively rare item, but because it is paired with a specific elves, the scope of use will be narrower. Usually, after most people get it, they will only be sold to the Elves Center in exchange for cash. Speaking of which, we have been walking for so long, and we should have entered the deeper part of the secret realm of the sea market. The level of the elves that appear next may be higher and higher. Jin Yu, haven't we arrived yet? Zhou Yanan asked with a reminder. Jin Yu pretended to be apologetic and said, I am sorry, this is the location given by the elders in the family. To be honest, I don't know where the destination is, but I want to come. According to our current pace, we will walk for about a day, should be able to get there. Ah, one more day. Nah, Jin Wu, show me your map. Zhou Yanan pouted in frustration. Ah, I have the map in my mind, and the rubbing family won't let me bring it out. Jin Wu replied with a little embarrassment. Yan Han, don't let Brother Xiao bother you. Since that place is a map recorded by the elders in Brother Xiao's family, there should be something very important hidden there. It would be nice if we can get our hands on it. Yu Haoyu was afraid that Xiao Yu would harbor grudges, so he quickly persuaded him. People are just afraid that he remembers the wrong way. I'm still confident in my memory, and I'll ask Miss Zhou to let it go. Jin Wu responded. Hey, you wait. Wait, there is a situation ahead. Song Qing opened his mouth and reminded. Everyone looked forward, and their eyes were fixed. It's a north-facing nose. North-facing nose qualification. Blue level cap. 60 level. Level 30 attribute. Rock feature. Magnetic force magnetically attracts steel-type Pokemon, so that it cannot escape and is strong. It will not be able to fight with one blow due to the opponent's attack. Size. 3. The elf in front of him is a Pokemon similar to a statue, with a height of nearly 3 meters, which is much larger than the normal height of the north-facing nose. The short arms and legs look like they are harmless to humans and animals, but in reality, in this kind of cave, he is a very powerful elf hunter. On its red nose to forcefully suck its prey over, and then wrap its opponent with sand and iron in one breath to digest it. Wild north-facing noses are very dangerous elves. Wacheng, it's up to you this time. Yu Haoyu looked at the north-facing nose. The level of this elf was at least level 25 or above, and it might even be level 30. Only Zhao Wacheng in the team could handle this level of existence. Hee, Yu Haoyu, what are you anxious about? All of us here have already made a move, but it seems that there is still one person who has been waiting to enjoy the success since yesterday. I haven't made a move, do you really think there is rice to eat? Zhao Wacheng glanced at Jin Yu, his voice sarcastic. Xiao Yu sneered, although he had the mentality of letting Yu Haoyu and the others help, but he didn't intend to eat rice. The reason why he didn't take action before was just because Zhou Yanan, Yu Haoyu and the others were ahead of him and didn't let him take action. If you really need him, naturally it is impossible to stand by, but Zhao Wacheng pushed him out when he encountered a powerful elf that he obviously couldn't handle. Maybe Jin Wu is just a piece of trash who can be needed by others, and Jin Wu's repeated tolerance to him before was timid. Zhao Wacheng, what do you mean? If you don't want to take action, forget it. Let's find a way together, or just spare Xiao Bibi. Brother Xiao, he made it clear before. Let him go, isn't that making it clear that he wants to harm him? Yu Haoyu argued for Xiao Yu. After the contact last night, Yu Haoyu also got a general understanding of Xiao Yu's temper. The other party didn't seem to be a wicked person. Yu Haoyu doesn't know why he hides his strength, and he doesn't want to figure it out for the time being. In short, everyone just needs to get along and get along well, but Zhao Wacheng has made things difficult for people again and again. Even the mud bodhisattva will be drawn out. HMPH, if you don't make a move, you just want to share the harvest. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Of course, if his elf unfortunately dies this time, then I don't mind giving him some props next and let him return some money. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wacheng said jokingly. Zhao Wacheng, since we formed a team together, we should advance and retreat together. Jin Yu also believed in us and formed a team with us. Song Qing couldn't help but argue at the side. Chapter 71. Fighting the North Nose, 9th more. HMPH. You have to protect him, even if you do it yourself. I don't want to raise waste in vain. Zhao Huacheng snorted coldly, and his voice was amplified a bit. It happened that Xiao Bibi also noticed Xiao Yu and the others at this moment. The red magnet nose began to glow faintly, a sign that it was ready to attack. I'll try it out. Step forward. Zeraora's Pokeball was already in his hand. No, Jinyu, don't be impulsive. A level 30 elf is much more powerful than you think. Your jerky is only level 10, and can't handle it. Zhou Yanan was also a little anxious. Zhao Huacheng, you are too much. Zhao Huacheng sneered, and when he looked at Zhou Yanan, some evil thoughts rose in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that there were 2 pretty girls in the team, he wouldn't have joined the team. Brother Xiao, there is a steel element in the nose of the nose facing north. My little fire horse should be able to help. Yu Haoyu put down the cloth pocket in his hand and came to Xiao Yu's side. I'm here to help too. My proboscis leaf attribute restrains it. Zhou Yanan did the same. Dream Demon can confuse his actions. If 3 people make a move together, there will always be a way. Song Qing followed and said. Unbelievable. Zhao Huacheng snorted coldly from behind. This north-facing nose has such a big physique, and the little lords who want to come to this small area are only about 20th level. Plus an elf who is only 10th level. How could it be possible? Shaking Jinyu looked at the few people standing in a row with him in surprise. His heart warmed slightly, and then he shook his head with a wry smile. Okay, don't worry, the battle will be resolved soon. Xiao Yu's words made the 3 of them stunned. The 2 girls' eyes were surprised, while Yu Haoyu's eyes flickered, and he thought, the other party was ready to use his strength, and then they saw Xiao Yu take a few steps forward again. Then he threw the Jenny's master ball. Jenny. He was still going to fight with the Jenny turtle. Jin Wu, now is not the time to be brave. Zhou Yanan said in a hurry, although I have never seen Xiao Yu make a move, I have roughly figured out the strength of this Jenny turtle. That is, it looks like a 10-level turtle, and it has not evolved into a kami turtle at all. It's awesome. It's impossible to fight more than a dozen levels, but it seems that it is too late at this moment. When Xiao Bibi saw the other party not only escaped without begging for mercy, but also sent a Pokemon, he immediately exhaled a white breath from his nostrils, thick and short. The legs slammed on the ground, causing the entire ground to vibrate. Boom, boom. 2 huge stones hit the Jenny turtle. This is the skill of facing the north nose, falling rocks. Jenny turtle, spin at high speed to avoid. Jenny. Whoosh. The Jenny turtle is very flexible, and its body shell can instantly dodge the attack. Everyone Kaigang breathed a sigh of relief, only to see Qiaobei nose make another move. Another breath of foul breath came out of its huge nostrils. This time, it seemed that there was something mixed in with it sprayed out. It doesn't look like a skill. It's arm strength and under the curtain. Song Qing's eyes were sharper, and after seeing the flying object clearly, he immediately exclaimed and reminded. Why are there sprites in the north-facing nostrils? Zhou Yanan wondered. It must be some kind of symbiotic relationship. Yu Haoyu was also a little unsure. Nature is a very miraculous creator. Fighting attribute elves and rock attributes elves seem to be in a relationship of mutual restraint, but they often appear together. The elves of these 2 attributes are in love with each other and kill each other. Although open black lens bracket fighting attribute elves restrain the rock attribute elves, but the rock attribute elves also often use the fighting skills of the fighting attribute elves to exercise their hard bodies. As long as the rock type elves are strong to a certain extent, they can coexist peacefully with the fighting type elves, and reach an agreement to help each other. Lalu Lassie, you also go up and help. You saw this scene. He didn't panic at all, and immediately threw the Lalu drawing pokeball. Lula. Lalu's instantly activated the power of mind skills and controlled the pace of the 2 fighting spirits. Frozen wind. Jenny. The Jenny turtle was blown away by a freezing wind. Luckily, both of them happened to be frozen. He was wrapped in a layer of shaved ice, leaving only one head outside, his teeth trembling. Lalu lassie, and then use hypnotism. Lalu was quickly approached, taking advantage of the arm strength and the undercover fighters when they couldn't move, and used hypnosis in the face of them. The two elves were groggy on the spot. In reality, there is no argument that states cannot overlap. Although the method is a little dirty, as long as you command the arrogant, paralysis, burn, sleep, poisoning, or all added to the opponent. Arm strength and the undercover fighters were hit by frozen, and then sleep. How could there be any resistance force to be beaten up by the Jenny Turtle and Lalu pulling wheels? As soon as possible both elves have a level close to level 20. But he couldn't help being beaten in an unprepared state, so his eyes rolled, and they all lost their ability to fight. Defeat level 19 arm strength. Lalu Lass, Jenny Turtle share 790 experience points. Defeat level 20 Underworld Warriors. Lalu Lass, Jenny Turtle share 107 experience points. Lalu Las upgrades to level 11. Facing North Nose was stunned. Originally, it still wanted to have some cards, and let his subordinates go up to the Kong first, and do the finishing work by himself, but how could this human play be so dirty? Good job, Jin Woo, nice job. Three people behind Jin Yu kept applauding. In their opinion, this kind of field battle has nothing to say about chivalry. However, with the defeat of Chow Bibi's two men, Chow Bibi also began to get serious. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 72, Seeing Conquer 10th More. Ow! There was a roar similar to the roar of steam from the North Nose. Then, everyone saw a huge magnetic current spread out from its red nose. Because the nose towards the north is slow and not good at moving, now it wants to suck the Jenny Turtles directly. Jin Yu, pay attention to stay away from its nose. Song Ching reminded. Jin Woo nodded. Jenny Turtle, use white mist. Jenny Turtle spewed out a cloud of white mist from its mouth. The mist shrouded between the north-facing nose and the two elves, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. HMPH, it's probably useless to delay time. The nose facing north is like a huge biological magnet. Even if it is full of smoke, it can be quickly found by it. Zhao Huacheng said disdainfully. Boom bang. In the smoke, there was a sound of fighting, but it stopped quickly, whoosh. After that, everyone heard a parabolic sound. Crack. Wah, whoa, wait, this sound sounds like throwing a Pokeball. What's the situation? Is it that Jin Yu is going to subdue the North Nose? Everyone in the room can't believe it. Zhao Huacheng even laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, is that kid crazy like an elf of the level of Chow Bibi? How could it be that a beginner trainer like him can be subdued? And look at it. Wait for Chow Bibi after getting out of the Pokeball. He will definitely become angry and launch the most insane and deadly attack on this kid. The other three looked at the smoke worriedly. Although they were a little angry at Zhao Huacheng's words, what he said was indeed the truth. The self-esteem of powerful elves is also not to be provoked. However, after a while, they found that nothing seemed to be happening. What's going on? Could it be that something has happened to Jin Yu? Ha ha ha, that guy and his elf have already been crushed into patties by now. Zhao Huacheng sneered. Tat. But at this moment, a crisp came. Several people stared at each other. This figure in the white mist is actually Xiao. Yu Hao Yu walked up happily. That's great, it's fine, everyone is fine, and the North Nose is slow to move. Since we've already escaped, we don't need to stay here. Let's leave now. Xiao Yu smiled and said, Brother Hao Yu, don't worry, that Chow Bibi won't be chasing after us, because he's here right now. Saying that, Jin Yu raised his hand, a purple and white Pokeball in his hand. Although this Pokeball looks a little weird, but these days, there are all kinds of Pokeballs produced in the secret realm, and now, no one will make a fuss about a Pokeball with a strange appearance. What they care more about is that Jin Yu has just the words, you said, facing the North Nose, it's in here, you mean it, shouldn't it mean to say? Zhou Yanan's pretty face floats. An unbelievable look appeared. Yes, it was captured by me. Jinwoo replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Soon as the former's voice fell, Zhao Huacheng's unbridled laughter resounded. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. You guy, your strength is not very good, but your ability to tell jokes is first class. Is it a clown who ran out of a circus? It depends on if you can conquer it to the north. Nose, I just ate desert Naia. Zhao Huacheng said with a thorn. Zhao Huacheng, you. Zhou Yanan and the other three have anger on their faces at the moment. This guy is really good at talking slander, although Xiao Yu said that he has subdued the North nose is too fake, but Zhao Huacheng's attitude at the moment is too impressive annoyed. Oh, I recorded this, and I'm waiting for you to broadcast it. Unexpectedly, Jin Yu showed an interested expression, and then threw the purple and white Pokeball in his hand. Ang! Arc flashed, and the huge and familiar figure of Chao Bibi appeared in front of everyone. Quote quote. The scene was very quiet for a while. Zhou Yanan covered her mouth with her hands, and the expression on her pretty face said how wonderful it was. And Zhao Huayu was like seeing something terrifying, and his whole body began to tremble slightly at this moment. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Well, please also ask Mr. Zhao Huayu to show me how to eat raw cactus. Jin Yu said with a playful look on his face. No, this is not true. By the way, you must have hidden the strange props left in your family, and you use those things to catch this north face. It must be like this, it can't be wrong. Huayu's voice is a little trembling at the moment. Isn't the other party the same? Jin Wu's voice fell. From a distance, there seemed to be a sound of the earth's cave shaking. Boom, boom. Is something near? Yu Haoyu said in a low voice. Song Qing wanted Meng Yao to go check it out, but because of what was coming from the opposite side, the aura was too strong, and Meng Yao didn't seem to dare approach. There seems to be something wrong. Zhou Yanan felt something inexplicably. Pressure was coming. Zhao Huacheng, look, even a rookie like me can deal with a north-facing nose by myself, so it shouldn't be impossible for you, an elite, to deal with the big rock snake that appears next, right? Gao. As Jin Wu's voice fell, in a rock tunnel, a giant and terrifying reminder was suddenly drilled out. It was composed of countless giant rocks and looked like a snake. It opened its dark mouth and roared at the crowd. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane swept through Failu, reminding you, 3 things to read. Chapter 73. The Big Rock Snake Raid, 11th more. One wave has not settled, one wave after another. We have just experienced the North Face nose. How can we encounter this kind of elves again? Zhou Yanan was about to cry. Big Rock Snake Qualification. Blue level upper limit. 50 level. Level 31 attributes. Rock, ground features. Hardhead can be immune to the moves of the counter-injury force, and will not reduce its own physical strength. If the armor is damaged due to physical moves, the defense power will be reduced. Therefore, it is weakened, but the speed will greatly increase the size. 9. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the shape of the big rock snake in front of him, it is obviously also a small lord-level elf. Logically speaking, and elves of this level should have very strict territorial awareness. The big rock snake also has a magnet that vibrates and senses the magnetic field in its brain, and the north-facing nose was subdued by me, and the unique magnetic force spread from this territory naturally disappeared, so the big rock snake came so quickly. Xiao Yu explained one sentence, then turned his head and looked at Zhao Huacheng with a smile. Mr. Zhao, now, let's watch your performance. In fact, most trainers are more reluctant to encounter the big rock snake than the slow-moving north-facing nose, because the big rock snake is not only huge, but also very flexible. It is very strong, and if you are targeted by such a spirit, you will not be able to run even if you want to. Jin Wu, let's join forces. You just subdued the north nose, you used it to entangle the big rock snake, and my desert Naia will wait for the opportunity to give him the final blow. At this moment, Zhao Huacheng's eyes flickered, although from the words, he wanted to cooperate with Jin Yu, but it was obvious that he was planning other things behind his back. Are you planning to let me block the attack and then take the opportunity to escape? Jinyu sneered. Why didn't you say anything when I went to face the north nose by myself just now? Jinyu, let me tell you, even if you have a nose facing north, you may not be able to win against this big rock snake. Only by working with me can you be foolproof. Zhao Huacheng's footsteps were faintly showing signs of retreating, but his mouth was still self-righteous. Zhao Huacheng, don't you want to run away? Who said this? Although the girl was a little more straightforward, she was not stupid. Just by observing Zhao Huacheng's movements at this moment, you could see what he was doing. How you immediately gave everyone a wink and motioned them all to back away. Zhao Huacheng's tone just now, and his current actions, made everyone present distrust him very much. Now, naturally, no one will help him. Okay, you are fine. And then suddenly threw the Desert Naia Pokeball. Desert Naia, use sand. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The sand splashing trick of Naia in the desert is not used by snakes, but by everyone. At this critical time, he intends to leave all the people like Haoyu behind to back him up. Zhao Huacheng, you are too vicious. Haoyu and the others were splashed with sand, and they couldn't see for a while. Ha ha ha, who told you to help that kid now? Just stay and be buried with that kid. Goodbye. Said, Zhao Huacheng plans to run away. However, he is fast, and someone is faster than him. Boom. Big rock snake's tail, beat slammed it towards Zhao Huacheng and his Desert Naia. Although the big rock snake is a Pokemon, it has, snake, in its name. This word, the behavioral habits are naturally very similar to snakes, hibernation, molting, and also, it is more interested in moving objects than stationary objects. While everyone was still covering his eyes, Zhao Huacheng wanted to run away. The big rock snake didn't stare at him, and Zhao Huacheng couldn't defend in time. Desert Naia helped him block it at a critical moment. Afterwards, it was shot directly into the ground by the force of the destructive force. Like a poster, the buttons could not be pulled out. Deserved. Xiaoyu had been on guard against Zhao Huacheng for a long time. Among the four, he was the only one who reacted and put on the Dewen diving goggles in an instant. Roar. After the big rock snake solved Zhao Huacheng's childhood, he turned his attention to Xiaoyu and the others. Its next goal is to solve its long-standing opponent. The north-facing nose has just been put into the Master Ball, interrupting its electromagnetic position. The big rock snake understands that the north-facing nose has weakened its breath, taking advantage of the illness to kill. This is also fundamental in the Pokemon world. Mouth, a wave of purple light condensed. This is a dragon attribute skill, Dragon Breath. Nose facing north, Power Gem. Ong. The red nose facing the north, countless light spots flickered, and then they turned into star spots and collided with the Dragon Breath of the big rock snake. Xiaoyu didn't keep his hands. Anyway, everyone's eyes were almost gone at the moment. A wave of hands, throw Philomella's Master Ball. As soon as Philomero came out, he didn't need Jinyu to remind him. He directly lifted his slender legs, and kicked the big rock snake head with lightning speed. Boom. The big rock snake only felt that its head was cracked at that moment. Even if it was a stone head, it couldn't wait for a while. Puff. He passed out on the spot. Jinwu threw the Pokeball unceremoniously. Facing the big rock snake who was completely incapacitated, the Pokeball was more than enough to conquer. Shake it for a while, and it recovered successfully. There are already 7 spirits on Jinyu's body, but there is no limit to the number of spirits a trainer can carry in this world. As long as you can afford it, you can bring as many spirits as you like. Therefore, there is no such thing as more than 6, forcibly being teleported away. After that, Jinyu asked Jenny Turtle to wash everyone's eyes with a gentle foam, and the group finally managed to open their eyes. Brother Xiao, did you drive away that big rock snake with your nose facing north? When he opened his eyes was to ask the big rock snake. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 74. Metal Film First Update. Jinyu raised the red and white pokeball in his hand and smiled, "It's here." Quote. The scene was silent again. "My god. Jinwoo, you shouldn't have subdued the big rock snake, right? How did you do it?" Joyanan's pretty face blushed with excitement. Jinwoo directly threw the red and white pokeball. The big rock snake has just recovered from a state of near death. After seeing the current owner, Xiao Yu, he immediately bowed his head respectfully and was too frightened to move. "Darling, this master is a big boss, just released to Elf casually, and he beat himself up. He couldn't afford to be offended, so he quickly pretended to be a grandson. It's amazing. Jinwoo, I really want to treat you differently." Joyanan changed the attitude of the proud eldest sister before, and now she looks like a fangirl, staring at Xiao Yu with her eyes full of stars. Congratulations to Xiaoshang, Hexi Xiaoshang, for accepting these two powerful elves in a row. It seems that our journey will definitely be smooth. How you also thinks about it now. This Xiao Yu is the root. The thigh, it is enough to be the root of the leg. As for the rest, as long as he doesn't sacrifice his life, he will accompany him to the end. Even if he can't eat meat along the way, there is still a spoonful of soup. Where is it? It's just luck. Jinyu said again and again modestly. Among the crowd, only Songqing remained silent as always. However, looking at the situation, it seems to be a little different from before. The girl's clear eyes are constantly looking at Xiao Yu. This scrutiny is different from Joyanan's admiration and Yu Haoyu's respect, with a little scrutiny. Xiao Yu was stunned, so he could only smile and ask, "What's the matter, Miss Song? Is there something strange on my face?" Songqing shook his head and didn't answer. Next is the time to loot. This north-facing nose is a small lord of this small territory, and there will be no shortage of collections. Look, this seems to be a precious bone. It can sell for a lot of money in the market. Joyanan showed a bone in his hand to everyone. Although it looks no different from ordinary bones, it is indeed the bones of ancient elves. If they are sold to some special research groups, they can be exchanged for a lot of money. Jinyu was also holding a piece of silver coin in his hand at the moment. Ancient copper coins, it should be a kind of currency used by ancient people, and it can also be exchanged for a lot of money. There are also some other fruit. Open black lens bracket limited fruit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket berry fruit close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket pomelo fruit close black lens bracket. And a relatively rare open black lens bracket cashew nut close black lens bracket. Cashew nut. It can be wrapped around the belly, and it can also be carried on the body. After carrying it, the power of ground attribute moves will be weakened. Close black lens bracket. This thing can also be made into feed, and if there is a special feed formula, it can even be made into food that permanently increases the resistance of the ground attribute. Is a good thing, no matter what. It yourself or sell it. If you sell it to the forests, you can get a lot of money. The most valuable harvest is still to count the metal film. This is a cylindrical bottle with the appearance of steel. There is a liquid similar to mercury in it, metal film, a special metal film. After carrying it, the power of steel-type moves will be improved. As a tool similar to hard rock, which can be used when you carry it around. Market price is extremely high, and a copy is estimated to be comparable to a high-level skill book, but it is still priceless. At the same time, metal film also has a hidden function. That is, the effect of evolution after some specific elves are carried. The big rock snake is one of the elves that evolves by it. Why did the big rock snake rush over when it noticed that the north nose was missing? I guess it has something to do with it. Of course, most people probably don't know about this hidden effect. At least, the three people who teamed up with Jinwoo seemed to just think it was a carry-on item. After cleaning up, everyone planned to leave. At this time, there was a low cough from behind. "Hey you guys, help me." It is Zhao Huacheng's voice. Everyone's footsteps are a meal. In the beginning, when you cheated on us, why didn't you think of this situation, and now, it's a joke to ask us for help. We won't start killing people, but we have no obligation to save you, so please pray for yourself. After you said this, he took the lead and left. Yanan followed closely, and Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and left without saying a word. Song Qing walked at the back, looking at Zhao Huacheng's embarrassed appearance, but in the end, he couldn't bear it, and while everyone was walking in front, he secretly threw two open black lens bracket when you fruit close black lens bracket in Zhao Huacheng's direction. Xiao Yu could clearly see Song Qing's series of actions on the system minimap, but he didn't mean to stop him, he just smiled and shook his head. Zhao Huacheng looked at the backs of the people leaving, and looked at the two when you fruit on the ground. He had all kinds of tastes in his heart for a while, and he couldn't tell whether it was regret or unwillingness. The elves are much stronger, and the general level is above the 20th level. Jenny Turtle, Water Pistol. Lalu Lassie, Help Me, Magic Leaf. Jin Yu methodically controlled the two elves, and fought fiercely with the group of small fist stones on the opposite side. And, under the suppression of attributes, Jin Wu won the final victory without any risk. Defeat the 20-level small fist stone, Jenny Turtle, and Lelora's share experience 105. Jenny Turtle upgrades to level 15. Jenny Turtle understands the new skill, the Wave of Water. Lelora's upgrades to level 12. Lalula's has learned a new skill to absorb the kiss. There is a lot of good news. The Jenny Turtle is only one level away, and it will be able to evolve into a Kami Turtle. After completing the first stage of evolution, the combat power will definitely keep up with the next level. That's amazing, Jin Wu. Zhou Yanan applauded enthusiastically. After Jin Wu's fight was over, he even brought water and towels to Jin Wu. Yu smiled bitterly and thanked. This girl's attitude has changed too much before and after. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 75. Evolving Kami Turtle, 2nd. Jin Yu, I'm very curious. You already have powerful spirits like the big rock snake and the north nose. Why do you still insist on training these spirits like the Jenny Turtle? Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to rest, Zhou Yanan asked curiously. Jin Wu smiled and shook his head without explaining. Although the big rock snake and Qiao Bibi are of high level, they are just elves that he subdued at will in a hurry. For ordinary people, the blue aptitude may already be a very high aptitude, but for him, this is not the same. Not that great of a talent. Instead of cultivating elves such as the North Nose, he might as well focus on the Jenny Turtles, which will be the backbone of his future. I understand, you must want to keep reminding yourself, don't forget the original intention. Lalula's and Jenny Turtle must be the elves you got when you first became a trainer. Indeed, the initial elves are always the most important to a trainer. As expected of a special existence, Jin Wu, you are amazing. Zhou Yanan saw through all the expressions and praised from the bottom of her heart. Jin Wu. Why do some people always think, this is probably the secret of Brother Xiao becoming stronger? For a character like Brother Xiao, always encouraging oneself is equivalent to basic training. While Yu heard the words, he also stepped forward and said with empathy. Xiao Yu was speechless. Enough of you. Among the group, Song Qing was the most worry-free. Xiao Yu shook his head, subconsciously looked in Song Qing's direction, and found that the other party was also staring at Xiao at the moment without blinking. Yu observed, his eyes were like a medical student looking at a general teacher. Jin Wu. Withdrawing the forward, Song Qing is the most dangerous one. As they advance further and further, the level of elves here is also getting stronger and stronger. Yu and the others often have to form a team of 2 to make a shot. Although Jin Yu's Jenny Turtle and Lelora's are highly qualified, however, the level is too low, so Jin Yu couldn't help but have an idea whether to use magic candy directly on the Jenny Turtle. The effect of the magical candy is the same as in the game. Earth treasures are very, very rare items. Even if you are rich and powerful, you may not be able to get them. Even if a 4-day king level trainer goes to a high level secret realm, you may not be able to get one. Jinyu was able to find one in this stone diving cave. It was already a lot of luck, and of course, it was also due to the systematic search. Originally, it was planned to use this candy after the level was higher. After all, it would definitely be more difficult to increase the level, but, seeing that the Jenny turtles can't keep up with the pace, Jinyu couldn't hold back a little. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Who cares, if you have wine today, you will be drunk today, and you will be worried about tomorrow. It doesn't mean that you will not be able to get this item in the future. Use it now, and let the Jenny turtle evolve directly. After making this decision, Jinyu didn't, and immediately called out the Jenny turtle. Come on, Jenny, eat this candy. Jenny. Jackie Turtle took the candy from Xiao, and immediately felt a burst of energy agitation from it, peeling off the candy. Layers of special material of candy paper, the magic fruit inside is like its own special effects, flashing bright white light. Jenny. Jenny Turtle seems to be asking Jinwu for the last time, do you really want to let yourself eat this thing? After all, just from the appearance, you know that this is a rare thing, at least Jenny Turtle is on Route 10. After so many years, I have never seen such a magical existence. Jinwu smiled and nodded, signaling to eat quickly. Jenny. After getting the letter of approval, the Jenny Turtle swallowed the magical candy as soon as he raised his head. Buzz. After the Jackie Turtle swallowed this magical candy, there was a flash of light in the tortoise shell body. Even after the magic candy was swallowed by the Jackie Turtle, it could still see through the belly of the turtle shell to its existence. A wave of water ripples spread, and the water vapor in this area suddenly began to be abundant. What happened? Yu Haoyu and the others, who were resting at the side, were also disturbed by the movement here, and they rushed over. Has the Jenny Turtle evolved? Everyone exclaimed when they saw the water vapor surrounding the Jenny Turtle and the momentum sword. Jinwu nodded, and the scene of directly watching the evolution of the elves is far more shocking and exciting than in the anime or games. In this world are the product of the combination of elements and inconceivables. The mutations that occurred during their evolution are naturally so magical that people can't take their eyes off. As the Jenny Turtle's momentum reached its peak, its body finally began to change. The whole body was surrounded by brilliance, and its figure gradually began to grow. First, a pair of furry, ears-like things grew on its bare head, and then behind it, a tail similar to a wave is also derived. Kaka. In a roar, the rich water vapor of this world immediately poured into the glowing body like a funnel vortex. The evolution of the Jenny Turtle is gradually fading away at this moment. Although the eyes are open, the light is flickering. After the evolution of the Kamui Turtle, the breath exuding from the whole turtle is much stronger than that of the previous Jenny Turtle. Small smile flashed in Jinyu's eyes, and the peaceful evolution was finally completed. Kami Turtle Qualification. Purple Level Upper Limit. Level 60 Level 16 Attributes. Water Characteristics. The force of the torrent is reduced to a critical point, and the power of all its water attribute skills is increased. Rainy days, it will slowly recover physical strength over time. Gender. Male body size, 1. Skills. Impact, tail wagging, water gun, foam, shrinking into shell, high-speed rotation, high-five attack, crazy, white mist, bite, frozen wind, water wave, water oath carrying items, wishing star. Joyanango. He stepped forward, looked up and down curiously at the end of the evolution, and said in surprise, Xiaoyu, your kami seems to be bigger than the ordinary kamis. There is one that is very strong. Feeling. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 76. A Little Trial 3rd. Jinyu smiled and nodded. This should be the effect of making the feed by himself during this period of time. Because the nutrition is balanced and organized, the Kami turtle has just completed its evolution, and it has far exceeded the size of the ordinary Kami turtle. Of the appearance. After the evolution of the Kamui turtle, its attack methods and abilities are naturally a lot stronger. Its tail part is easier to exercise than the Jenny turtle. After that, you can learn the water attribute physics system with normal exercise. The high-level skill, Water Tail, if you are lucky and have the opportunity to obtain the Steel Tail skill book, you can also learn it. The power of this skill is comparable to the Steel-type ultimate move. In addition, Kamui is a very long-lived elf, and its fluffy tail is a symbol of longevity. Oath of Water. Attack with Water Column. If combined with fire, the power can be improved. Close Black Lens Bracket. This skill is a skill learned by Kamui when it evolves, and its power is the most powerful among the water attribute skills it has learned so far, and it is a special high-level water attribute skill. Usually this skill can only be comprehended by the 3 water attribute Yugia, and Kamui has learned it at such an early stage, which is also a big thing to celebrate. Kami Turtle, the next adventure is up to you. Kaka Kaka. Kamui patted the turtle shell with a thud, looking fearless. Happened, 2 pangolins appeared in front. Jinyu let the newly evolved Kamui Kyanshin try his skills. Kandana Qualification. White Upper Level. 30 Level. 21. Level Attribute. Ground Features. Sand hidden in sandstorm weather, the evasion rate will increase body size. 0. They are 2 well-established pangolins. However, due to the level, if there is no Jenny Turtle before evolution, Jinwoo would definitely not let it go on an adventure. As for now, Kami Turtle, use high-speed rotation to approach the target. Crack. Although the size of the Kamui turtle has become a little bigger, the speed has not slowed down, but has accelerated. Jinyu gave the order before he gave the order. Kamui was already in front of the 2 pangolins. The 2 pangolins were stunned for a while, and immediately the Kamui turtle launched an attack. Open Black Lens Bracket. Scratching, close Black Lens Bracket. 2 pairs of claws, 12 grasps, shrouded the Kamui turtle. To burrow out of the tortoise shell, and Jinyu had a good tacit understanding with it, and immediately ordered, the promise of water. A burst of water light waves burst out around Kamui turtle. Although it didn't look as shocking as the physical water flow, its power was several times stronger than that of the physical water flow. The 2 pangolins were powerless to resist, and were slammed back and forth by the water waves. Come here once. Kamui tortoise rotates between the shells, releasing a lot of water waves again. Although the 2 pangolins were 1 rank higher than Kamui, they still did not wait for this wave of attacks. Eyes once, immediately lost the ability to fight. Force. Defeat the level 21 pangolin, Kamui gets 168 experience points. Defeat the level 22 pangolin, Kamui gets 216 experience points. It's getting more and more powerful. It should be said that it is the Yusan Pokemon, or it is worthy of it. It's Jinwoo. Most people know that the evolution of the Jenny Turtle into the Kami Turtle means that it is only level 16. Even with attribute restraint, in the hands of a level 20 elves, it is still difficult to get the upper hand, but Kami, the combination of Turtle and Jinwoo, did it easily, and completed the double kill beautifully. Jinyu stepped forward, very skillfully scavenged 2 fruits from the pangolin. These fruits are relatively rare. One is called fruit, and the other is called golden fruit, both of which are used to restore the spirit's stamina. It is a product that is borderline between fruit, and this product has also been seen outside the secret realm. There is no such item in the genuine game. It is considered a waste case of the 2nd generation game, but when there is no orange fruit, and when you fruit, this is also a good medicine for healing. He casually threw the 2 fruits to Yu Haoyu behind him. Yu Haoyu hurriedly put it away and smiled bitterly in his heart. Originally, he was going to come out to practice, but now it seems that he is more like a backpacker. Since Zhao Huacheng's incident, Xiaoyu's sense of the 3 people is still very good. Since the rules were set together at the beginning, he will naturally abide by them. He will give Yu the harvest of the team experience without saying a word. Haoyu, and then at the end of the itinerary, it is evenly divided. Brother Xiao, we are now packed. How far is the destination you said? Yu Haoyu asked. As he went deeper and deeper, he and Zhou Yanan had already faintly revealed their intention to retreat. After all, in the depths, every elf level will be above level 25, 1 or 2 is fine, 1 more, depending on them the spirit can't stop it at all. Xiao Yu didn't mean to blame either. Yu Haoyu and the others also did what they could, and said, let's eat first. After eating, it is estimated that after walking for about half an hour, we will be able to reach the destination, and then there will be it's a tough battle, so be prepared. Complete. Yu Haoyu didn't ask more questions, but summoned a little fire horse, as always, diligently serving everyone's meals. As he continued to move forward, watermarks began to appear near the grotto, and even underground rivers could be seen in several places. Jin Yu touched the slightly moist soil on the ground, and the corners of his mouth rose. According to the system search map, the destination should be near here, but they turned around twice before and didn't see any traces similar to the underground palace. It's down here, no wonder, for hundreds of years, no one has found it. Brother Xiao, have you found anything? Yu Haoyu leaned forward and asked. Jin Yu nodded. According to the route, we should have reached the destination. Before, I was still wondering why I didn't see a similar hum, because this place has experienced a large-scale landslide. Chapter 77. Discovering the Ruins, 4th more. Originally, the Mirage Secret Realm gave the impression that it was a huge cave. In fact, it is not. There should have been large underground cavities and underground lakes here. In the current situation, on the one hand, water naturally evaporates and seeps into the rocks above, causing the mud layer to collapse. The second reason should be the reputation, rock god pillar. The reason for the arrival of the elf, the earthen seal covering it is not too deep, and it should be dug up in less than 20 minutes. It was useless to talk to Yu Haoyu and the others about the details, so Jin Yu simply came to a conclusion. They simply trusted Xiao Yu 12 points, and when Xiao Yu said digging, he really found someone who was handy, and was ready to shovel the soil. Wait, it's not that troublesome. You told everyone to move away, and directly threw out the north nose and the big rock snake. You too, do me a favor. The north-facing nose is of the rock type, and the big rock snake is of the ground plus stone type. Although neither of them have learned skills similar to digging, this skill itself is similar to talent, and there is no need to learn more. Able to learn without a teacher. It's really convenient, if only I had one of these elves. Zhou Yanan looked at the two hard-working elves and couldn't help but murmured. Are girls also interested in rock-type spirits? Jin Wu asked in surprise. This is a little lord elf. Even if it is a rock type, I prefer powerful elves. Zhou Yanan disagreed and said frankly. Xiao Yu smiled and didn't reply, but he had some thoughts in his heart. If they could really help themselves this time, maybe it would be okay to give these two elves to them. After a while, the big rock snake and their roars came from the huge pit dug into the north nose. Looks like it's been dug up. The others explored the cave. It was dark and different from the outside environment. The cave inside was extremely dry. Jin Yu is not surprised but happy. This situation shows that he has found the right place. Jin Wu, how do we get down? Simple. Jin Wu snapped his fingers. Immediately, the big rock snake stuck its head out of the hole, leaned its body into a ball, and turned itself into a staircase. Yu Haoyu and the three of them looked at each other, thinking that the big rock snake still used the words, ta, ta, ta. Walk along the body of the big rock snake then to drill a hole. After 2 days of rushing on the road, everyone's electricity was out, and the only thing that could be used for lighting was the little fire horse. Yu Haoyu let the little fire horse walk in the front to explore the road and quickly arrived at the destination. The unexpected platform at the bottom, like the ground, is in all directions. Boom boom boom. Wu knocked and it was hollow. We found the place, it should be the roof of the ruins of the underground palace we are looking for. Hearing this, everyone sighed, and after 2 days, they finally reached their destination. Quote. Finally here, and I really suffered a lot in the middle. As a girl, Zhou Yanan followed Xiao Yu and the two boys didn't complain a word along the way. They came here by their ability. At this time, their delicate little face was also stained with a bit of rusticity. Although it looked a little dirty, it didn't matter. Lost spirit. At this time, the little girl pointed at Jinyu playfully and said, "Hey Jinyu, although you have big rock snakes facing north, but if the treasure inside is not to my liking, don't blame this girl for turning her face." Saying that, he raised his small fist. Yu smiled wryly and nodded. "Well, I'm sure you're satisfied. This relic is genuine, and on the system minimap, Xiaoyu saw a lot of ancient relics, and if you take out 2 of these things, you can buy dozens or millions of them." However, it was the only one who didn't see Regilock's coordinates. Jinwu originally thought that as long as he got close to this place, he would react the same way as the sacred relic's rock god pearl. This naturally made Jinyu a little worried, so he also put some words in front of him. "I am very grateful to you all for being able to accompany me here. However, there will be more unforeseen things when I enter this ruins. Deity of Regilock, most of the elves that appear under the single light are around 30th level. Nothing less than. Is it an elf that even you don't have the confidence to deal with? I mean, the real you, the unscrupulous you." It was Songqing who asked this question. The little girl seems to have spent less time talking after the Zhao Huacheng incident and spent more time observing Xiaoyu. The question just now was also, real. Without scruples. A little more emphasis on the above. She knew something. Jinyu was stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Not really. If he uses the Master Ball, Zeraora and other elves without any scruples, let alone a Regilock, even Regichkas will not hesitate. It's in your hands." Zhou Yanan stepped forward and lightly hammered Xiaoyu's chest with his small fist. "Me too, I trust Brother Xiao 100%. Yu Haoyu also said seriously. "Good." At this point, Jinyu is no longer babbling. Let everyone wear gas masks, and have a peach fruit in their mouths. In this kind of closed palace, there is usually some miasma accumulated in it, so it is natural to do some preparations. Then, Jinyu groped for the cracks in the stone. "Yan Han, I'll leave it to you. Well, proboscis, use the flying blade." As soon as the proboscis leaf shook the leaves on its head, several flying leaves immediately floated out, accurately marking the gap in the stone wall. Boom! Immediately there was a sound, and the stone wall was cut into a square black entrance. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 78, The Great Escape from the Ruins, 5th update. A faint smoke spread out from the palace, and everyone subconsciously held their breath. Although it was dark, Yu Haoyu didn't dare to let out the little fire horse at this moment. At this time, if there are sparks, it is easy to cause an explosion. Jinyu snapped his fingers, and a ghost sprang out from his shadow. Goss goss hee hee. Wu rarely put it into the Pokeball since he conquered the ghost, usually he let it hide in his shadow. This is not difficult for the ghost-type ghosts. After all, the Gengar in its final evolution form is the only shadow elf at present. This is naturally to let Gisi exercise his innate skills, and secondly, he is to beware of a sudden attack, in case something happens or something. Ghost, flash. Gauss. The ghost immediately turned into a small electric light. Wow, I didn't expect Jinwu to have such a convenient elf. Zhou Yanan unexpectedly praised. Xiaoyu had never shown Guisi before. Jinwu chuckled in return. Wrap a rope around me, let me explore the path ahead, and I'll tell you when I hit the bottom. Although Jinyu sounded very relaxed, everyone else could tell that this was actually a very dangerous job. The 3 people were pulling the rope on it, and Jinyu slowly descended along the rope while concentrating on the zoomed-out map, while only staring at the front illuminated by the ghosts, and then Jinyu was surprised, this underground space, the scale magnificent and terrifyingly large. There are countless ancient elf characters engraved on all sides, and some are directly replaced by simplified elf murals. Even someone like Jinyu who has passed through is blinded by these kinds of characters. This system does not have interracial translation capabilities. Was a lot of it here. He found that on the zoomed-out map, there were several elf coordinates approaching him. This is a big-jawed ant. Open black lens bracket aptitude of jaw ant. Green level. 30. Level attributes. Ground features. Sand caves allow opponents in battle. Jinyu lowered his head and found that there were 3 huge funnel sand caves under his feet. In the most central area, there seemed to be 3 big mouths constantly opening and closing. This Nima, is it so exciting just to come down? Fortunately, Jinyu has a systematic map. If ordinary people come down without knowing it, they will immediately receive a lunch. The territorial awareness of the big-jawed ant is second to none among the elves. Once an alien invasive species touches its territory, they will rudely smash it into pieces. Its huge and strong jaws, even solid rocks, can also be powdered. But since you let me know, I'm naturally not polite. After finishing speaking, Jinyu smiled strangely, greeted the top, stopped falling first, then opened the cami turtle pokeball, hugged the cami turtle, rushed to the 3 sand holes below and ordered, water pistol. Kamui immediately took the lead, and opened its mouth to face the 3 sand holes and sprayed it. Although the mandible ant is a combat attack on the ground. Extremely powerful elves, but they have a fatal weakness, that is, it is very difficult to even jump with extremely weak and short quadrupeds in the air. The face of the attack of the cami turtle in midair, the 3 big-jawed ants couldn't seem to fight, they could only watch. Their sand nests were filled with water, and their short legs couldn't run for a while, and it was too late to clear them. Water dealt double damage to the ground attribute, and the 3 big-jawed ants had no choice but to lose their fighting ability in hatred. Defeat the 30-level ant. Kamui will get 100 experience points. Defeat the 31-level ant, and the kami will gain 188 experience. Defeat the 32-level ant, the Kamui will gain 266 experience. Kami turtle upgrades to 17 level. By leaps and bounds, he defeated 3 level 30 elves, and the Kami turtle has been upgraded to 3 levels in a row. After the 3 big-jawed ants lost their ability to fight, Jinyu landed safely. Then, he said hello to the 3 people above, followed by below, and let them land safely. We now have an inexplicable feeling, the feeling of robbing a tomb, hee hee. Joyanan said with a smile. Isn't it? It's more exciting than the bungee jumping at the Cliff amusement park last time. Yu Haoyu also said with a wry smile. Where are we going now? Song Qing, as always, didn't talk much, and directly asked the destination. Well, come with me. Jinwoo continued to lead the way. Afterwards, everyone passed through the strange formation under the Libra puppet, saw the side room of the ruins covered with sun rocks, and finally escaped the pursuit of the wandering night spirits, and came to the main room in the ruins. Ha, ha, ha. The crowd gasped heavily. It's really exciting. Joyanan said out of breath. Isn't he that right? If Brother Xiao did not lead the way, we would be unable to move an inch. Yu Haoyu was too tired at the moment, and his body was still there. He kept shaking, but he was inexplicably excited. This kind of feeling of getting out of his body at the last minute was really addictive. However, thanks to these blessings, we have gained a lot of things. Song Qing raised the corners of her mouth gracefully, and then, she took out a few, giant gold beads, from her bosom. It was really made of pure gold. One was the size of an adult's fist, without impurities, plus in the last years, it was estimated that it would not be a problem to buy a few 100,000. This girl was also a tiger. Just when she ran away, she even had the leisure to take some loot from her side, and she was not afraid of getting cursed or something. Joyanan immediately hugged Song Qing with joy, smashed it on the girl's cheek and kissed it twice. Qing, I really have you, I can reflect it at that time, I really love you so much. Then the 2 girls hugged each other again. Yeah. Song Qing couldn't stand Joyanan's enthusiasm, and pushed Joyanan away with a blushing face, and Joyanan continued to stick to it with a shy face. When the 2 girls act like girlfriends, the 2 boys actually looked quite comfortable. Who says 2 girls are good looking? Chapter 79, Between the Rock God Pillars, first update. Joke was over, and everyone began to notice the layout of this room. There were 3 small rooms in one hall. Each of these 3 small rooms has a stone platform, and above the stone platform, there are pits that are like depressions to hold things. 3 potholes in the left room, and 3 potholes in the right room, and there is a pothole in the middle. You saw the arrangement of these 3 rooms. He immediately reacted. The combination of the stone tables in these 3 rooms is the character on Regilock's head. After that, we divided into 3 groups, left and right, each has a face. Place 3 items at the same time, one in the middle. Jinyu took the rock god bead out of his backpack and put it in front of everyone. After a period of contact, Jinyu has a lot of trust in these 3 people. Although Yu Haoyu has some shrewdness in his heart, he has no intention of harming others. Zhou Yanan has a lively personality and candid words, and is the least scheming person among the 3. Song Qingshan doesn't show any water. She always feels like a very mysterious girl, but her heart is definitely not bad. At first, even for people like Zhao Huacheng, she would have a heart of sympathy, which is enough to show that she is just a cold appearance to cover up lovely girl with its fiery heart. That's why Jinyu dared to put the rock god pearl in front of others. This is. As soon as these 7 beads were taken out, everyone sensed an extraordinary energy from them, which was unclear but sharp. This is the biggest secret of my trip. I need everyone to help me. At the same time, I set these 7 beads together on the stone slab of the 3rd room. Jinyu said solemnly. Quote. The audience was silent for a moment. Then what? Then, Songqing was the first to ask the question, and the girl asked with eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, what will happen? At this point, Jinyu didn't want to hide too much, and said bluntly, we should be able to see the legendary figure of the super ancient elf, the guardian pillar. Yu Haoyu, the legend. Zhou Yanan, guardian pillar. Yes, to put it simply, it may be a secret elf that has never been heard of. Its strength is likely to exceed your imagination. After Regilock wakes up, we will take some risks. If you now is the last chance to withdraw. Quote. You spoke. He raised his head and glanced at the murals on the surrounding stone walls. Before, he had only been escaping for his life, and had no intention of calming down. Now he noticed that these murals all recorded the rock god pillar, Regilock, and what it did before the seal. They were all born in Regichka. Since the hand of Saint imitated the appearance of Regichka's, even if only a part of the strength was injected, these 3 pillars were already extremely powerful existences. They were for themselves. Same time, I got acquainted with the existence of human beings in the confusion. Most of the murals depict the things when Regilock and humans get along. Gillick, Reggae from the Ice Age, Regis Quill from the Iron Age. Humans once trusted them, used their power to expand their territory, and once again sealed them one by one in fear. The 3 god pillars, who seemed to have seen through everything, didn't mean to resist, instead they cooperated and let the humans dust them up. Xiaoyu silently looked at the mural while waiting for everyone to give him an answer. If they choose to give up, he will not force it, and will try to work together with the elves to complete the work of awakening Regilock. If they are willing to help him, after all, they are human beings. In terms of communication, they will naturally be more convenient and efficient than elves. And after the success, Jinwu will naturally want to give them something in return. After a while, Xiaoyu only heard Zhou Yanan shout, Xiaoyu, come and draw lots. Jinwu, the draw. Well, we are now 4 people, 3 with 3 rooms, and the workload is different on the left, middle, and right. We will use a lottery to decide 1 lot for each person in the middle, and 3 for the left and right, and the lottery for the 2 points. Can freely choose whether to help the room on the left or the room on the right. Zhou Yanan explained to himself. Hearing that, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, but his brain circuit was still stuck on his previous question, so are you all willing to help me? Ah. This time, not only Zhou Yanan, but Yu Haoyu and Song Qing also showed their faces. You are talking nonsense. Expression. Otherwise, why do you think we have come all the way here? After Xiaoyu was silent for a while, the corners of his mouth slowly twitched. I won't say thank you, and when I go out, Xiao Yu will definitely report back. The three of them waved their hands, with a completely indifferent expression. They just called Xiao Yu to come over to draw lots. The result was that Zhou Yanan was in the middle room, and they only needed to place one rock god bead. Although the number of beads was the least, Zhou Yanan was under pressure. But it is the biggest. After all, everyone knows that once Regilock wakes up, the possibility of appearing in the middle room is definitely the biggest. Xiao Yu drew the room on the right, Yu Haoyu drew the room on the left, and Song Qing drew the pending selection. Hey, I'm under a lot of pressure as a girl, Qing, why don't you come to accompany me in the middle room? Zhou Yanan angrily said to Song Qing coquettishly. Song Qing said with a coquettish smile, it's because you are under a lot of pressure that Xiao Yu lent you the big rock snake. And Captain Yu also has a nose facing north, so I decided to help Jinwu this time. Said that, Song Qingchang looked back at Xiao Yu and smiled. Don't think I'm useless, Mr. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's brows trembled slightly, and he always felt that Song Qing had something to say in her words. Please download the novel without underlining. Chapter 80, Awakening Regilock, 2nd. Mom is so clear, I forget my friends when I see sex. Seeing that his best friend did not choose to help him, but helped Xiao Yu, Zhou Yanan pretended to be angry and said. Song Qing didn't realize what Zhou Yanan was referring to at first, and was stunned for a while. After a while, that delicate and beautiful cheek was on fire. He didn't seem to have expected Zhou Yanan to misinterpret it to such an extent, and opened his mouth. No, Yan Han, I am. Want to explain, but I don't know how to say, Poochie. Seeing her best friend showing such a cute expression, Zhou Yanan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yan Han, don't be too pranksters. Yu Haoyu said something to help relieve the siege. Alright, stop being funny, Jin Yu, you and Song Qing also need to pay attention to safety. After a few chats, a few people started to act separately. Jin Yu and Song Qingchao ran to the room on the right. After 1 minute, we will each take a 1 rock god bead, and then I will ask Lalu Lassie to help place the other 1 rock god bead. When the time is up, they will be placed together. It's okay. Xiao Yu handed a rock god bead to Song Qing and said. Song Qing nodded, indicating that there was no problem, and then there was silence for half a minute. Being in the same room with a girl, without a common language, is somehow awkward. Just when Xiao Yu was about to say a few words casually, Song Qing was the first to speak. Finally, I have a chance to be alone in a room with you. Jin Wu. Girl, your speech is a little dangerous. You don't have anything, take the initiative to tell me, yes. Song Qing raised her snow-white neck and looked at Xiao Yu with clear eyes. Jin Wu is a simple and honest boy, he thinks it's best to take things step by step. It's not good for us to talk about this kind of topic at this time, and there may be a war soon. At this juncture, are you still hiding? Xiao Yu swallowed. He didn't expect that Song Qing turned out to be such a direct girl, but he really wasn't mentally prepared. I actually saw everything that happened that day. Hearing this, Xiao Yu was inexplicably relieved to think about it. What the girl said should not be that kind of thing and asked with a smile. So Miss Song Qing, what did you see? I see you have a strange white elf. It was the elf who defeated the big rock snake with 1 blow. Song Qing said in one breath what he saw that day. It turned out that Song Qing had been wary of Zhao Huacheng early on that day, so the sneak attack of Naia in the desert did not cause much damage to Song Qing, and his eyes were barely able to see. After that, she happened to see the scenes of Jin Yu pulling back from his madness. That's it, you know that. After hearing everything she said, she still seemed to be fine and nodded with a smile. You have nothing to say. Song Qing frowned, inexplicably dissatisfied with Xiao Yu's attitude. Jin Yu nodded and said solemnly, next. I will protect you. Song Qing blushed, who wants to hear this from you? Just as he was about to continue questioning Xiao Yu, he heard Xiao Yu say in a serious tone, "It's almost time, get ready." Oh. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown was on, and the three groups were all sweating coldly on their foreheads, for fear that they would be slowed down a beat. 3, 2, 2, 1. Start. Xiao Yu gave an order. At the same time, Yu Haoyu, Zhou Yanan, Song Qing, and the three made their hands at the same time. Kaja, Kazara, a few jewels were embedded into the slate at the same time. Then, the three slates made a boom. A bang, the slate slowly dived down in front of everyone's eyes. After the slate dived, there was still no sign of Regilock's coordinates on the map. Just when Jinwoo frowned, a new prompt appeared on the system map. A huge skull icon suddenly appeared and then the entire ruins began to shake violently. Jinwoo, we should now. Although Song Qing was calm, in the face of this unknown situation, it was inevitable that he would be a little panicked. Run. When the ruins are very likely to collapse, it is extremely unwise to stay in the tomb. Xiao Yu grabbed Song Qing's little hand and ran out of the tomb without saying a word. When I went out, I happened to meet Yu Haoyu and Zhou Yanan. Jinwoo, after I put the bead on it, it sank by itself. Did I do something wrong? Zhou Yanan asked a little worriedly. Then that rock god pearl can be seen by looking at it. It is a valuable thing, and the girl is very worried that it will be lost because of her. Brother Xiao, I am in the same situation here. Yu Haoyu also apologized with an uneasy look on his face. Jinwoo shook his head. You guys did a great job, it should be waking up now. Boom. With a loud bang, the tomb where the four of them were just collapsed. Instead, slowly rising from the ground, is a huge, stone sculpture. This stone carving looks like a lifeless handicraft at first sight. The whole body is made up of gray and orange stones, and it looks like a strong human being, with strong arms, two short strong rock legs, and three thorns on their backs. Most importantly, they are the rock god bead that was just placed on the stone slab is now in the stone carving. Of the head forms a shaped case. Great, Jinwoo, that orb is not lost, it's just above the stone carving. Was relieved when he saw that the jewel was lost and found, and was about to step forward and take the jewel from the stone carving. Xiao Yu grabbed her and looked serious. Zhou Yanan also reacted, swallowed and said, Xiao Yu, don't you mean to say that this stone sculpture is a super ancient god column? I don't know if the first thing they will do after they wake up from their long sleep will be to retaliate, or to continue their contemplation like the sages. No matter what the result is, it is very dangerous for us to approach them indiscriminately now. Chapter 81. Terrorism Destroys Deathlight. Chapter 3. He saw the 7 beads on the top of Regilock's head start to flash, quack. A sound like a machine sounded. Move. Zhou Yanan exclaimed in surprise. Then, I saw Regirock start to wiggle around. What is it doing? Yu Haoyu asked suspiciously. Looks like doing aerobics. Zhou Yanan replied. Hey, Yanhan, you're kung fu right now, and you're still joking around. Yu Haoyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Zhou, she may be right. Jinyu said with a solemn expression. Everyone's expressions were strange, and they wondered why Xiao Yu was still talking for Zhou Yanan at this time, but he heard Xiao Yu add, after the warm-up exercise, it is estimated that. Quack quack. Regilock suddenly let out a strange roar. Then it opened its hands and raised its head to condense a bright light. Not good. Get down. It's the destruction of the dead light. Jinyu exclaimed. The trajectory of the attack was right above the crowd, and although it would not cause direct damage to them, the ruins above their heads collapsed and would definitely hit them. No time to think about it. Xiao Yu rushed towards Song Qing, who was closest to him. Boom. Beam of light soared into the sky, which contained endless power. Under this destructive death light, the ruins were immediately divided into 2 halves. Together with the secret cavern above, it was also affected. Crack clap. The vast beam of destruction light destroyed all objects in contact with it in an instant. At this time, the trainers who were exploring in the secret realm of the Sea City also felt this wave of power, the power of destruction, which made them all. He was stunned, his eyes terrified. What the hell happened? My god, this attack is too scary. Is there any powerful overlord spirit coming out? Everyone's eyes flickered, and some decisive and smart people turned around and planned to leave the secret realm of the sea market on the spot. Treasure or life, which is more important, needless to say. Boom. At this moment, it seemed that the entire mirage was turned upside down, and the surrounding seawater immediately infiltrated into the grotto. Hulala, so that the tunnels of the cave are filled with countless ground and rock-type elves, and they are digging their holes crazily, trying to climb to the top of the secret realm of the sea market. Cough cough. Song Ching coughed twice, the destructive death light just now, although the power was amazing, but fortunately, Xiaoyu reacted immediately, throwing himself down and protecting himself, so nothing happened to her at the moment. Surprise, right? What about Jinwoo? Jinwoo. Song Ching felt the warm weight on his body, and immediately reacted. He should still be on his back. Jinwoo, come down, I'm fine. Xiaoyu responded, stood up slowly, and left Song Ching's petite body. At this time, due to the collapse, the surroundings were pitch black and nothing could be seen. Song Ching took out the elf ball. Meng Yao, use strange light. The Pokeball was opened, and after the dream demon appeared, a mysterious light emanated from the red necklace. Although open black lens bracket strange light close black lens bracket is a move used to cause confusion for the opponent, it is not impossible to use it as a light source for now. When strange light floated near Xiaoyu's face, Song Ching suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoyu. What's wrong with your face? At this moment, there was a bloodstain on Jin Woo's forehead. Jinyu waved his hand and said very calmly, it's nothing, it's just a scratch. Just when he was covering Song Ching, he was accidentally hit by a stone on his head. Fortunately, there was always Gisi around Xiaoyu to cover. At the critical moment, Gisi resisted with his body. Although it was only a gas body, it also slowed down the falling force of the stone. From this matter, Jinyu realized that even if he has a system, he should not be careless. After all, the system is not omnipotent and can predict all things happening, and everything has to be done by himself. How come it's just a scratch? So much blood has already been shed. Song Ching was in a complicated mood, so he hurriedly stood up, took out a clean handkerchief, and stood on tiptoe to help Xiaoyu wipe it. Thank you, but let's slow down these things first. Xiaoyu gave a wry smile, stopping Song Ching's weeding, and looked straight ahead, Deeli. Suddenly, a red light spot in the shape of, flashed in front of me. It's Regilock. Song Ching exclaimed in surprise. The ruins just now collapsed, just sealing Jinyu, Song Ching and Regilock in one place. Thinking of the power of Regilock's blow just now, Song Ching's face turned pale, and this luck was no longer available to anyone. Bella. A loud bang sounded. It was the voice of the contactor in Jin Woo's hand. After the connection was made, Yu Haoyu's intermittent voice came. Hey brother Xiao, where are you now? I've already met Yan Han here, but I can't find you and Song Ching. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Jin Yu was also relieved, at least the two of them were fine. Brother Yu, Song Ching and I have nothing to do at the moment, but listen to me. Now, you should leave the ruins, the secret realm of the sea market right now. The big rock snake and the north-facing nose are with you. Where are we here, brother Xiao? Yu Haoyu stopped talking. I will try my best to take good care of Song Ching. You let the big rock snake and Chow Bibi dig their holes and leave. We will meet at the Mirage Spirit Center later. Jinwoo cut off the call unilaterally after finishing his words. Turning his head to look at Song Ching with a smile, are you afraid? Originally, when a girl in Song Ching encountered this situation, it would be a lie to say that she was not afraid, but for some reason, after hearing Xiaoyu's voice, she seemed to be less afraid in her heart. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 82, The Emotionless Super Ancient Elf, 4th more. If someone acts as a knight, I will act as a rescued princess for free. Song Qing blinked his long and narrow eyelashes, and replied with a rare playfulness. Jinyu touched his nose, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Take care of yourself, I will try to end this farce as soon as possible. Although there is no evidence, Song Qing felt inexplicably that as long as Xiao Yu made a move, everything would end safely. Ghost, Flash. Gauss, he. Guys grinned and played the role of the light bulb, while Jinwu slowly walked towards Regilock with the light on. Originally, I thought that even if it was a super ancient elves, after being sealed for so long, no matter how much, they should have some feelings. Angry, or sighing, but unfortunately, I found that I was wrong. Although Regichkas gave you strength, he did not give you emotions from beginning to end. The ancient human beings sealed you. It is estimated that, I am afraid, after all, an unfamiliar, unfeeling, only follow instructions, and a terrifyingly powerful being is like a double-edged sword. If you're not careful, it's easy to let the human race get away with it. And there was no perfect Pokeball that could conquer you. Jinwu approached Regilock seemingly unprepared. 7 red lights on the top of Regilock's head flashed alternately, which seemed to be analyzing the purpose of this human's action. After a while, Regilock finished the analysis, and the opponent was an ordinary carbon-based lifeform, but since it had entered the attack range, Regilock was ready to attack. Boom. Open black lens bracket charging beam close black lens bracket. Jinwu. Seeing Jinyu approaching Regilock unprepared, Song Qing couldn't help but exclaimed and reminded him. Shish. At this moment, a white figure flashed by. Was obvious that the opponent's attack was an invisible thunderbolt, but the white figure was just kicked away with one kick. Song Qing recognized it immediately, it was the white figure. Quack. Regilock also made a thunderous sound, and turned his head around, looking for the existence that blocked his attack just now. So, I also gave up talking to you guys head on. Let's talk about your strengths, Regilock. I'm going to subdue you Philomelody and kick it. Fee. Philomelas immediately made a move that fell from the sky. Boom. A perfect hit on Regilock's head, the effect is outstanding. Philomelic gracefully turned his body in midair, looking up at Regilock. Song Qing was stunned watching the match in the special seats at the back. They all saw how strong Regilock was. One move could smash the entire ruins in half, and even directly affect the entire Sea City secret realm. This kind of existence of elves is estimated to be at least accurate. If you want to shake an elves of this level, you must naturally have this power. Other words, the young man in front of her who looked about the same age as her was a quasi-king level trainer, Regilock, who stepped back again and again, and the head symbol kept flashing. It has just woken up from a long-term slumber, and its consciousness is still a little fuzzy, but just now, Pherombus made it completely awake. Even the highly effective flying kick wouldn't cause much damage to its rock-like body, and immediately, Regilock started to fight back. Boom bang. The arm slammed the ground, and countless flying sand and stones smashed at the pheromone. Open black lens bracket rock falling close black lens bracket. Butterfly dance. Philo. Jinwu had already figured out how to deal with it the moment before. Philomelody dances lightly, beautifully and gracefully. While avoiding rockfall attacks, it also subtly improves its special attack, special defense, and speed. 2 kicks. Then quickly deceived and approached. Swinging slender legs, there was a beautiful roundhouse kick. Regilock was hit perfectly again, but this time Regilock also took defensive measures, iron wall. At the same time, when the Philomelodes approached, the 2 arms, like a shackle, it is surrounded and blocked by the Philomelody. Phylic. Philomelas gasped out of nostrils with a look of contempt. With such a speed, he wanted to catch it, but he was about to dodge back quickly, but he didn't expect that as soon as Regilock stepped on the ground, he immediately made a move, heavy stomp. Heavy stomp. Stomp hard, move the ground and let all the opponents around him slow down. Although the pheromeroids cleverly avoided the attack of the stomp, a gravitational space spread invisibly around Regilock. Pheromeroches only felt his body suddenly became heavier, and before he had time to dodge, he was blocked by Regilock. Pheromuse, use. Jinyu was about to issue an order to instruct Philosophia how to get out, but halfway through, he found that Philomelo looked a little strange. Philo. A few blue veins suddenly burst out on the white forehead of Philomelody. Philomelas themselves are arrogant races who feel that everything in the world is filthy and do not want to let other things touch their own half. And Jinyu, the philosophers, has only Jinyu in his eyes, or the shining gems and other things, objects. It is very resistant to disgust, but today, this broken stone dares to hold it. Fei Luome believes that this is simply a great blasphemy to it. The power of the small universe erupted immediately. Without Jinyu's command, a burst of blue, similar to soul power, erupted all over the body. Jinyu. System beats a sound. Philometus is extremely angry, and understands the new skill reverse scale on its own. Jinyu. There is also such an operation. I saw that the blue soul power of Pheromerid's body immediately turned into a product like a flame, and it spread and burned to its whole body along Regilock's arms. Reginald's strong body that can even resist the flying kick, but at this time, he only felt a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 83. The final hero is still the Master Ball, 5th more. Quack. Regilock immediately let go, and kept falling off the rocks covering his body, trying to escape the damage of the blue flame. Wu naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. It's now, Philomelas, the fatal blow, the flying kick. Philomero nodded knowingly, concentrated the dragon energy of reverse scale on the slender legs, and then like a common rider, he ran at the speed of sound, and then flew flying kick. Bang! A muffled sound. Regilock was hit and fell to the ground. Amazing. Song Qing looked at Xiao Yu, who was in control. His clear and beautiful eyes were flowing and sparkling. He didn't expect that this young man, who was slightly despised by them at first, had such strength. Go, Pokeball. Jinwu threw a Pokeball. Perfect trajectory in midair, and then hit Regilock. The Pokeball opened and Regilock was put in. Originally, Jinyu thought that the Pokeball might be able to be subdued now that the opponent had no resistance, but the next moment, the facts told him that this idea was obviously too naive. Unlike Zeraora, who was completely voluntarily subdued by Jinyu, this kind of phantom beast is a super ancient elf. As long as there is a little disobedience in his heart, the elf ball cannot be restrained at all. Even the process of swinging left and right is omitted. After the Pokeball took Regilock into it, the entire sphere began to crack. Only listen to, bang, at the end. A sound. Regilock appeared in place again. What a pity. Song Qing regretted something from the side. Quack quack. It was still the same mechanical roar, but this time, unlike the emotionless roar before, Regilock was obviously a little angry. 7 spots turned into beings like infrared rays. Immediately locked to live with the Philomelody, and then, Regilock began to accumulate joy energy. It's trying to destroy the dead light. Jinwu reacted immediately. In reality, few elves can use these skills like the ultimate mystery. Their destructive power is completely different from what is depicted in the anime games. It really has the same destructive power as a bomb. In addition, the user is still a super ancient elf like Regilock. For now, Philomelic Root. What skills can compete with it? Once it is hit, it means that it must lose the ability to fight. This is also because it is Philo the Beauty Beetle, replaced by a spirit, was absolutely wiped out in the moment of being hit. Can't let it uses this skill. Jinwu secretly made up his mind. If you want to stop it, it is also very simple. A master ball goes over, just put it in directly. She is not stupid. She saw the situation when the Pokeball regained Regilock and directly collapsed. Now, if Xiaoyu threw the master ball directly to conquer Regilock, with her IQ, she can definitely guess that the problem is that the master ball and the system are Jinwu's biggest secret at the moment, so naturally he can't reveal this. Come out. How to hide the simple, ghost, black mist. Gauss. Guisi opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of black smoke. In the ruins, the visibility was originally not high. This black smoke spit out, and naturally nothing could be seen. Jinwoo. Song Qing let out a worried cry. Jinwoo was walking slowly towards Regilock, who was about to shoot the destructive death beam. The destructive death light emitted by the opponent, even in this black fog, still shines. Regilock watched the humans approaching in front of him, still motionless like a mountain. He saved his own energy, and tried to get the opponent with one shot. After lock, even with this black fog as cover, the opponent still couldn't escape it. Palm of the hand. And in front of this carbon-based creature that it has analyzed and 5 slag, it is impossible to cause any damage to it. Jinyu looked harmless to humans and animals, and rubbed the master ball in his hand. It was impossible to miss at such a close distance. Pretending to casually throw it at Regilock did not hide without any accident, and was easily put into the master ball. No matter how extraordinary his aura was and how powerful the attack was, at this moment, in front of the master ball, Jinwoo picked up the master ball on the ground and said to himself, even though I am against you, this machine, I'm a little dissatisfied with the style of action, but forget it, you will be considered a member of my team in the future, and you can gradually adjust your personality. Done, he put the ball away. Jinwoo, where are you? Exactly, at this moment Song Qing also came over. Two met, they naturally asked about Regilock. Jinwoo smiled and shrugged, meaning, guess. Song Qing rolled his eyes. It seems that this super ancient elf is really untouchable. Fortunately, it let us go. Before it changes its mind, let's run away. The little girl naturally doesn't think in the direction of raining. In her opinion, just as the Pokeball exploded, it already represented a failure to conquer. Jinyu was also happy to explain and said with a smile, okay. The two are ready to find a way. They have captured a super ancient elf, Regilock. This trip is considered a success. The only fly in the ointment is that the ruins are destroyed. Jinyu actually wants to take the opportunity to make a fortune. There are many treasures of ancient civilizations in this relic, each of which can be said to be invaluable, and it is difficult to exchange for $1,000 on the market. Also, the message of surfing was not found. Hey Jinwoo, did you hear any strange noises? Song Qing stopped and turned around to ask. Jinwoo. First, I listened carefully, and then my face changed greatly. It was the sound of water. They just made such a big commotion in the battle, and now, the groundwater has leaked. Moreover, listening to this sound, it is estimated that it will be flooded soon. Song Qing, I don't have time to explain, so hurry up and take off your clothes. Jinwoo hurriedly said. Song Qing. Give you a chance to rearrange the language. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 84. Savage Base, First Update. Song Qing clasped her clothes tightly with both hands and looked at Xiao Yu with a wary expression. Cough, I mean, put on this wetsuit. Jinyu took out 2 wetsuits from his backpack. One was naturally the one he bought himself at the cost of several thousand oceans, but it was obviously a bargain. After using it once, he was close to retirement. The Dewan diving suit that Chenjiang gave to Jinyu, which is comparable to a precious item. The groundwater overflowed by Regilock's attack just now. It is estimated that the entire ruins and even the cave above will be flooded in the near future. Wearing this will make it easier to move later. What Xiao Yu handed Song Qing was the Dewan diving suit. It wasn't that he was righteous and left good things to others. It was just that Song Qing couldn't wear an ordinary men's wetsuit, especially the one on the chest. Clothing is a universal style, and the size will change according to the body shape of the wearer. Both of them were changing their clothes in the dark. Although it can't be seen in the dark, the outline of the figure is enough to attract people's blood. I can't see that Song Qing, who looks thin and small, is quite predictable in what he should expect. Hey, you didn't look at anything, did you? Woo, no. You hesitate. Jin Woo. When he came, he was chased by elves all the way, but now when he went out, he didn't see a single elves, and the water level on the bottom of his feet was getting higher and higher. Unable to find the exit, will we just die here? Song Ching timidly said something. Jin Yu rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Originally, he wanted to follow the rules and find a way, but now the situation is really dangerous, and he can't care about it anymore. Pherometis, use 3 kicks to clear the way. Master Ball, Pherometis appeared, raised her slender legs, and kicked the rock at the top of her head. Boom! As soon as the whole body was pulled, the rock on the head cracked and a piece was broken, which immediately caused a tremor all around. Crash! The road was indeed opened up, but at the same time, there was also a lot of water pouring down above the head. Come back, Philomelis. Jinyu hurriedly retrieved the philomeloids, and at the same time quickly put on the breathing oxygen plug. Pounce! The received sound came, and there was only a humming sound in the ear, and after reacting, the two were already in the water at the moment. Xiao Yu pointed to the top of his head, Song Qing understood, and the two hurriedly swam up. The original remains except for the bottom one. It was already flooded with groundwater. With the blow of Philomelody just now, 3 kicks, now the entire ruins have turned into an aquarium. But luck and misfortune depend on each other, and thanks to this, there are no elves standing in the way. At first, the way they came in has been completely blocked, so they can only find another way. The water was rippling, and the figures of the two were really like swimming fish, constantly swimming in the cold. Marching in underground water veins. Hula La's body was cold, and as time passed, the body temperature of the two of them dropped rapidly in the water. Even the more you swim, the more you feel a strong pressure coming from all directions. There may be only one reason for this, the water level above is getting deeper and deeper. Xiao Yu's physique was fine, he could hold it. Song Qing became more and more active, and his movements slowed down. Boom! Throw the poke ball. Kamui appeared by his side, and Xiao Yu signaled to Song Qing to let her grab the Kamui to save a little energy. Jin Wu's black eyes are now only staring at the road ahead. According to the small map searched by the system, not far from the front, there should be a ruins exit, but near the exit, there are also some troublesome things. Red Savage base qualification. Green level upper limit. 40 level. 31 attribute. Water feature. Adaptability and increased power of moves with the same attribute. This elf can be called a bully in fresh water. And its fins and dorsal fins slowly they are all crown-shaped. Sharp needles, like a sharp blade, and the fangs in their mouths can easily divide gold and break iron. Of dealing with these elves. Even if he is as strong as Zeraora, it is difficult to catch them all in one go without using this attribute skill in the water. If he uses the electricity attribute skill, it will be due to conduction. Sex, let Jinyu and Song Qing suffer together. Xiao Yu had thought about changing the route, but turned around to observe Song Qing's current condition. Obviously, he couldn't hold it any longer. If he continued to stay in the water, he would likely suffer from shock due to excessive stress and fatigue. Suddenly, on the small map, Jinyu found that not far from a red warrior perch, there seemed to be another group of blue warrior perch. Xiao Yu thought about it. Whether it can be done depends on this one. Kami Turtle, bring these elf food. Not for you. Plan is very simple. Jinwu asked Kamui to do the inducement. Quickly attract the attention of the red warrior base. Attract them to the territory of the blue warrior base. And then sprinkle the feed to bury the fuse. And then, Jin Yu and Song Qing took the opportunity escape. Speaking of this, the plan is very simple, but the most critical part of this task is whether the speed of Kamui is fast enough. Of course, if there is any danger in the middle of the Kamui turtle, Jinyu will naturally not stand by and let the Philomero out. Although the cockroach girl will definitely complain after fighting in the water, but I will send some cockroach girls later. Shiny gold jewels or something, can always be perfunctory. Thinking of this, Jinyu made Kamui start to be moved. Whoa, turtle is not slow in the water, swaying its tail with all its strength, it is like turning on a propeller, leaving a steam bag and dodging in front of the red Savage Base. Savage Base fried in an instant, and immediately chased in the direction of Kamui in groups. Of course, there were also a few Savage Base that didn't catch up, and still stayed where they were, but when Kamui threw a handful of feed, the few Savage Base who stayed behind couldn't stand the temptation to chase after them. Chapter 85. The Skill Book on the Fish Scales, Second Update. After the last fishing contest incident, Jinwoo has full confidence in the water-based feed he made. This was indeed the case. The few savage perch that were still staying behind, after smelling the feed spilled by Kamui Turtle, immediately chased away without hesitation. Unlike elves on land, water elves are rarely able to eat tree fruit, not to mention the tree fruit feed that has been carefully processed by Jinwoo. The smell of this feed is, for them, the most delicious food they have ever asked for in their entire lives, making them yearn for it. The elf's existing simplicity can only be rational, and after all, it makes it impossible to give up the temptation in front of it, and finally can't bear it, and all rush towards the direction of Kamui. Buzz. For a time, the pressure of Kamui also increased greatly. The large group of savage perch behind him grinned at him, and he had no doubt that if he slowed down a beat, he would definitely be torn into tortoises. So Kamui is also sprinting with all his strength. Hold on, the front should be the destination that the owner said. Buzz. Swinging its tail crazily, for a time, the speed of Kamui reached an unprecedented extreme. Kamui Tortoise comprehends the new skill water jet on its own. Unexpected joy. When Xiaoyu saw this, he also hurriedly took the time to swim to the exit of the Songqing dynasty ruins. Although Songqing's physical strength has reached the limit at this time, he also knows that now is the most critical time, and he must not fall off the chain, so he worked hard to keep up with Xiaoyu's footsteps. On the other hand, the red savage base has entered the territory of the blue savage base. Although of the same species, the red and blue savage base are notoriously poor in relation to each other. At this moment, they are fighting because of food, and naturally they will never die. Kami Tortoise threw down the food and ran away immediately. When leaving, it found that one of the blue savage perch's scales here seemed to have something engraved on the scales, but the turtle's life was more important, so it decided to run first and then rush towards Xiaoyu. After a while, the two sides converged. Kamui told Jinyu what he saw, and Xiaoyu opened the system map and looked at it carefully. It was true. The coordinates of the blue savage base were covered with the coordinates of the surfing cheat. The strange fish scales I saw were probably for some reason. The surfing secret realm was directly engraved on the scales of the savage base. For a time, Xiaoyu was confused. Should he run away and escape, or take a risk to go back and capture this strange blue savage perch? Songqing, who saw Xiaoyu's entanglement, smiled. He leaned close to his ear and said softly, "Go do whatever you want, I'll be waiting for you here." Hearing this, Xiaoyu was a little confused for a while, but then his eyes were firm. "I will be back soon." Having said that, he let Kamui Turtle stay here to protect Songqing, while he quickly swam in the direction of the savage base. Jinyu came to the scene of the crime, and at this time, the perch were still. In the scramble, even Jinwoo, a human, did not attract their attention. Xiaoyu stuffed several Wenyu fruit and Sakura fruit into his mouth. The former was used to restore physical strength, and the latter was used to relieve the paralyzed tree fruit. Holding a white vanilla tightly in the hand can prevent the status ability from declining. Making these preparations, Jinwoo threw Zeraora's Pokeball. "Go, Zeraora, and replace it with volts." The moment Zeraora came out of the Pokeball, a large amount of blue electric current was released from the yellow hair all over her body. Water conducts electricity, and if this attack goes on, the effect is no less than 1,000,000 volts. While the power is great, the diffusion surface is also extremely wide. Not only was the savage perch attacked, Jinwoo, who was standing farther away, was also affected. The white vanilla in his hand kept him awake to prevent his state from falling, and at the same time, Jinwoo swallowed the tree fruit in his mouth. Physical paralysis quickly subsides. On Zeraora's side, after releasing a move, Volt Swap, he quickly returned to the Pokeball. This is the skill effect of Volt Swap. Taking advantage of the savage perch being scorched by the electricity, Jinyu swam over immediately, saw the target, and threw the Master Ball. PFF'd. There is no possibility of struggle at all, the blue savage perch is successfully subdued. Blue savage perch qualification. Blue level, 32 attributes. Water characteristics. Exceptional and cannot be disturbed by the opponent's characteristics, like the opponent's move's gender. Male size, 1. Skills. Tail wagging, water gun, impact, crazy, water jet, bite, ghost face, head hammer, immersion, crushing _ it can be regarded as a Little Lord level elf. The most important thing is naturally the column that carries the props. The scales on his body are indeed engraved with surfing skills. Stay longer, and in case these savage perch recover from their near-death state, he'll have to suffer another self-mutilating electric shock. Without stopping, Jinyu immediately went to meet Songqing. They seem to have moved a little distance from their original location. Of course, Jinwu has system map coordinates, so naturally it is impossible to find them. Kaka. Just when Xiaoyu was about to meet them, he suddenly heard Kamui's anxious cry and was startled. Xiaoyu hurriedly swam away, only to see Songqing, who was in the water at the moment, with his arms around his knees, a delicate picture. His face was bloodless at this time, and he looked particularly pale, and his thin and delicate body seemed to be trembling faintly. Songqing. Xiaoyu hurriedly stepped forward to support Songqing. Songqing, who was wearing a swimsuit, looked extra delicate and plump. It was unexpectedly soft when it fell into his hands, but Xiaoyu didn't pay attention to this at this time. Songqing's state is too dangerous now, and he must go ashore quickly, otherwise, if he continues to stay in the water, his life will be in danger. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 86, The Adventure of the Diving Cave of the Stone Ends, third update. At this time, half of the stone diving cave was soaked in groundwater. It is impossible to take Songqing out of the water for a while. You looked solemn, thinking hard about how to get out of trouble. Looks like you can only ask it. Throwing the pokeball, Lalu Lassie appeared in front of her. Because it was in the water, Lalu Lassie would naturally be a little panic at first. Wu promptly took off his breathing mask and stuffed it into Lalu Lassie's mouth. Lula. Lalula sipped the breathing apparatus in her mouth and smashed her mouth. For some reason, her little face felt a little hot. Looking at Jinyu curiously, I don't know why Jinyu called himself out now. Jinwu has no breathing apparatus at the moment. Naturally speaking, it is not easy to express, and it can only be expressed with gestures. Fortunately, Lalu Lassie has telepathy ability, and can roughly guess what Jinyu wants to say to herself. Jinyu wants Lalu Lassie to use teleportation to help them get out of trouble. This makes the little guy worried. If he can help Jinyu, it is naturally 1,000, 10,000 willing. The key is that he doesn't use teleportation. Lelora's raised her big crying eyes to look at Jinyu. The concubine can't do it. Xiaoyu lightly stroked Lalu Lassie's little head, smiled and looked back to see the master's appearance with expectant eyes. Lalu Lassie naturally won't be running away. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and the sky will be a big responsibility, so Lalu Lassie also, now that this result is in sight, Lalu Lassie will naturally not like to shirk. Close your eyes and meditate deeply. The Lalula's family itself is an elves who can understand the teleportation skill. In terms of space control, he is more talented than most elves, and even the evolved Shinado, recorded in the data, can create a black hole in order to protect the trainer and distort the space. In order to make Lelora's more efficient understanding the teleportation method in advance, Xiaoyu also took out a piece of superpower gem that he had obtained from Duan Qinlongyan before, and placed the gem on Lalulas's forehead, which immediately turned into an arc of light, disappearing and becoming invisible. With the superpower gem as an introduction, Lelora's was instantly enlightened. Superpower slate. Immediately, it swirled and floated out of Loloris's body, turning into a halo and constantly spinning around Lalu Lassie. Lalu Lassie felt that her thoughts were much clearer. Eyes, it felt that it should be able to try to teleport. Lula. You understood in seconds, grabbed Lalu Lassie's small hand with one hand, and embraced it with the other. At this moment, Lalu Lassie's mind was clear, but the next moment, it seemed to be connected to a destination, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The three of them suddenly disappeared and came back to his senses, and Xiaoyu found that the surrounding environment had changed dramatically now. Although it is still in the water at this time, it is obvious that the water pressure here is much easier than before. Looking up, there is a faint halo on it. Yu took a deep breath and yanked Lalu Lassie and Song Qing upstream. PFF'd. Jin Yu gasped for breath, although he was in the water for less than 2 hours, but it was like a century later. Without stopping, he pulled Song Qing up to the rocky shore not far away. On the shore, Jin Wu has more means. Come out and help me, Reggie Locke. Wu threw the master ball, and Reggie Locke suddenly appeared on the opposite rock wall. Regilock qualification. Orange level upper limit. 70 level. Level 55 attribute. Rock characteristics. The body of constant net will not reduce its ability due to the opponent's moves or characteristics. Dead state gender. No shape. 1. Skills. Big Bang, Stampede, Rockfall, Charged Beam, Stomp, Curse, Primal Power, Iron Wall, Supervisor Total, Arm Hammer, Lock, Destruction of Deathlight. Still looks dull and emotionless, but Regilock was originally it is a spirit without facial features. One code is one code. Since it has been subdued, the orders that Regilock should execute will naturally be executed. Regilock threw a move primitive power out. Immediately, a focus appeared under Jin Wu's feet. As an ultra-ancient Eudemon's level elf, Regilock's ability to control rocks is unparalleled. Then, Regilock directly suspended the rock and brought the two of Jin Wu to the shore. Xiaoyu took a breath and said with a wry smile, "You guys are quite useful, if only it wasn't for this dead fish face." Quack. Regilock responded without emotion. Wu, even Loloris, who is a moody Pokemon, can't understand what Regilock is saying. Xiaoyu shook his head, for fear that Song Qing would see and misunderstand, so he took out the Master Ball first and took Regilock back. You better come back first, Regilock. Gah. There is no such thing as wood solid fuel, so Jin Yu had to deduct a few solid rock blocks from the rock wall, and then let Zeraora pull out, use Flame Kick to heat a few rock blocks, pile them up, and act as a heating tool. Then, it came to a very tangled step. Song Qing was wearing a wet wetsuit, and he couldn't keep warm. Should he be a beast? Empty his color silently in his heart, and when he was about to start, Song woke up. Jin Wu, this is me. Jin Yu quickly retracted his hands and responded, we went ashore. Now I'm trying to keep you warm. It's just right now that you wake up. Take off your diving suit yourself. This novel was first published by Dragon. QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique Feilu Novel Standby Group 672,171,357. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Attachment. This work is from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading and cannot be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy genuine books. Thank you for your support to the author. Key points. I hope you can keep this paragraph when reprinting. It is a little hard to organize, and it is a virtue to keep it tilde. No, I don't have any strength in my hands and feet now, I can't move at all, you, please help me. The girl's voice was very soft, like muttering to herself. Woo, okay. But let's talk first. Song Ching turned his head with difficulty, opened his beautiful eyes slightly, stared at Xiao Yu, and said sternly, if you dare to look around in a while, when I recover, it will be good to see you. Quote. Chapter 87. Gift of Friendship, 4th more. Cough, okay. Jin Yu coughed dryly, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and took the initiative to turn away. He was blindfolded the whole process just now, but even so, he still left an unforgettable warm feeling on his hands. Song Ching was wearing a blanket at this time, and there was a refreshing fragrance from his wet hair. Jin Woo pretended to be invisible and played with Lalu Lassie. Jin Woo, thank you. After a while, Song Ching whispered. Woo waved his hand and looked like he didn't care at all. Before, he had agreed with the girl to protect the family well. At least, he couldn't let something happen in the secret realm. Seeing that Jin Yu is a little straight, it is obvious that this unsmiling girl has an extraordinary demeanor that belongs to her. After that, the journey to the secret realm was much easier. Due to the previous changes, most of the elves were in a state of panic and fleeing. In addition, Jin Yu had a small map to explore the way, and the journey was easy and safe. It only took less than a day. Out of the secret realm, I only feel that the sun in the sky is so bright. Xiao Yu escorted Song Ching to the elf center in Heishi, and found that Zhou Yanan and Yu Haoyu were already waiting there. Seeing the two of Jin Yu, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. It's really nice to see you two okay. Zhou Yanan was holding Song Ching. Hurry up, tell me, what happened to you later? Simply telling the two of them what happened, their gazes towards Xiao Yu suddenly changed. Super boss, he was able to compete with the super ancient elves. And according to Song Ching, if it weren't for this super ancient, the divine pillar is of a special nature, and it is very likely that Jin Yu has already subdued the other party directly. If you can't afford to provoke the end of this expedition, the four of them rested well in the spirit center for 2 days, and Yu Haoyu will take this expedition. The harvest was divided equally with everyone. Most of Jin Yu sold them directly to the spirit center, and only kept the metal film. On average, each of the 4 people harvested nearly 1 million this time. It can be regarded as a small fortune. There is an endless feast in the world. After that, Xiao Yu was going to go to the sea market to go shopping, while Yu Haoyu and the others said that they were going to go back to their hometown. The harvest this time is a huge sum of money for ordinary training, and this time they also want to go back and share the joy with their relatives and families. Before separating from the trio, Jin Yu quietly prepared a small gift for the trio. He transferred the big rock snake, the north-facing nose, and the blue wild perch from the master ball to the ordinary red and white pokeball, and then gave the 3 elves to the 3 of them. Of course, the skills on the scales of the wild perch have long been finished learning for Kami Turtle. On the savage perch have been restored to initial appearance. Xiao Yu gave the savage perch to Zhou Yanan, the north nose to Yu Haoyu, and the big rock snake to Song Ching. The 3 elves have similar aptitudes, and Jin Yu gave them completely at random, without any eccentricity. After Zhou Yanan got the savage base, he used the detector to check the level of the savage base. After that, even when he exclaimed, "This level of elves." For most people, they are extremely rare existences. It was directly given to them as a farewell gift, and 3 were given at once. It is impossible for the 3 of them not to be surprised. Local tyrants make a move, they know that there is wood. They really wanted to find Jin Yu and thank him in person, but at this time, Jin Yu had disappeared into the crowd. Song Ching looked at the phone number that had been exchanged with Jin Yu before, silently fascinated. Zhou Yanan just saw this scene when she turned her head, and even joked, "Ah lie, he didn't even tell us Xiao Yu's number. Ching, you two have been alone for nearly a day and a half. Did something happen during this time?" Song Ching glanced at Zhou Yanan with anger in her eyes. "Didn't you and Mr. Yu spend a day and a half alone together, so nothing happened to you?" Zhou Yanan didn't expect Song Ching to fight back like this, and immediately blushed slightly, and quickly said, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have that kind of relationship with brother Haoyu. Song Qing's red lips lifted slightly, and she said with a smile, but your expression is not so simple. Yeah, Nizi, I fought with you. The two of them started chasing and fighting, while Yu Haoyu continued to be a peacemaker. Jinyu was near an uninhabited beach at this time, and he was exercising his surfing skills with Kamui. This skill really takes a lot of thought if you want to exercise skillfully. Different from condensing energy directly from the mouth, it focuses on how to control a large amount of water vapor, so that the water vapor can change into a wave in an instant, and itself, it is above the waves, like surfing. He wanted to launch this move on land in one breath, but Kamui couldn't do it for the time being, so Xiaoyu brought Kamui to the beach, trying to use the real seawater to complete the control. This step. Go, Kamui. Crack. Kamui Turtle heard the sound and stepped on the waves that were about to beat. Then, the whole body emits a blue light wave, and the light wave condenses on the wave head under the feet. Only when the light wave completely spreads to the wave head, the Kami Turtle can perfectly control the surf. Step on it at first, it can still be stable, but after a while, this balance will collapse. Puff. A bang, Kamui once fell into the waves. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 88, Practicing Surfing, 5th More. Kami Turtle, are you alright? The waves passed, I saw Kami Tortoise fell on the beach with all 4 feet in the sky. Jinwoo was dumbfounded when he saw this. Step forward and pull the Kami Turtle out of the beach like a radish. So, it's still a little bit worse. Click click. Kamui was also sitting beside Jinyu in frustration, trying to reflect on what he did not do well. Lula Lula. Lalulas, an elf, also had a good time at the beach, picking up shells from time to time and building a sand castle or something. Sometimes when I pick up a strange-looking pebble, I will happily hand it to Jinwoo. Jinwoo knew what Lalurus meant, just wanted to see Jinwoo play with this stone. Woo has been playing this game since he was a child, and he is quite good at it. He can make a stone float a dozen times on the water in one breath. Every time Lalulus sees the stone flying, she will show a particularly happy smile. This time, Jinwoo suddenly got an idea after finishing a water float. Right, Kamui, since you can't stand on your feet, how about trying to use a turtle shell to float on the water? Click. When Kamui heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and then he felt that this method seemed feasible. Even if it was to act. As a wave came, this time Kami Turtle directly rode the wave with one hand, high-speed rotation. Lalulalu. Lalu Lassie and Jinyu cheered on Kamui. That's it, Kamui, stay in shape. After switching to surfing with tortoise shells, this time the Kami Turtle supported significantly longer than before. However, before he completely transformed the waves under him into his own control, Kamui still fell into it. This time the progress is very big, just keep it like this. Come again, Kamui, we are very close to success. Jinwoo cheered on Kamiki from the side. I said, why is it so lively today? It turns out that there is a first visitor. A familiar voice came. Jinyu turned his head, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Master Chenjiang, I didn't expect to meet you here. He, little friend Xiaoyu, stay safe. The visitor was the master of the Mishi Gym, Qian. Was a young man next to him. The young man looked a bit similar to Qianzhong, and he should be a family member. A while ago, because of the diving suit given by the owner of Chenjiang, I was able to. Speaking of which, I would also like to thank the owner of Chenjiang Pavilion. Oh, Jinwoo, did you suffer from a drowning incident in the Mirage Secret Realm a while ago? Half of the Mirage Secret Realm is now immersed in groundwater, and this has made headlines in Mirage, and almost everyone who is a trainer knows about it. Xiaoyu nodded with a wry smile. The two chatted for a while, and Qianzhong naturally introduced the young man beside him. This is the dog, Qinmiao, this time the old man wants to train him, just as Xiaoyu, you are here too. I'll be grateful if you can give some advice. Xiao Yu smiled humbly and said, suggestions are nothing, at most mutual encouragement. Come on, let's encourage each other. Qinmiao curled her lips in disdain. Dad, you want to tell me about this special training venue today, what exactly is it for? I am still waiting to go to ask Miss Qing, who is the daughter of the King of Heaven. As long as I have a relationship with her, I can guarantee that I can save 10 years of struggle. Dad, your status as a gym owner may be able to move up. When Miss Qing Tianwang's daughter Xiao Yu heard these two words, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Idiot, the king and queen of other people, just relying on your virtues, can you be admired? And the father is walking straight, and I need your assistance in this way. Today I brought you here to exercise just to let you recognize yourself, so that you don't make a fool of yourself in front of Miss Qing. Chenjiang is not as polite to his son as Xiao Yu, and if he speaks inappropriately, he is immediately a Maolazy. What Chenjiang believes in is the principle of filial piety. Although Qinmiao's attitude was a bit arrogant, he still didn't dare to make a fool of himself in the face of his own father. Hey! Chenjiang sighed, as if remembering that there are outsiders here, so he smiled wryly at Xiao Yu. Let Xiao Yu laugh, the dog is really ignorant. If he has half of Xiao Yu's ability, what am I going to do? You need to worry so much. Qinmiao was not happy when she heard this. Father, you are so confused. This kid looks a little younger than me, how capable he is. Boom. Chenjiang very easily gave his son a chestnut. Jinwu always had a smile on his face. There was no sign of dissatisfaction. Dad, I'm not convinced, or else, I'll have a test with this kid. Qinmiao held her head and said, still somewhat unconvinced. You said it. Chenjiang was about to fight again, but Xiao Yu stopped him this time, and said with a smile, anyway, I have nothing to do here. If you don't dislike it, I'm willing to be your opponent. Qianzhang heard the words. He made a move in his hand. Qian Miao took the opportunity to escape from the former's hand, and said with a smile, okay, just based on your words, this young master will definitely take it lightly with you later. Little friend Xiao Yu, hey, that's really bothering you. To be honest, although the mouth means to stop, but in fact, Qianzhang is still more interested in Jin Yu's strength. Since the other party did not object to the competition, he would naturally be happy to watch the show. The test method is 2-2, this young master will be merciful, the first elf, I will let you, this is just what I said recently, Qinmiao threw a super ball. Go, good and bad star. The super ball is a jellyfish-like head covered with spikes, and a body like an ooze. Oh! Jin Wu exclaimed in surprise. This good and bad star is rarely seen on this side of Middle-earth. Chapter 89. Duel by the Beach. First update. Quality of good and bad stars. Green level upper limit. 40 level. 18 attributes. Poison. Water features. Unkindness and injustice. Attacking an opponent in a poisoned state will definitely hit the key point. Gender. Female. Size. 0. Close black lens bracket. Hey, this good and bad star was sent from Shizhou by a friend. It's not common in central China. You haven't seen it, it's normal. Qinmiao shrugged and continued. Although it is said to be merciful, it should be serious. If you can't even beat the elf who has just been conquered by this young master, don't even think about seeing my main team. Xiao Yu just glanced at it, then nodded with a smile, clapped his hands, and motioned for Kamui to come over. On my side, I sent this child to the stage. Kaka. Kamui Tortoise wailed two voices very energetically. Not to mention Qinmiao for the time being, with the eyesight of the pavilion owner Chenjiang, he could naturally see the level of Kami Turtle at a glance. Good and bad stars, and I don't know if Jin Yu randomly assigned it or if it was deliberately arranged. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you Sanjia. I can barely be the opponent of my good or bad star. I'll let you do a trick. Qinmiao provocatively said very confidently, the good and bad stars are surrounded by a large number of poisonous thorns. If the opponent is stupid and close to attack, they will definitely be stabbed by the poisonous thorns and become poisoned. Meaning, characteristics. The other party's Kamui naturally let him need it. Jinyu smiled slightly. Are you sure? Come on. Qinmiao is super confident. 5 surprise attack. Jinyu didn't hesitate at all, and commanded decisively. Shish. I saw Kamui bully close to the good and bad stars. Saido. Good and bad stars obviously didn't react. The front was wide open, and the tentacles above their heads didn't have time to defend. Boom. Immediately, the whole elf of the good and bad stars flew upside down. What? Qian Miao on the opposite side was shocked. Kami Turtle, spinning at high speed. The beginning of the game, there is a high probability of being hit by 5 attack, and there is a high probability that he will fall into the cringed state, so Jinyu will naturally not miss this opportunity. Kami Turtle naturally chases up with high-speed rotation. Of the good and bad stars did not damage the body. This scene is very similar to the scene when surfing was used before. That's right, Jinwu is going to fully comprehend Kamui's surfing in one go in actual combat this time. Kami, surf. Crack. A phantom is simulated from under the Kami Turtle, and the good and bad stars bear the brunt. Bang. Being slapped on the sand by the surging waves. 3 strokes are done in one go, without any rigidity. Senses. Chenjiang had already announced the result of the game. The battle is over, the good and bad stars lost their ability to fight, and Kamui won the victory, because it was 2-2, so, Qinmiao, you should release you. The second elf. Chenjiang didn't have any intention of refusing to show mercy because it was his son who was fighting. Defeat the 18-level good and bad stars. Kamui gets 830 experience points. Qinmiao. He had a saying in his heart. Speak. I have never heard of this kind of operation. Is it different from fraud? How can you not let people fight back? Qinmiao stepped on the sand under her feet and said with an unwilling expression on her face. I'm careless, don't let others do it. Chenjiang retorted bluntly. But, Qinmiao was wronged, but Dad didn't let him talk. No but, give Laosu a good release of the next elf. Fight hard, if you lose so badly this time, don't think about pocket money this month. Ah! Qian Miao let out a scream. Then he looked at Jinyu full of resentment, twitched the corners of his mouth and said, Brother, you are really ruthless, it's very good. It's in my opinion, since that's the case, I don't need to let go. Give it to me, my best cool companion. Seal Ball. Seal Ball qualification. Blue upper level. 50 level. Level 23 attributes. Ice, water features. Thick fat ice body when hail falls, it will restore stamina body size. 0. Close black lens bracket. The elf is as its name suggests. The elf that came out of Qinmiao this time is a seal elf with a round appearance and a ball-like appearance. At least in appearance, it is not lethal at all, with big black eyes, 2 small canine teeth, and 2 small short hands. Ow, ooh. After the seal ball came out, he clapped his palms in place, looking harmless to humans and animals. Of course, Jinyu didn't take it lightly. The opponent was far stronger than the previous good and bad stars in terms of rank and aptitude. Hey, I'm using your attack method. My seal ball can neither avoid nor dodge, and will definitely take your moves head on. After Qian Miao released the seal ball, she suddenly became again, full of confidence. Jinyu squinted his eyes. Since the other party wanted a set meal, he naturally satisfied as much as possible. High five raid. Whoosh. This scene is the same as before. Kamui came to the seal ball with lightning speed. Just as he was about to take a palm shot, the seal ball rolled sideways along the wind. Wu reacted extremely quickly, and immediately ordered again, surf. The Kamui turtle condensed a virtual wave from its whole body, and was about to irrigate the seal ball. Qinmiao's mouth twitched, and she also ordered, surfing. The seal ball rolled around with a funny body, and a wave also condensed around it, but the texture was much more real than the Kamui turtle, like a real wave. Immediately, Kamui's surfing was suppressed. Your Kami turtle surfing seems to be still in the learning stage. This level of waves will not be my seal ball opponent at all. Just when Qin Miao was about to take advantage of the situation to fight back fiercely against Kamui, she heard Jin Yu say, "Come back, Kamui." Quote. It felt like a fist hit the cotton. "Hey, why are you like this? This young master was just about to fight back, why did you take it back?" Qin Miao complained. Jin Wu smashes his eyes. "Is there a rule that you can't take back the spirit?" Chenjiang responded cooperatively, "No." Qin Miao. "Daddy, are you my father? Read the underlined novel, please download Fei. Chapter 90, Cheap Nephew. Open black lens bracket second update close black lens bracket. Foul, damn, you'll be fined." Qin Miao complained loudly on the spot. "Don't yell, just play the game." Chenjiang's head hurt from the noise, so he roared. Hearing the sound, Qian Miao had no choice but to keep her mouth shut and let out a small whisper. "Little friend Xiao Yu, please release your next elf." Qianzhang took advantage of the situation and reminded Jin Yu. Jin Yu smiled and nodded. "Philomero, come out and relax." Fee. Philomelas held up her proud head and paced slowly, her whole body naturally exuding heart-wrenching hormones. Chenjiang, as a gym owner, plus a middle-aged man who doesn't know if he has. But Qin Miao, as a young and vigorous young man, naturally cannot have bold ideas. Just as he was gasping for breath and staring at Philomelas without blinking, the game was over. "Idiot, what are you doing? Have you a good game?" The angry voice of his father resounded in his ears immediately. Qin Miao was stunned for a moment, then returned to her senses. Looking at the seal ball who had rolled his eyes in front of him, he was sluggish for a second, and then his face became bitter in an instant. "Dad, it's really not my son's fault. Who said that this bug is so good looking?" Although Qianzhang seems to be blaming his own son, in fact, he is also shocked by the strength of the iceberg shown by Jin Yu. This kind of humanoid spirit released by Jin Yu, he not only can't see the details, he can't even figure out the level, and the sound of his little friend is really arrogant. At the end of the game, Qian Miao was taught that she had no temper, and was dragged by her father in front of Dao Jin Yu, who forcibly bowed and thanked him. "Brother Jin Wu, thank you very much for your teaching to a newsie. This is my little intention, not a respect." Chenjiang's tone this time was to talk about Jin Yu as a peer, and then he took out a booklet from his arms. "I think Brother Jin Wu, you should have been practicing surfing for Kamui just now. This is a little experience I learned before." Jin Yu respectfully took the pamphlet and thanked him. "The director of Chenjiang Pavilion is serious. Although this thing can't even talk about props, it is very experienced for most trainers, and for the current Kamui turtle, it is even more sleepy to send pillows." "Things," Chenjiang said casually. "Brother Yu, forgive me for speaking bluntly, I look at your strength, and you are already equal to mine, why don't you come to challenge the gym? Is it a career? Trainer not interested. This gym owner is upright, and his son is half dead, what? This young man, who is a year or two younger than he looks, is a quasi-king level master like his father, guessing or really knowing regardless of. Where is it? Wei, Jinyu was not ready to tell the truth, so he half-truthed and said, the owner of Chenjiang is really too famous, how can I compare with the owner of Chenjiang? Philomelis is only accepted by me with good luck, regardless of. A bond or a tacit understanding is far from enough, if you use it to play gym games, it's just an act of humiliation. Chenjiang said in his heart, tacit understanding is not enough, I think that the elf has a good relationship with you. Of course, since the other party has said so, Chenjiang naturally can't reveal it, so he continues to listen to Xiao Yu's nonsense. If one day I really have that strength, I will naturally come to challenge the owner of Chenjiang Pavilion, and please don't despise the owner of Chenjiang Pavilion at that time. Haha, when Brother Jin Wu comes to fight, I will definitely greet him. Afterwards, Qianzhang also invited Xiao Yu to be a guest at the house, but Xiao Yu declined, and casually asked Qian Miao about Qian Miao Qingqing. Qin Miao is now, because of his father, the younger generation in front of him, and the strength of the other party really makes him fear, so now he has a lot of respect for Xiao Yu, and when Xiao Yu asks, he naturally knows everything. Yan, Uncle Xiao Yu, you used to know Miss Cheng. Well, that's right. I can come to Heishi this time, but I haven't booked a ferry ticket. She brought me here. Is she okay now? Oh, Miss Cheng is currently in the Heishi dockyard, because she recently discovered a ship 100 years ago, and I heard that there are some treasures found on it. This time, Miss Cheng came out on behalf of King Cheng, so she was being arrested at this time. I was entrusted to go to the sunken ship to search for treasures. Originally, I wanted to fight for a place to search for treasures with Miss Cheng, but unfortunately, my father brought me here for special training. That's right, Uncle. Jin Wu. Qinmiao's name makes it easier to say, Uncle, based on your strength, if you want to accompany Miss Cheng. No, if you want to go on a shipwreck adventure, it's easy and simple, and none of those grandchildren are you. Opponent. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. He asked about Qing Keqing's affairs, but he was just casually concerned, knowing that the other party was safe at present. That was enough. Interfering in the other party's affairs at will, in his opinion, it was for the other party. Disrespect. Oh, that's such a pity. Those grandchildren are cheap. Uncle, come to me when you have time. I promise to take you around the sea market. Had just finished speaking when her father gave an angry slap to Guazi. Playing, all day long. You only know how to play. You think your Uncle Xiao Yu is as hopeless as you. Exercise hard and come home with me. In the Taoist hall, where there are people, you will be ashamed. Ouch, Dad, take it easy, you're beating up your son. The father and son left in the excitement. Xiao Yu then gave a special training on the beach. The skill guidebook given by Chenjiang was really useful. According to the above instructions, Kamui quickly mastered the essence of wave control. Now you don't need to use turtle shells to float on the sea, you can stand on the waves with only your feet. Chapter 91. Going to the temple fair with the elf third. In the evening, Jin Wu went back to the spirit center. Make good elf food, stock up on the necessities of daily adventures, and wipe the elf eggs of young Kiras. Although they have not yet been born, the daily intimate contact can make the elf eggs themselves smell the owner's smell, so that, the born elves will naturally be closer to you. Have you heard that the Sea City Temple Fair is going to start tonight? Well, then you have to go and see. I don't know if you can find any treasures. When Jin Yu heard the words, he was also interested and interesting. He originally thought that the temple fair would start later. But since it has started now, he naturally has no reason not to participate. Although the booth has just been set up, there is already a vague atmosphere. The red lanterns are hanging high, and various barbecue, fried noodles, rock candied haws, cotton candy and other shops have also begun to do business. Different from the previous world, the shops in this world will naturally add a bit of the spirit of the elves. For example, in the barbecue booth, elves such as cold turtles or lava worms will use fire attribute skills on the spot to barbecue skewers, and there will be 3 Bs as a signboard for rock candy haws, indicating that rock candy haws are collected by 3 Bs, sweetness, to make marshmallows. It is made by craftsmen to make it into different elf-like shapes, in order to attract people's attention, such as Pikachu, Ibrahimovic, Fat Ding, etc. And even Jin Yu saw Laloras in it. In order to let the elves also feel the atmosphere of the temple fair, Jin Wu released Laloras, Feromero, Zeraora, and Kamui. The ghosts have always been in Jin Yu's shadow, and he did not let them go. In other words, as for Reggie Locke, it's not that Jin Yu is biased. Even if he releases this guy, he just sticks in place. Jin Yu tried to release him before to relax his mind, but this guy stayed in place for a long time. Lula Lula. As soon as Lalu Lassie came out, she was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. Although she was still a little scared and huddled on Jin Yu's shoulder, she couldn't bear her curiosity about what to eat, especially when she looked at marshmallows and candied haws. The shop is full of desires. Jin Yu naturally knows that Lalula's loves desserts, but he can't eat too much. After all, it's not a tree fruit. a staple food, so let him choose and eat only the same thing. Lalulas chose marshmallows. A big wave of Xiao Yu's hand. Not only did he buy it for Lalu Lassie, but the other elves were also made by the boss according to their appearance. Kamui is alright, and Gisi is barely able to do it, but when it was his turn to fight Philomelis, the boss was stunned, such an elves that he has never seen before. Fortunately, the boss's technical panel is hard enough. Is tossed out. You also bought masks for his family, Lelora's, Kamui, and even Zeraora, who seemed to be very arrogant. Seeing a storefront with Hanfu on the side of the road, Philomero took Jinyu in for a stroll. Since Philome's body proportion is very close to that of a human, he is a typical model, and the store is old. Bored naturally stepped forward, boasting, and then Jinwu lost weight invisibly with his wallet. Although Jinwu didn't date a girlfriend, he inexplicably experienced the psychology of paying for his girlfriend. Lalu Lassie looked at a model shelf of Shinado in the store. Her eyes were bright, and when she grew up, she wanted to ask the owner to buy clothes for herself. It took more life than the one bought by Philomelis. District, Jinyu came to the central area of the market, and most of the items sold here are useful items. Luli Li Puppet, a doll that is very similar in appearance to Luli Li. After using it, it will exude a smell that attracts elves. You can use it to attract the eyes of elves, and then take the opportunity to escape. Close black lens bracket. This item is similar to Pippi doll, it just changed the soup instead of the medicine. Just change the vest. In addition, there are also versions of Shangwei Miao and Malalu. Despite the hype of the stall owner, most of the people who will attract attention are young girl trainers. Next, Jinwu also saw some open black lens bracket enhancers. Close black lens bracket. Attack enhancer, defense enhancer seem to be everywhere, but in fact, most of the enhancers in this market are not guaranteed in quality, and some have even been used. The seller deliberately cheats people. In fact, this kind of enhancer also has a probability of improving the corresponding attributes, but naturally, the effect of the complete enhancer is not as good. Some people do not have the money to buy the complete one, so they buy these semi-finished products, just like gambling. If it succeeds, this remnant will be comparable to a genuine bottle. If it fails, it will lose everything, and even the elf who eats it will lose its energy. It is naturally impossible for Xiao Yu to buy these things. He would rather be down to earth and upgrade through his own training. Anyway, because of the system, his elves will not have barriers until they reach the limit of aptitude, so there is no need to take risks for a little attribute improvement. After that, Jinyu came to the edge of the market. There seems to be a shop selling tree fruit here. There is a fresh and pleasant smell of tree fruit. It is estimated that this shop also made some tree fruit incense, and let the elves smell it. A soothing effect. Jinwu curiously stepped forward and looked at it. But a familiar cry was heard. Jinwu. Hearing that, Xiao Yu was stunned for a while, then slowly raised his head and looked at the familiar figure, but he couldn't help being a little surprised. How could she be here? Socha, why are you here? The girl in front of her had long flaxen hair, and although she was dressed very plainly, she couldn't hide the spiritual energy radiating from her body at all. Soja also laughed and said, "Hey, of course I'm selling things at the market. What is my family doing? You don't know, the annual Sea Market Temple Fair is when the population in the surrounding area is the most concentrated. How can you not seize the opportunity and sell something well?" Yes. Perhaps it was the relationship between meeting old friends in a different place. Jinwu and Soja were very happy in their hearts. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 92. Sea-Tide Incense, 4th more. By the way, Miss Sosisa didn't come with you? Jinwu asked casually. Hearing the sound, Soja pouted and said, "I knew that you only care about your sister." Wu looked embarrassed. "There's no such thing. Sister, she's still there. The farm, she always said that she can't worry about the fruit at home. It's usually me who comes forward for temple fairs like this." Yu smiled and looked around, wanting to buy something at Soja's side. Suddenly I found that Socha was selling a blue incense burner. Suddenly curious. Socha, do you also sell this incense burner? Socha glanced at it, nodded and said, sell, but let me remind you first. This incense burner is sold here as a rare genius, and we don't know its actual use. If you want it, I will make the decision. Give it to you. Saying that, Socha handed the azure incense burner to Jinyu. Jinyu turned over the liaison department and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Socha. Seeing that Xiao Yu directly transferred so much money to herself, Socha immediately exclaimed, Xiao Yu, why are you giving me so much money? We don't do black business. If you let my sister know, I will sell you a censor. 50,000 yuan, it will definitely scold me to death. Xiao Yu smiled and said with a serious and sincere expression, don't worry, wait until I tell you the real use of this tool, and it's fine if you don't say that I take advantage of you. After speaking, Jin Wu ran towards the beach with the incense burner. Socha looked at the figure of Jin Yu's departure, a little unclear. Soon, Jin Yu came back, and at this time, there seemed to be some seawater in the incense burner. Jin Wu, what are you doing? Jin Yu pursed his lips and smiled, and called Kamui from his side. He said to a seemingly hard rock, Kami Turtle, you're welcome, use all your strength to shoot a water gun towards that rock. Click. Although Kamui didn't understand why he did this, he would naturally obey his master's orders. PFF'd. A streak of about 20 centimeters in diameter, the water column shot out violently. Hit the rock, and the rock swayed, but it didn't get damaged in the slightest. Clap clap clap. Suoya applauded Kamui with a lot of face. This Kami turtle is the evolution of the Jenny turtle before you. It's amazing. This water gun is really powerful. But what does this have to do with the incense burner you said? Having said that, Jinyu handed the incense burner full of seawater to Kamui. Kamui is taking the incense burner. The mood suddenly changed. Click. He seemed very surprised. Okay, Kamui, now you can fire a water gun on that rock. Crack. Kami Turtle raised his head and squirted out. The size of the water gun this time, 2 times the size of the previous one. Originally, about 20 centimeters, the water column has become 40 centimeters. At the same time, the rock block that had just trembled just now was completely overturned by the water gun this time, and even the place where the water gun attacked, there was another obvious depression. Soja's red lips were lightly parted, and she said in surprise, how exactly did you do this? Naturally it's the sea-tide incense effect that I bought from you. Jin Wu laughed. Sea-tide incense, a censer that emits a magical sound. As long as it is soaked in seawater, the elf water attribute skill carried will increase. This is a very magical incense burner. Its value is the same as that of carrying props, and it is an extremely effective prop to enhance the fighting power of elves. After learning the truth, Soja didn't show a regretful expression, but directly cleaned up the shop, as if it was about to close. Why don't you set up a stall? Jin Yu asked curiously. Well, because of a reward from a certain big money, my shop successfully completed the turnover today, so this girl is going to take a rest. So I don't know if there is a kind little brother who can accompany me to the temple fair. A fragrant wind drifted slowly. Soja walked slowly to Xiao Yu's side, her beautiful eyes were very moving. I don't know if there's any. I am honored to be with Miss. When Jin Yu saw this, he couldn't help but smile and said. Soja smiled. Well, my little brother is not too ugly, just you. Jin Yu shook his head with a wry smile, and the two of them walked together in this temple fair. Although Soja has participated in several temple fairs, most of the time she is guarding her small booth, and she doesn't have much time to come out to have fun. So walking with Jinwoo at this time makes me feel quite happy. In the process, the two also saw a lot of interesting things. For example, open black lens bracket music stall close black lens bracket, a kind of carpet that noisy birds like very much. When you step on this stall, it will make different sounds. It is rumored that after someone put this kind of carpet at home, it attracted a lot of noisy birds out of thin air. Of course, to create this effect, 1 or 2 music stalls are naturally useless, at least a whole set of notes is needed. And save the goldfish game. Unlike the weak elves in reality, this goldfish is a horn with sharp horns on its head, goldfish. Net of capture. Also changed from paper to silk screen. The only thing that doesn't change is that it's still the same trick. Just like a piece of paper can break 5 with a single move for an ordinary goldfish, and this wire mesh can easily break through 5 for a diagonal goldfish, unless it's a very poor physique. Species. Horn. Goldfish. This horn. Goldfish is malnourished. Even if caught, it is a waste of food. After that, there are gun games, where guns become trainers, sprites. A group of trainers is allowed to carry a genie, and then let the genie attack a target such as a balloon or a bottle from a certain distance. Smashing it, the number will get different prizes. Jinyu put Lelora's on the field and used the magic leaf attack skill, and the boss lost all his money. Chapter 93. The Man in Black and the Strange Girl, 5th more. Ha ha ha, I'm really happy, Jin Woo, do you often come to temple fairs to play? I think you're very skilled. Soja said with a coquettish smile. There was a bit of charming charm between her curved eyebrows, and many people around her couldn't help but roll their throats a few times. When I was a kid, I went to a similar temple fair with a friend. Jinyu's thoughts flew back to the past. In his memory, there is always a girl like a tomboy who likes to drag him around and run around, but every time he thinks about it, his memory becomes very vague, which is very strange. Hey, now you're playing with me, don't think about other girls. Soja reminded with a chuckle. Jinyu was surprised. This is the sixth sense of a girl, so she could guess that the two were chatting, and suddenly, there was a commotion from a distance, and there seemed to be a man wearing a hooded shawl, walking towards him. The crowd was crowded, and there were many people in black chasing after him. Soja frowned. What happened? Why are so many people chasing a girl? That's a girl. Jinyu looked in the distance and found that the other party's figure was slender. Maybe it was really a woman. Can't leave it alone. After Soja finished saying this, she walked over. Jinwoo shook his head and could only follow. Soon, the woman with the hood and shawl was caught by the man in black. Many people were watching, but no one dared to step forward, because these men in black didn't look like the masters to be provoked. You stop me. At this critical moment, Soja's voice sounded. Then, he threw the Pokeball. Come out, mushroom. Mushroom qualification. Green level upper limit. 40 level. Level 19 attribute. Grass features. When the spore is attacked, there is a chance to infect the opponent and make the opponent become poisoned, paralyzed, sleep state. Will increase physical strength gender. Female size, 0. Close black lens bracket. You can. Mushrooms came out. A large amount of paralyzing wind was scattered from the top of the head, attacking the big men in black. The black-clothed men were obviously highly trained, and when they were attacked, they reacted immediately and threw the Pokeball as well. Go, Great Wolf Dog. A group of people are using big wolf dogs, and the level is not low. The average is around 30th level. Although they were preempted by mushrooms, they quickly reacted, and they were less than 20 level mushrooms. Mushrooms, naturally not the opponents of a group of great wolf dogs, were smashed into the air all of a sudden. Mushrooms. Soja felt distressed for her injured mushroom. Who are you and why did you suddenly attack us? One of them stood up, but instead questioned as if the wicked complained first. Dare to ask a group of big men to surround and bully a girl, what are you trying to do? Soja asked without fear. The man in black straightened his chest and said, Listen, we are from the Heishi dock office. We are carrying out a secret mission. Don't let anyone else get in the way. Before the man in black could finish his ruthless words, he saw his big wolf dog flying upside down towards him, and flew out together with his whole body. Who? The other men in black looked left and right, and saw an orange flash passing by. After that, All of their great wolf dogs followed in the footsteps of the previous man. I don't care where you are from, since I moved my friend's spirit, you should be conscious. Jin Woo's cold voice came from behind. Originally, he wanted to watch the situation, but when he saw Soja's elf being beaten, he couldn't remain indifferent. All the black-clothed men were pale at the moment. This young man was obviously from an extraordinary background. The wolf dogs of several of them were cleaned up without even seeing the face of the other elf. This must have at least 4 stars 44 the strength of the trainer. Your Excellency has figured it out clearly, and it's tantamount to puffing with us. The man in black who opened his mouth was forced to shut up again. Zeraora gave them an explosive head for free as soon as they were shocked. On the street, the crowd who watched, took pictures and made videos had a lot of discussion. I'm going, who are these people? Didn't you hear? They said they were from the sea market dock. Then who is this young man? You ask me, who do I ask? But so handsome. A nympho's eyes turned into love. Hey, are you a man? Whoever stipulates that men can't commit nympho. Quote. The person who asked the question walked away silently. This kind of person is more dangerous than the young man who shot. I took a picture of the whole process, but I don't know if I can see the appearance of the opponent's elf's shot clearly after playing 10 times slower. There are sane people talking about it. This young man is very domineering. Despite the crowd's talking, in Soja's eyes, everyone and everything turned black and white. Only Jinyu's back in front of her was colored, with special effects dazzling. The Jinyu she knew has always been silent and seldom said, but he made such a high-profile shot today. Obviously most of them were out for her and made a name for themselves. Hate. The deer on the chest is jumping wildly. Soja, are you alright? Xiaoyu's voice brought Soja back to her senses. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xiaoyu quietly, and she shook her head silently with a blushing face. Well then, let's go and see if the girl is okay. The two went over together, and helped the girl with the hooded shawl up, and the hooded hood fell off without wind. When he saw the girl's appearance, Xiaoyu's expression was obviously stunned. Doesn't mean how good-looking the other party looks, but it always feels like a familiar feeling. The long pink hair fluttered gently, and a pair of glazed amber eyes were staring at him with a pitiful luster. That something is waking up in my memory, but I can't remember it. You are. Just as Jinyu was about to ask who the other party was, the long pink-haired girl hugged Jinyu with a face full of surprise. Ah. Girl doesn't seem to be able to speak, and can only simply make some syllables from her throat. She looks at Jinyu as if she has seen a long-lost relative, and it seems that the grievances she has suffered alone can finally find someone to talk to. The subject's tears were dripping wet on Jinyu's collar. Jinyu opened his mouth, but he didn't say the question. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fanfic. Chapter 94. Bloodwing Dragon Power, First Update. Hey Jinwoo, do you know this girl? At this time, Soja's beautiful eyes widened, and she looked at Jinyu in surprise. Jinwoo shook his head, but didn't explain anything. With the pink-haired girl, the memory in his mind was a little confusing, which caused him to be inexplicably upset. The pink-haired girl still hugged Jinyu's neck like a koala, and didn't move. Soja was a little bit appetizing when she saw this, but the girl was still very knowledgeable and didn't get too entangled in this aspect. She took the initiative to propose. Jinyu, let's settle the girls first. If we are here, it is very likely that the accomplices of the men in black will come to the door. Good. Jinwoo nodded and hugged the girl in his arms. Just as the two were about to clear the crowd and leave. Wait a minute, the two over there, please give me a face at the sea market dock and keep the girl. The one who spoke was a man in a white vest, with ordinary features and an ordinary height. If it weren't for the bodyguards in black around him, he threw him into the crowd with a magnifying glass. Jinwoo was silent, and his steps didn't stop. Young man, you are full of blood and energy. After speaking, the man threw an advanced ball. Go, Blood-Wing Dragon. High-level ball flashed through the arc, and suddenly the dragon roared in the sky. A dragon-type elf with a four-legged appearance, two gorgeous blood-red wings, a slender tail, and a well-balanced body proportion appeared in front of everyone. Gosh. Run. If before, there were still people watching the good things and dared to stay here to watch the fun, but with the appearance of the blood-winged dragon, everyone's expressions suddenly became terrified. No one needs to take the lead, everyone starts to stay away from this land of right and wrong. This is the deterrent power brought by dragon-type Pokemon. Since ancient times, and, dragon. Anything that is related to it is a powerful and abnormal existence. They can attract wind and rain between their wings, and they can release scorching flames in their mouths, and the death light of destruction. Power and mystery are synonymous with them. That is to say, in recent years, with the rapid development of science and technology, people gradually became more confident. In 200 or 300 years ago, if a dragon-type Pokemon appeared in a village, it would be a natural disaster and man-made disaster. At that time, it was possible to drive away the dragon. The trainer of attribute spirits is even called a dragon slayer. Blood-winged dragon qualification. Purple level upper limit. 0 level. 52 attribute. Dragon. Flight characteristics. Intimidation comes with shocking power, and the opponent who is shocked will reduce the attack power size. 2. Close black lens bracket. It's a blood-winged dragon. An invisible aura spread from the whole body of the blood-winged flying dragon, and the pressure of weighing shrouded down. In an instant, the air seemed to be stagnant, like an invisible and heavy bell, pressing on everyone. Although Soja forced herself to calm down, Longwei still made her pale. It's all right. Jin Wu vacates. One hand, wrapped around Soja's waist. Thank you. Soja blushed and muttered. Jin Yu nodded. This kind of coercion didn't seem to hinder him in the slightest, and he was still in a hurry, walking towards the distance with steady steps. Kidding, after all, he is also someone who has seen the scene. Although Longwei is terrifying, compared to the electric field of Zeraora, when Feromero first came from the ultimate alien space, the strangeness that came with it. The beast aura, and the oppressive feeling of Regilock's destructive death beam before, were really nothing. The man was also stunned when he saw this, and then shouted, "Young man, don't go your own way, make mistakes again and again. I also advise you to say a word, I'm not in a good mood today, please do it yourself." When he said this, Jinyu slightly tilted his head, although it was only for a moment, but the middle-aged man saw a palpitating gleam in his eyes. My heart trembled slightly, but I didn't have the courage to continue to order the blood-winged dragon to attack, so I just watched Jinyu and the others walk away slowly. Hey, I didn't realize when there was an elf standing beside him. After Xiao Yu and the others walked away for a certain distance, Luo Hao realized that there was a yellow elf that looked like a cat walking upright beside Xiao Yu all the time. It is not difficult to imagine that if he had just driven the blood-winged dragon to attack, the elf on the other side would also stretch his claws towards them. Director, just let them go like this. A man in black whispered a reminder in Luo Hao's ear. This young man is not easy, contact him, try not to use force, otherwise, I will not be able to protect you. Luo Hao's remarks shocked all his subordinates. Luo Hao's strength. How could such a person be so jealous of a young man? Of course, everyone understands the truth of not bullying young people and being poor, so this gang has no choice but to keep silent. Luo Hao sighed. Check this young man's identity and current address. Next, let me negotiate the next thing. Oh, and also, explain the situation to Miss Qing, just say mysterious too. Number 2 is currently taken away by a powerful young man of unknown origin, to explore the sinking of the ship, so let us take a moment. Yes. Luo Haoya looked at the backs of Xiao Yu and the others leaving, until they were blurred, then he withdrew his gaze and sighed lightly. It's not peaceful these days. Jinyu took Soja and the pink-haired girl to a nearby apartment hotel, completed the identity registration under the surprised and shocked eyes of the lady at the front desk, and then entered the room. At this time, the three of them looked at each other, but they didn't know where to start. Jin-woo, won't you say something? Soja frowned as she looked at the pink-haired girl who still didn't let go. Jin-Yu's neck, said. Jin-Yu said with a bitter expression, my neck is sore. Puff. Soja couldn't hold back her laughter. Jin-Yu patted the koala in front of him. Hey, it's safe for now, come down first. Chapter 95, Your name is Xiaoya, second. Hearing, koala. Oh, no, it was the pink-haired girl who slowly raised her head. Then he smirked and looked at Jin-Woo with a grin. Jin-Woo asked, what's your name? The little girl tilted her head and looked at Jin-Yu with her big eyes. Woo is asking, where is home? The little girl still stared at Jin-Yu without blinking. Can you speak? The little girl still had that innocent and cute expression on her face. Jin-Yu rubbed his forehead. Okay, this girl is one, the identification is complete. Hearing what Jin-Yu said, the little girl still smiled happily. Jin-Yu, it's time, stop joking. Soja rolled her eyes at Jin-Yu, motioning for him to be serious. Jin-Yu said helplessly, but this girl can't communicate in words at all. When you communicate with her, it's like communicating with an elves. Ah, talking about this, Jin-Woo suddenly remembered something, threw the Pokeball, and called Laloras out. Lula. Lalula imitated the pink-haired girl, but also jumped up and hugged Jin-Yu's neck. Broken off. Do you mean to want Laloras to communicate with each other? Soja was surprised. Well, let's just try. Laloras is a mood Pokemon, no matter what. Is an elves or a human being, they can perceive the heart. Jin-Yu said with the mentality that he didn't need money anyway, so he would give it a try. The result was unexpected. Lalula's and the other party were unexpectedly able to chat. Lula Lula. Ah. Talking, one person and one pet also let out a burst of silver bell laughter. Jin-Woo and Soyaya, who were watching from the side, looked confused. There is also this kind of operation. Anyway, I will take care of this child until relatives are found. After all, it is a girl. If you take care of Jin-Yu, it will always feel a little dangerous. Jin-Woo. By the way, although I don't know your real name, but for the sake of calling, from now on, I'll call you Xiaoya. It's the same as my name. How is it? Are you satisfied? Soja smiled and suggested. Jin-Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This name is so casual, it's like a pet cat and a dog's name. However, the pink-haired girl had an unexpected name, and nodded in approval with a smile. After chatting together, it was time to go to sleep late at night. Soja wanted to pull Xiaoya to open the room again to sleep, but she was fiercely resisted by Xiaoya. The girl seemed to be very uneasy as long as Xiaoyu was not in front of her for a while. What to do? Soja sighed helplessly. Otherwise, you will stay today. Jin-Woo suggested with a wry smile. Don't get me wrong, there are 2 beds in this room. You and Xiaoya will share a bed, and I will share a bed. Turned around when he saw Soja's wary expression. He said with a calm gentleman's face. There was a blush on Soja's beautiful face, but it was fleeting, and she said in a compromising tone, it seems that this is the only way, but let me tell you first, I have studied women's self-defense. If you were restless at night. No. Jin-Woo stared. Soja grinding her teeth playfully, best. The hotel is frosted, although it is not real, the hazy beauty cannot be concealed. Jin-Woo just fell asleep in the midst of the exhaustion that all kinds of men understand. The night, he still vaguely felt as if something had got into his bed. He originally thought it was Lulu Lassie or Philomaloids being naughty, but when he woke up the next day, Jin-Yu didn't know that it was a big deal. So, even if you are as lenient as me, I won't give you a chance to explain. Jin-Woo, if you have sins, please repent to me in the next life. Soja said to Jin-Yu with a smile. Jin-Yu looked innocent. I'm really wronged. I guess Xiaoya slept stupidly yesterday, so she ran into my quilt. It's useless to talk, and the Iron Fist will punish you. Although Soja also roughly guessed what happened, but she was just angry. holding a small pink fist and preparing to punish the lucky satyr. Unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door at this moment. The faces of the two of them immediately turned positive. Those who came were not good, and those who were good did not. When they rescued Xiaoya from the man in black yesterday, they knew that the other party was not small, and they didn't expect to come to the door so soon. Get ready, I'll deal with it. Wu stood up and was about to walk towards the door. Well, Jin Wu, be careful. Jin Yu did not open the door directly, but used the system search function to observe who was standing at the next door in advance. When he saw the coordinates displayed, his expression suddenly became strange. Opened the door with a click, there was a familiar face in front of him. Hey, Jin Wu is me, didn't think so. Although Qing Keqing deliberately greeted Jin Yu with a cheerful tone, but in her words, she was inevitably cautious. When he heard about Heishidak yesterday, Xiao Yu naturally thought of Qing Keqing telling the truth. He didn't know whether the girl in front of him was an enemy or a friend, so his expression was inevitably a little unnatural. Although Qing Keqing sometimes seems to be very cute, this time, she unexpectedly reacted sharply, as if she was afraid of Xiao Yu's misunderstanding. She quickly explained, Mr. Xiao Yu, please don't misunderstand, no matter what the situation is, Keqing is absolutely will not be your enemy. That child is a very special existence, I will explain it to you later. Hearing this, Jin Yu was inexplicably relieved. If he could, he naturally wouldn't want to be the enemy of the king of the kingdom. As for Qing Keqing, in order to prove that he is not hostile, this time he did not bring any bodyguards, and came to talk to Xiao Yu and the others alone. Even so, when Qing Keqing knew that Jin Yu was with two girls who were at least girls in appearance last night, and after spending one night together, his expression also changed. Very subtle, wonderful to see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download it fly. Chapter 96, The Origin of the Blue Dragon Beast Xiaoya, Third Update. You mean, Xiaoya was transformed from a drop of water found in the sunken ship? Socha exclaimed. Hearing this news, even Jin Yu was stunned. That's right, although the mysterious number 2n, which is what you call Xiaoya, has an ecological structure that is completely close to that of a human girl, its body is actually a drop of water. Hearing what Qing Keqing said, she discovered Xiaoya when she was exploring the sunken ship. She was also very surprised at the time, because the other party changed into a human appearance in front of her. With it, there is a blue dragon beast like a plane. Jin Yu, who found the shipwreck in the blue dragon beast water that can turn into a plane, feels like he has reached the point. This Xiaoya should not think so. Jin Yu used a check on her, but the feedback information, but said that this girl is a human. At least it is a human now. Wait, if according to what you just said, how did you get the water droplets from the protection of the blue dragon beast? According to Xiao Yu's speculation, this azure dragon beast should be Xiaoya's elder brother. If there are no special circumstances, let alone Qing Keqing, even her father, the king of Qingtianzheng, would not be able to successfully take Xiaoya away from him. Asia. The crux of the matter is here, the blue dragon beast we call mystery number 1. Mysterious number 1 seems to have a premonition that he will be in danger, so, mysterious number 2 was entrusted to me by him. Can endanger the existence of the blue dragon beast. After handing the mysterious number 2 Xiaoya to me, the mysterious number 1 disappeared directly into the sea. Before yesterday, Xiaoya was very obedient, but since he received the message from the sea. After a strange wave, I started to get restless, and then I ran out of the dock, and then Jinwu-sama, you all know the situation. It turns out that, according to Qing Keqing's statement, the whole thing can be said to be a misunderstanding, but Jin Yu's inexplicable visual perception when he saw Xiaoya before, and how can he explain that he does not think it is his own misunderstanding? Perhaps knowing that the negotiation between Jin Yu and the others had come to an end, Xiaoya trotted over to Jin Yu, but cutely opened her red lips, and then pointed to her own mouth. Are you hungry? Jin Wu asked curiously. It looks like it should be. Qing Keqing nodded. Mr. Jin Wu, mystery number 2 can't eat ordinary food. Some time ago, in order to make suitable food for her, the dock almost recruited all the breeders from the entire sea market. A few kinds of food that she was reluctant to eat. Saying that, Chin-Ketching listed out the food list and handed it to Xiao how to make it. She should be able to eat one at a certain rate. This also shows that if there is no special living environment, mystery number 2 is not suitable for food. The human world lives. Wu-sama, if you understand this, please also invite her. Words were finished. Chin-Ketching and Xiao Yu took out some of the snacks left over from the temple fair yesterday from the counter and gave them to Xiaoya like feeding small animals. Hello. Xiaoya opened her small mouth and ate it cooperatively. Come here, drink some water first. This beef jerky is yours. Don't worry, don't grab it. Chin-Ketching was dumbfounded. How could it be beef? I tried beef yesterday. Soja said from the side. I don't think that's the case at all. It's just that Xiaoya was in a bad mood that day and didn't want to eat. It's just that, now that Xiao Yu is with her, she will naturally eat anything. Is it like this? Miss Qianjun is a little messy. However, this child's trust in Jin Yu is indeed a bit strange. According to your explanation, they should have met for the first time yesterday, but in just one night, they became like this. Soja looks as you can see. Well, it's really incredible. Chin-Ketching said seriously. Anyway, Mr. Jinwoo, I hope you can go to the Heishi dock with me later, at least, to clear up the misunderstanding, okay? Chin-Ketching said begging. Jinyu is not an unreasonable person. He did this yesterday because he suffered a loss from seeing Soja. Okay, let's go. Jinwoo agreed. Great. Chin-Ketching already had a car waiting downstairs, and when Xiao Yu and the others came, they got into a luxury car with a long version. Driving all the way to the sea market dock, it is completely different from the imagined port full of rough sailors. The high modern facilities here are more like a secret base than a dock. The trainer of the blood-winged dragon before knew that Xiao Yu was coming, so he waited at the gate early in the morning. Waiting for Mr. Jinwoo's drive, there were many offenses yesterday, please bear with Heian. Luo Hao apologized to Jin Yu when they met. Reaching out his hand and not hitting the smiling face, Jin Yu didn't bother too much about this, and nodded. Director Shu, it was mainly my friend's elf who was injured last night. Luo Hao was exquisite, immediately understood what Jin Yu meant, clapped his hands, and a group of medical staff stepped forward. Dear Miss Soja, if you can, your elf can take care of us first. Soja Jinbei had never seen such a grand scene before. She nodded subconsciously and handed the magic mushroom elf ball to the other party. Other party told that the examination will be over soon. If you are worried, you can sit for a while at the medical center, where there will be free refreshments and drinks. Soja glanced at Jin Yu, and seemed to let the latter make up his mind. Jin Woo nodded. Soja just followed the medical staff. Mr. Jin Yu, please Luo Hao make a respectful gesture. Yu nodded, and he was not polite, so he followed Luo Hao into the sea market dock. Chapter 97. Fossil Researcher Song Fang, 4th Update. Miyashi Dockyard has a long history. In addition to boat projects, we actually have many other projects. As Luo Hao said, he took Xiao Yu to visit. This is our aerospace engineering test building. I heard that there are also many elves in the universe. The Pippi and the small meteorites in Shizhou are all elves in the universe. This project is to discover the elves in the universe. Research developed. Xiao Yu couldn't help but look sideways. There are far more elves in the universe than the two Luo Hao just mentioned. The most famous dragon in the sky, Kizakuza, is the elves living in the ozone layer, and Deoxys is the same. Next, Luo Hao he took Jin Yu to a slightly smaller laboratory building. This is for research on fossil projects. At present, there are more than a dozen species of elf fossils known. With the strengthening of scientific research, the number of fossils is still increasing. Although these fossil elves have not left traces in our human history, but if they are resurrected, they can also study the development history of modern elves, which will help mankind better understand elves. If Mr. Jin Woo is interested, you can go in and visit. Luo Hao is a mature and sophisticated character, so he can see at a glance what Jin Yu is interested in. Xiao Yu didn't want to hide this. He nodded and went in with Luo Hao. There are a lot of glass column containers in it, which are soaked in various elf fossil blocks. Excavated, lifeless fossils, the fossils in the glass column feel full of alternative vitality. There is even a thumping sound like a heartbeat from the vessel. Hee hee, it's amazing, isn't it? This phenomenon is not actually the resurrection of the elf fossil, but the use of biotechnology to simulate the phenomenon of the fossil's activity as much as possible. Jin Wu nodded. Even so, it was already a very amazing existence. Not to mention Xiao Yu, even Qing Keqing and Xiao Ya who were behind him looked stunned. By the way, Director Luo Hao, I also got a fossil by chance. Although I know you have a lot of books here, if you don't mind, please help me. Saying that, Jin Yu took out an amber fossil from his pocket. Naturally, this thing was given by the director of the Xincheng University Museum. The curator of this museum was able to get the real slate of Death Plate, and he was quite wild if he wanted to come here. Maybe this amber fossil is not necessarily a good product. With that in mind, Jin Wu wanted to ask the experts to take a look. Luo Hao glanced at it and shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Xiao Yu has found the wrong person. Although I am the manager here, I don't dare to say that I understand everything here. However, it's rare for Mr. Jin Yu to be interested in this aspect, so of course it won't disappoint you. Luo Hao said, then greeted, Scholar, come here. Soon, an old man with white hair on the temples came over, respectfully bowed to Luo Hao and the others. Director Luo, what do you have to do with me? Old Song, look at the amber fossil in Mr. Xiao Yu's hand, how is it? Song Feng followed Luo Hao's gaze, and soon noticed the golden amber fossil in Xiao Yu's hand. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Mr. Jin Wu, can you let me take a closer look? Jin Yu smiled and threw the amber stone directly to Song Feng. Song Feng took it, and immediately picked up the magnifying glass and looked up and down. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. I don't know where Mr. Xiao Yu got this fossil from. Hearing the other party's tone, Xiao Yu knew that this stone should have a great background, but it is not good to reveal the identity of the museum curator at will, so Xiao Yu persuaded. I got it by accident, I don't know Dr. Song. What did you see? Song Feng's eyes widened and said, there is the blood of the ancient fossil pterosaurs in it, and, with the current technology, I can extract the blood. Definitely a historic milestone. Song Feng got a little excited when he spoke, and said to Xiao Yu in a very earnest tone, I don't know Mr. Xiao Yu, if you can leave this amber fossil with us for a while, I will guarantee the safety of this fossil with my life. The man is in the stone, and the stone will not let it die if the man dies. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly. It's not that serious. Treasure swords are given to heroes. Pink powder is given to beautiful women. These things are much better in Dr. Song's hands than if I just randomly collected them. Just accept them if you don't mind. I say yes. Said, Jin Yu handed the amber fossil to Song Feng. Song Feng looked grateful. Mr. Jin Wu is really thankful for you. You are my confidant. From now on, if you are of any use to my old body, feel free to open your mouth and go through fire and water. Jin Wu smiled wryly and shook his head, ignoring it. The two exchanged contact information, and the trip to the fossil department ended. The last department, we are still the most secret department of the shipyard, the Department of Energy. The exploitation of energy is always the main theme of human beings. It used to be coal and other things, but now it is wind, water, solar energy, etc. The spirit world also uses these things, but I just don't know what kind of energy Luo Hao and the others use in the Ministry of Energy. Mr. Jin Wu, if you're interested, you can come and watch with me. The power plant in the dock looked much cleaner than Jin Wu imagined, and there was no oil stains, or the discharge of waste smoke and wastewater. Nuclear energy is not like, and if it were, it would not be visited at will. Jin Yu can only wait for Luo Hao himself to explain in the end. Hee, our energy factory uses the energy collected from the universe. Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched. You must have a Wujitai locked in the dock as well. They can handle that kind of monster in the game. The monster that destroys the world completely relies on the aura of the protagonist. In reality, if there is such a thing, even if all the current champions are tied together, it is impossible to win. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 98. The King's Respect. Fifth More. After all, the racial value can be called a dimensional gap. Once the Wuji is eliminated, it is estimated that even if the creation god alpaca comes out, it will be difficult to save the field. The so-called cosmic energy that Luo Hao said is actually from the source. The meteorites that fell to the earth in the past 100 years, the energy recovery of the production. According to the survey, each meteorite in this world carries a large amount of usable energy, and is low carbon and environmentally friendly. At present, the most famous lighthouse in Heishi relies on this energy to emit light 24 hours a day. According to Luo Hao, he said that after this trial period, he is also going to spread this energy to every household in Miyashi, and by then, Miyashi's economic strength will definitely rise again by a big step. In Heishi Dock, Jinyu finally moved to Luo Hao's office. Luo Hao can be regarded as a wise man who does not speak secretly, and goes straight to the point. Mr. Xiaoyu, please return mysterious number 2. No, Miss Xiaoya to me in the Sea Market Dock. From her, there are still many scientific research reports that have not been completed in the Elf Federation. Over there, I'm also curious about Miss Xiaoya's affairs. Boom. Jinwu slapped the table. The entire office fell silent in an instant. I'm sorry, Director Luo Hao, I am sorry for this matter. Wu didn't even say the reason, he just stated his result bluntly. Luo Hao is a smart person, and he didn't ask the reason. For a time, the atmosphere in the office was very heavy. Just as Jinyu was about to stand up and leave with Soja and Xiaoya, Qing Keqing, who had been serving as a sidekick, said, Director Luo Hao, let me explain this matter. Qing Keqing explained to Luo Hao what he saw in the hotel in the morning. Director Luo Hao, according to my observations, Mystery Number 22 will stay by Mr. Xiaoyu's side instead of continuing to make investigation reports in the dock. More conducive to her growth and development. Before, when I took over Mystery Number 22 from the Blue Dragon Beast, I could vaguely feel that the other party should want me to take care of Mysterious Number 22. If we continue to let her stay in the cold dock at that time, even if we have the opportunity to see the Blue Dragon Beast, we will not have the face to communicate with it peacefully. Qing Keqing's remarks are well-founded. In addition, Qing Keqing herself is the daughter of the King of Heaven, and her status is noble. In ancient times, it could be said that she was the daughter of a prince. Even Luo Hao had to take what she said seriously. Luo Hao tapped his finger on the table, and finally couldn't help sighing. If I can, I naturally don't want to be this villain, I'm afraid the above will ask. Don't worry, Director Luo Hao, this matter is immediate. Told my father, I am telling the truth, my father and Jin Wu-sama have also met, and he respects Jin Wu-sama very much. Luo Hao was stunned when he heard this. Afterwards, he also showed a clear feeling, and also, the strength of this young man can even feel terror to him. It is impossible for Qing Tianwang's daughter and him to be ignorant. Then why are you so worried about having them there? The tall guys were holding on. Thinking of this, Luo Hao immediately laughed and said, that's it, ha ha ha, then please ask Miss Qing to contact Heavenly King Qing. Qing Keqing smiled and nodded, and in front of everyone, dialed Qing Tianzheng's phone number. Qing Tian was naturally interested in his daughter, and the call was quickly connected. After that, Qing Tianzheng greeted his daughter inappropriately and everyone ignored it. Almost everyone who knew Qing Tianzheng knew that he was a super daughter. Qing Keqing's snow-white forehead has a faint cross, a sign of anger. Father, I'm on a public call. Qing Tian immediately corrected his attitude and coughed lightly. Afterwards, Qing Keqing told him about the previous incident. When Qing Tianzheng heard that it was Xiaoyu who wanted to keep Xiaoya, he immediately said, "Oh so, since it was Xiao Yu's request, it's fine to satisfy him, what a big deal, ha ha ha." Hearing that Qing Tianzheng was so open to Xiao Yu, Luo Hao's heart was also shocked. You must know that the other party is a heavenly king. Unlike the competitive champion heavenly king in anime games, in this elf world where strength is paramount, the four heavenly kings is comparable to the concept of a regional lord, except that the champion can drive them, that is, the existence under one person, above 10 million people. To make such a existence so highly valued, this shows how terrifying this young man is. Can't be offended, can't be offended. Luo Hao Xingqing himself has always acted impartially and did not provoke Xiao Yu too much. At this time, while the phone was still on the phone, Qingtian seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, daughter, the one you said. Mysterious number 22, shouldn't it look like a girl?" Qing Keqing didn't know why, so she turned her head to the side and replied, "Yes, what's the matter?" "Yeah, daughter, you should be careful that Jinwu is robbed." Ah. When Qing Keqing heard half of it, she knew that her father had nothing good to say, blushing pretty face, and shouting loudly, disturbing everyone's hearing. Qing Keqing would never do something like this without grace before, but it is about his girl's heart, so Qing Keqing naturally can't care about it so much. "That's it, father, if there is nothing else, I will hang up first." "Hey, wait for my daughter, dad is serious with you, beep, beep, beep." After Qing Keqing finished speaking, he hung up the phone decisively. Although they didn't listen to the last sentence of Qing Tianzheng, their eyes were still on Qing Keqing at the moment. Qing Keqing adjusted her state, coughed lightly, and said in a condensed tone, "This is the situation, Director Luo, don't worry, Miss Xiaoyu will be taken care of by Mr. Xiaoyu. There will be no problem. So best." Luo smiled and said, "Since the matter is settled, Miss Qing, and Mr. Xiaoyu, why don't you two stay for a light meal?" Chapter 99, The Blackened Dragon Beast Latios, First Update. As the leader of the sea market, it is naturally impossible to say that the light meal is not so bad. Casually, a luxurious feast was set up, but when everyone was about to move their chopsticks, something happened. Report, in the nearby sea area, there is an abnormal elf reaction approaching. According to speculation, it should be the blue dragon beast elf detected in the sea area before. Everyone's expressions were shocked. Is it because he came to see Xiaoya now? Xiaoya seems to have sensed it, but it is different from the expected excited appearance, more like a worried look. Xiao ran in front of Xiao Yu, his little nose twitched, and he said aggrievedly, "Wu." Although he seems to be trying his best to convey a message to Jinwu, Jinwu really doesn't understand it. He can only stretch out his hand and gently stroke the girl's head. "Don't worry, no matter what. Whatever happens, I will bear it with you." Seeming to understand what Xiao Yu said, Xiaoyan's big black eyes suddenly flickered with a little starlight, her expression darkened, and she nodded her head with a smile. Qing Keqing, Luo Hao and the others who saw this scene couldn't help but be amazed that they were able to communicate verbally with this mysterious number 22. It is definitely a blessing to leave the mysterious number 22 to him to take care of. The right decision. According to the Blue Dragon Beast's course of action, the Docks Defense Department quickly simulated its landing site. It is expected to land near the Mirage Eternal Lighthouse. "Director, what should we do next?" "Don't worry, let the departments take their place, I will go there in person." After Luo Hao gave the command, he remembered that Xiao Yu and the others should still be there. He turned around and was about to speak, but found that everyone was gone. "Hey Mr. Jinwu and the others." "Director, Miss Qing and the others have just left." A staff member replied. Where did you leave?" "Don't know. Master Jinwu, get in the car, it will only take 15 minutes to get to the Eternal Lighthouse." "Okay." Jinwu Soja Xiaoya got into the car in a hurry. "Engine is on. Master Xiaoyu, please don't worry too much. I have seen that dragon beast before. Although it looks very alert, it is actually very friendly." Hey, you said, since the dragon beast was given to Miss Ching catching, and then the water drops became Xiaoya, wouldn't that mean that Xiaoya is actually a dragon beast himself? Thea's seemingly casual remark really made everyone in the car stunned. You, in particular, looked at Soja with the expression on the Emperor Prophet's face. Although there is no complete evidence, it can basically be determined that this Xiaoya body is indeed a Pokemon, or a phantom beast elf that he is very familiar with. Probably not. Little uncertain when Soja said so. Speechless all the way, everyone soon arrived at their destination. The tide is rushing here, and a tall lamppost stands here. This lamppost also has a long history. It is said that when the marine industry of the sea market just started, it already exists here, and has been guarding the sailing. Boat people, in the hearts of the older generation of boat people in the sea city, this lighthouse is like a patron saint. That blue dragon beast is probably attracted by this light. Jin Woo made a guess. Luo Hao has informed the center of the elves to disperse the nearby crowd. Ching Ketching trotted over and said, Luo Hao ran over from the other side with a wry smile. Miss Ching, if you can, please avoid it, if something happens to you. Please rest assured, Director Luo, nothing will happen, I am familiar with the dragon beast. Ching Ketching answered first. What if something really happened? Dad Wong didn't demolish my little place that day. It's different from the previous submarine wreck exploration. Now, according to the technical personnel's investigation, the energy system of this dragon beast is obviously different from the previous one. The difference is that although it is impossible to say what the specific problem is, the energy fluctuations appear extremely violent. Okay, it's too late to say anything now, the other party is here. Jin Woo said in a low voice. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the roaring sound of the ocean waves sounded immediately. The sea water suddenly burst open. 100 meters of water column burst into the sky, and a death-like shock wave rushed out at that instant. Fast defense. Jin Woo threw Philomella's master ball with a wave of his hand. Fee. Wave of Pheromero's hand. An arc barrier of Yimu condensed and enveloped a group of people nearby. PFF'd. Click. The crisp sound, Jin Yu raised his eyebrows immediately. This was the first time he had seen Philomero's quick defense crack open. Ah! A burst of screams. Soja and the others were okay, but the bodyguards of the men in black were unlucky. They didn't react at all. The moment the black shock waves erupted, all of them flew out like dandelions without the slightest resistance. Room. What kind of monster is this? Luo Hao asked himself that he had seen the world. At the same time, he also had a blood-winged flying dragon of the quasi-king level, and he was considered a superior person. However, when he saw the black dragon beast in front of him, his blood couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The shape is close to the middle of the bird and the plane, with a streamlined body. The lower body is azure blue, while the other parts are pitch black, and the red triangle pattern on the chest exudes scarlet light at this time. Sa-oh-oh. The elf roared up to the sky, then looked around at the crowd, and soon locked on Xiaoya in the crowd. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Xiaoya immediately. Xiaoya obviously hasn't recovered at this moment, but just stared at the black flying dragon elf in front of her with disbelief. Dangerous. At the critical moment, Jin Yu hugged Xiaoya to avoid it, and Pheromena also turned into a white light and swept away towards the black flying dragon. 3 consecutive kicks. It's a proud skill to come up. Pheromero has no intention of keeping his hand, and he doesn't dare to keep his hand. On the opponent, Pheromero feels an aura that is even more violent than Zera aura. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 100. Z Skills Burst. Open black lens bracket. Second update. Close black lens bracket. Latios qualification. Red upper level. 80 level. 60 plus level attributes. Dragon. Super ability features. Floating from the ground. Will not be attacked from the ground. Gender. Male size. 2. Close black lens bracket. I can't communicate with words at all. Miss Ching, the blue dragon beast you saw before is what it looks like. Luo Hao's voice is that you call this kind of elf good-tempered. At this moment, Qing Keqing is also at a loss. No, the dragon beast was obviously not like this before, and the other half body should be white. There's a shadow team doing the trick. Jinyu replied casually, but it was because of this momentary distraction that the Pharamite was knocked out. Boom! Pharamuse. Jinwu rushed forward to make a meat pad for Philomelus. Master Jinwu. Jinwu. Mr. Jinwu. A few people next to him exclaimed in surprise. One person and one elf rolled and slid out of the beach for dozens of meters before slowly stopping. Fee! Philomero exclaimed while holding her pretty face. At this moment, her heart was mixed with joy and fear. The joy was naturally that Xiao Yu took it in person in order to help it, and the fear was that Xiao Yu was injured. This is an illusion. The confrontation between beasts, if ordinary people are affected, it is likely to hit the street in an instant. Jinyu took out a cashew nut from his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Most of the attacks on both sides just now were neutralized. What Jinyu endured was nothing but the impact of sliding on the ground, which could be roughly judged as ground attribute damage. Carrying this cashew nut on his body could offset a large part of it. It was also because of this that he dared to do so. Come forward and catch the Philomelody. Seeing that Xiao Yu was alright, Philomero was relieved, but the look in Latios's eyes really became more and more gloomy and terrifying, and even the original delicate voice became hoarse at this time. Ah, cut. Philomero, this kind of opponent, you are not an opponent and you are wrong in judgment, come back first. Jinyu was about to take out the Master Ball and retrieve the Pharamite, who knew that the Pharamite was galloping up here, at an extremely fast speed, and a dazzling light spread around his body. Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. Is this the stage of rebellion? Elves also have this stage of growth. I was wondering in my heart when I suddenly found that my arms were hot, and when I took it out, it was amazing that it was the worm crystal that Philomeloids gave him at the beginning. Glow. Latios originally planned to ignore the opponent after he had knocked it into the air, but this time his target was only Xiaoya. Just as it was about to approach it again, the silver elf rushed towards it again at this time, and its aura was even stronger than before. Oh saw. Latios's complexion changed, and a magical barrier of power spread out from his body. Mysterious Guardian. Use magical power to surround and protect the surrounding, and it is very resistant to abnormal conditions. Close black lens bracket. The Mysterious Guardian in reality can not only resist abnormal conditions, but also have a certain defensive effect on attacks. Seeing this, Pharomelus squinted and sneered. In the twinkling eyes, an ice-cold color suddenly emerged. At this moment, an extremely violent wave of power surged with its beautiful long and slender legs. After feeling the fighting spirit of Pharomero, Jinyu naturally wouldn't pour cold water, holding the insect pure crystal with a straight face. There should be a middle two line here. Jinwu's mental age is earlier than the middle two stage, so he succinctly whispered, in response to the will of me and Pharomero, Worm, you should shine again here. Absolute predation maneuver cut. Cold light flashed, and the wind was raging. At this moment, the soles of Pharomero slammed on the ground, with an extremely loud sound of breaking the wind, kicking Latios as fast as lightning with Kamen Rider's signature kicking technique go. Bang! The harsh voice spread. Mysterious Guardian and Trick clashed fiercely. First, the two sides were evenly matched, but after a while, the Mysterious Guardian made a crisp cracking sound. Oh saw. Latios's expression was shocked, and then he saw his protective shield completely shattered in the next moment. The blazing sound of insects reverberated in everyone's ears, and the violent energy spread wildly at the moment when the two collided. A huge wave of hundreds of feet spreads out in a ring shape at the point of intersection of the two attacks, and the rumbling sound spreads far and wide to the entire sea market. Xiaoya looked at the scene of the battle with a sad look on her face. Dangerous, Asia. Soja was afraid that the aftermath of the battle would hurt Xiaoya, so she took her away a little. God is so strong. Luo Hao's face was full of extreme astonishment. Luo Hao is not surprised that the unknown dragon beast has such strength, but it is really appalling for a young man of Xiao Yu's age who is not half his age to suddenly have such strength. At this time, his chin didn't fall to the ground in shock, it was already his restraint. Other federations, the black-clothed bodyguards of the dock, and others, also looked at the young back in front of them with disbelief. This strength is far beyond the imagination of ordinary trainers, and even surpassed the quasi-king level. That is, the level of a 5-star 55 trainer is above the level, they don't even dare to think about it. Jinyu didn't have time to pay attention to the many astonished gazes. He was breathing heavily at the moment, which is different from Wishing Star, which only requires the spirits to put in physical strength. A move that turns the spirit into a burst of strength. There are also certain requirements for trainers. Once the attack was over, Jinyu was also a little weak at this time. Pheramite fell from the sky, and its footsteps were a little staggered. Obviously, the attack just now was not too small for it.